prepare to settle into over 9 continuous hours of restorative health wisdom and natural healing. This wellness compilation explores the profound secrets of holistic recovery, guided by the transformative insights of Barbara O'Neill. From discovering the specific foods that bring your hair back to life, to the nighttime rituals that heal asthma while you sleep, each segment is crafted to help you align with your body's natural rhythms. You will find deep comfort in a healing sleep story focused on adrenal and liver restoration, alongside easy natural remedies to finally rid yourself of mold. Inspired by the body's innate ability to repair itself and the quiet power of nature, these videos provide a gentle, supportive auditory background for a night of deep sleep and cellular renewal. Tune into the wisdom of the earth. Let these healing principles wash over you, and sleep soundly knowing your body is on the path to vitality. And we ease forward, suspended in calm, exploring the body's quiet wisdom, looping gently. As your mind unwinds, we'll softly wander through natural healing, endlessly, through the night, with the wisdom of holistic health traditions. Now, we'll drift through nutrient-dense building blocks for follicles, the vital role of mineral absorption, internal cleansing for scalp health, as we feature 7 foods that bring your hair back to life. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift first into the 7 main foods that bring your hair back to life. Imagine, if you will, the structure of a single strand, emerging from the quiet depths of your scalp, spiraling upward, cell by cell, like a tower built from microscopic bricks. Each brick is a protein molecule, and the mortar binding them is keratin. The egg, golden yolked and complete, rests in your palm. Within its curved shell lies one of nature's most perfect protein parcels. When you crack it open, letting the albumin pool and shimmer, you're releasing amino acids in their most bioavailable form. The body recognizes this, knows this, has known this for millennia. Hair is not dead, though it seems so. It's a record of what you've eaten, what you've absorbed, what you've allowed to flow through your bloodstream 3 months ago, 6 months ago. The follicle remembers, and keratin, that fibrous structural protein, is its primary language. Inside the egg, biotin dwells, one of the B-complex vitamins so crucial that without it, the very enzymes responsible for building keratin fall silent. Biotin is a coenzyme, a helper molecule that activates carboxylase enzymes. These enzymes participate in the synthesis of fatty acids and in the metabolism of amino acids, particularly those that form the keratin protein matrix. When biotin levels drop, hair becomes brittle, the shaft weakens, and the growth phase, known as anagen, shortens. The follicle enters telogen, the resting phase, prematurely. But with the egg, you're delivering not just biotin, but also selenium and zinc, 2 trace minerals that orchestrate the delicate dance of cell division. In the hair bulb, selenium protects. It's woven into selenoproteins, antioxidant enzymes like glutathione peroxidase that shield the rapidly dividing cells of the follicle from oxidative damage. Free radicals, those unstable molecules born from stress, pollution, Ultraviolet light would otherwise attack the lipid membranes of your scalp cells, but selenium neutralizes them quietly, efficiently. And zinc, zinc. This mineral is present in every tissue, but its concentration in the hair follicle is particularly high. Zinc regulates the oil glands around each follicle, preventing them from becoming sluggish or overactive. It supports the protein structures, maintains the integrity of the follicle's cellular architecture. Without adequate zinc, the hair shaft deteriorates, the protein bonds unravel. So, the egg, prepared simply, soft-boiled, poached, with the yolk still liquid and alive with nutrients, becomes a daily ritual, a whisper to your follicles that the building blocks are coming, are here, are being absorbed, even now as you rest. Now we drift, deeper still, into the verdant world of leafy greens. Picture a leaf of spinach, deep emerald, with veins like rivers, carrying chlorophyll, carrying iron, carrying life force. Your hair follicle, that tiny organ beneath your scalp, is one of the most metabolically active tissues in your entire body. It requires constant oxygen, continuous nourishment. The cells at the base of each follicle, the dermal papilla cells, are dividing faster than almost any other cells, except perhaps those in your bone marrow. And to divide, they need oxygen delivered by hemoglobin within your red blood cells. Hemoglobin is an iron-containing protein. 4 iron atoms sitting at the center of each hemoglobin molecule, binding oxygen in your lungs, releasing it in the tiny capillaries that wrap around each follicle. Iron deficiency is the silent thief, particularly in those who menstruate or those who avoid red meat. Iron stores can become depleted, and when they do, hemoglobin production slows. The blood becomes pale, thin, unable to carry sufficient oxygen, and the follicles, sensing this deprivation, shift into survival mode. They stop growing, enter telogen, and eventually release the hair shaft. Spinach provides non-heme iron, the plant form, which requires a different pathway for absorption. It needs vitamin C to convert from ferric to ferrous form, the form your intestinal cells can actually uptake. But spinach, in its wisdom, also provides folate, another B vitamin critical for red blood cell formation. Folate works alongside vitamin B12 to synthesize DNA, the genetic instructions needed for creating new red blood cells in your bone marrow. Without folate, red blood cells become large, misshapen, unable to carry oxygen efficiently. This condition, megaloblastic anemia, manifests not just in fatigue, but in hair thinning, diffuse loss across the entire scalp. And there's more. Woven into those dark green leaves, vitamin A in the form of beta-carotene. This fat-soluble vitamin regulates the sebaceous glands, those small oil-producing organs attached to every hair follicle. Sebum, that slightly waxy secretion, coats each hair shaft, protecting it from drying, from breaking, from losing its elasticity. Without vitamin A, the sebaceous glands atrophy, sebum production drops, and the hair becomes dry, brittle, prone to splitting. But too much vitamin A from supplements can be toxic, can actually cause hair loss. So nature, in her perfect balance, provides beta-carotene in spinach, which the body converts to vitamin A only as needed, only in safe amounts. As you chew spinach, slowly, thoroughly, breaking down the cell walls, you release these nutrients into your digestive system. The iron binds to transferrin, a transport protein, and travels through your bloodstream into your bone marrow, where new red blood cells are born. These cells mature over days, then circulate for about 120 days, carrying oxygen to every corner of your body, including those precious follicles. Let us swim now, Sakura, into colder waters where wild salmon, silver-scaled and strong, navigate upstream, carrying within their flesh the omega-3 fatty acids that your scalp craves. Inflammation is the body's response to injury, to infection, to stress. It's a necessary process, but when chronic, when unresolved, it becomes destructive. Around each hair follicle, immune cells patrol, watching for threats, and sometimes, in autoimmune conditions or from chronic stress, these immune cells become confused. They release inflammatory cytokines, chemical messengers that signal damage. These cytokines, tumor necrosis factor alpha, interleukin-1, create a hostile environment. The follicle, sensing danger, prematurely ends its growth phase, shifts to catagen, the transitional phase, then telogen, and the hair falls. Omega-3 fatty acids, particularly EPA and DHA, found abundantly in cold water fish, are potent anti-inflammatory agents. They incorporate into cell membranes, making them more fluid, more responsive, and they serve as precursors to specialized pro-resolving mediators, molecules like resolvins and protectins that actively resolve inflammation, bringing the immune response back to baseline. When you consume wild-caught salmon, its omega-3s are absorbed in your small intestine, packaged into chylomicrons, and delivered through your lymphatic system, eventually reaching your bloodstream. From there, they're taken up by cells throughout your body, including the cells of your scalp. The scalp, that often neglected skin, is actually remarkably active. It has the highest density of hair follicles, the richest blood supply per square centimetre of almost any skin on your body, and it requires constant hydration, not just from water, but from the lipid layer that seals moisture in. Omega-3s contribute to this lipid barrier. They help maintain the integrity of the stratum corneum, the outermost layer of your scalp skin, preventing transepidermal water loss. When this barrier is strong, your scalp remains hydrated, supple. The follicles are cushioned, protected, able to function optimally. And there's another gift from the salmon, vitamin D, though in smaller amounts. This fat-soluble vitamin, so often deficient in modern humans, plays a role in the hair cycle. Vitamin D receptors are present on follicle cells, and the vitamin appears to stimulate the creation of new follicles, even in adult skin. Animal studies suggest that without functional vitamin D receptors, hair cannot cycle properly. As you eat the salmon, perhaps gently baked, with lemon and herbs, you're not just nourishing, you're hydrating from within. The fats coat your intestinal lining, support the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, and K. and travel to every cell membrane, including those in your scalp where they soften, protect, and restore. We descend now into the earth, where sweet potatoes grow in the dark, storing sunlight as beta-carotene, that brilliant orange pigment that your body knows how to transform. Hair growth has a rhythm, a cycle. Anagen is the active phase, lasting years for scalp hair, during which the follicle is in constant production, pushing the hair shaft upward about 1 centimetre per month. The rate of this growth is influenced by many factors: genetics, hormones, age, and critically, vitamin A. Vitamin A, in its active form, retinoic acid, acts as a signaling molecule. It binds to nuclear receptors inside the cells of your hair follicle. These receptors, once activated, initiate gene transcription, turning on genes that promote cell proliferation and differentiation. Without vitamin A, the follicle cannot maintain the rapid cell division required for growth. The dermal papilla cells at the base of the follicle slow down. The matrix cells, which differentiate into the hair shaft, become disorganized, and growth stutters. But vitamin A also regulates the sebaceous glands, encouraging them to produce sebum, that natural oil, rich in triglycerides and wax esters. Doesn't just moisturize, it carries antioxidants. It creates an acidic pH on the scalp surface, which inhibits the growth of harmful bacteria and fungi. The sweet potato is one of nature's richest sources of beta-carotene, a carotenoid that gives it that deep orange hue. In your intestines, beta-carotene is converted by an enzyme called beta-carotene 15,15-doc dioxygenase into retinol, which can then become retinol, vitamin A, or retinoic acid. This conversion happens as needed. Your body has wisdom. It won't create toxic levels of vitamin A from beta-carotene the way it might from animal-source retinol supplements. Instead, if you have sufficient vitamin A, the conversion slows, and excess beta-carotene is simply stored in your fat tissue or excreted safely. When you bake a sweet potato until it's soft and sweet, the heat breaks down the cell walls, making the beta-carotene more bioavailable. Add a little fat, coconut oil perhaps, or olive oil, and absorption increases. Because carotenoids are fat-soluble, they need lipids to be packaged into micelles and absorbed across your intestinal wall. The vitamin A, once absorbed and converted, travels through your bloodstream, bound to retinol-binding protein. It reaches your scalp, enters the follicle cells, and there, in the nucleus, activates those genes that whisper, grow, thicken, strengthen. Studies have shown that vitamin A deficiency leads to xeroses, dryness of the skin and scalp, and can result in the follicle becoming plugged with keratinized material, blocking the hair from emerging. But with adequate vitamin A from whole food sources like sweet potato, the follicle remains clear, the sebum flows, and the hair grows thicker, shinier, more resilient. Now we enter the realm of nuts and seeds, small, unassuming, yet concentrated with power. Walnuts, with their brain-like appearance, perhaps a signature, telling us they nourish the nervous system, and beyond, oxidative stress is the imbalance between free radicals and antioxidants. Free radicals are molecules with unpaired electrons, desperate to stabilize. They steal electrons from other molecules, damaging proteins, lipids, even DNA. This damage accumulates over time, and in the hair follicle, it accelerates aging, graying, thinning. The follicle, being so metabolically active, generates reactive oxygen species as a byproduct of its energy production. Mitochondria, the powerhouses within each cell, produce ATP, but also superoxide radicals, hydrogen peroxide. If these aren't neutralized, they damage the melanocytes, the pigment-producing cells, causing premature graying, and they damage the stem cells in the follicle's bulge region, reducing the follicle's regenerative capacity. Vitamin E is a fat-soluble antioxidant that specifically protects cell membranes. It sits within the lipid bilayer, intercepting free radicals before they can cause lipid peroxidation, the chain reaction that destroys membrane integrity. Vitamin E donates an electron, stabilizing the free radical, and in the process becomes a radical itself, but a much less reactive one, which is then regenerated by vitamin C. Walnuts, flax seeds, chia seeds are rich in vitamin E, particularly the gamma-tocopherol form, and they provide alpha-linolenic acid, an omega-3 fatty acid that reduces inflammation, further protecting the follicle from immune-mediated damage. But there's another guardian woven into these seeds: zinc. We've touched on zinc before, but its importance cannot be overstated. Zinc is a cofactor for over 300 enzymes. It's required for DNA synthesis, for cell division, for immune function. And in the hair follicle, it stabilizes the protein structures. Hair is made of keratin, a protein rich in cysteine, an amino acid containing sulfur. These cysteine residues form disulfide bonds, crosslinks that give hair its strength, its structure. Zinc helps maintain these bonds, and it regulates the activity of 5-alpha reductase, the enzyme that converts testosterone to dihydrotestosterone, or DHT. DHT is a more potent androgen, and in genetically susceptible individuals, it binds to receptors on the follicle, causing miniaturization. The follicle shrinks, the anagen phase shortens, and eventually the hair becomes so fine, so short-lived, it's barely visible. This is androgenetic alopecia, pattern hair loss. Zinc, in adequate amounts, may help modulate this process, though it's not a cure. It supports the overall health of the follicle, making it more resilient. And critically, zinc deficiency itself causes a specific type of hair loss, diffuse shedding, because without zinc, the follicle cannot maintain the structural integrity of the hair shaft. When you chew walnuts, slowly, mindfully, the oils release, coating your mouth. The vitamin E, the omega-3s, the zinc begin their journey through your digestive tract. Zinc competes with other minerals for absorption, copper, iron, so balance is key, but from whole food sources, consumed throughout the day, your body regulates intake, preventing toxicity, while ensuring adequacy. Flax seeds should be ground. Their tough outer hull resists digestion, but once ground, they release lignans, phytoestrogens that may help balance hormone levels, and their mucilage, that gel-like substance when mixed with water, soothes the digestive tract, supporting the gut health that underlies all nutrient absorption. Chia seeds, tiny yet ancient, swell in liquid, forming a gel. This slows digestion, stabilizing blood sugar, preventing the insulin spikes that can trigger inflammation and hormonal imbalances that affect hair growth. Together, these seeds and nuts form a protective shield around your follicles, neutralizing oxidative damage, supporting protein synthesis, and quietly, persistently guarding against the deterioration that time and stress would otherwise impose from the depths of the ocean. Oysters emerge, briny and mineral-rich, containing more zinc per serving than nearly any other food. If you've ever tasted an oyster fresh from its shell, you've tasted the sea's treasure, concentrated. Zinc's role in the air cycle extends beyond structural support. It governs the very rhythm of growth and rest. Each follicle cycles independently through anagen, catagen, and telogen. The duration of anagen determines how long your hair can grow. For scalp hair, this is typically 2 to 7 years, but stress, illness, nutritional deficiency can shorten this phase. The transition from telogen, the resting phase, back to anagen requires a complex cascade of signals. Growth factors like IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor, bind to receptors, activating pathways that stimulate stem cells in the follicle bulge. These stem cells migrate down to the dermal papilla and begin forming a new hair shaft. Zinc is essential for this signaling. It's required for the synthesis and function of growth factors. Without adequate zinc, the follicle remains in telogen longer than necessary. You may notice that after shedding, new hair is slow to emerge. The scalp feels less dense, parts widen. Oysters provide zinc in a highly bioavailable form. Zinc from animal sources is absorbed more efficiently than from plant sources because plants contain phytates, compounds that bind zinc and reduce absorption. A single oyster can provide significant zinc, meeting or exceeding daily requirements, but zinc must be balanced with copper. These two minerals interact. High zinc intake can induce copper deficiency because they compete for absorption in the intestinal cells. Copper is also vital for hair health. It's required for the enzyme lysyl oxidase, which cross-links collagen and elastin, providing structural support to the follicle and to blood vessels that nourish it. Copper deficiency can lead to hair depigmentation and changes in texture. Hair may become coarse, twisted, so while oysters provide exceptional zinc, it's wise to also consume copper-rich foods like organ meats or mushrooms to maintain balance. For those who avoid shellfish, whether due to allergy or preference, pumpkin seeds offer a potent alternative. A quarter cup provides substantial zinc along with magnesium and healthy fats. Pumpkin seeds can be lightly toasted, sprinkled on salads, or eaten as a snack. The magnesium in pumpkin seeds deserves mention. This mineral is involved in over 600 enzymatic reactions, including those that synthesize proteins and create energy. Magnesium deficiency, though less directly linked to hair loss than zinc, contributes to chronic inflammation, insulin resistance, and poor sleep, all of which indirectly affect follicle health as you consume oysters or their plant-based alternatives. The zinc is absorbed primarily in your duodenum and jejunum, the upper small intestine. It's transported into intestinal cells via specific zinc transporters, then released into the bloodstream, bound to albumin or alpha-2 macroglobulin. From your blood, zinc is taken up by every tissue, but it concentrates in organs with high cell turnover, like the hair follicle. There, it integrates into zinc finger proteins, transcription factors that regulate gene expression. It stabilizes cell membranes, supports antioxidant enzymes, and maintains the hair cycle's delicate timing. We arrive now at the avocado, that creamy green fruit, buttery in texture, rich in monounsaturated fats, particularly oleic acid, the same fat found in olive oil, and associated with cardiovascular health and longevity. But the avocado's gift to hair extends beyond its fats. It's one of the richest fruit sources of vitamin E. We've discussed vitamin E's antioxidant properties, but its role in circulation deserves deeper exploration. Blood flow to the scalp determines how efficiently nutrients reach the follicles. The scalp has an extensive vascular network, arteries branching into arterioles, then capillaries, so fine that red blood cells must travel single file. These capillaries wrap around each follicle, forming a basket-like structure, the perifollicular vascular plexus. When circulation is poor, whether from cardiovascular disease, diabetes, or simple tension, the follicles receive insufficient oxygen and nutrients. They cannot sustain the rapid cell division required for hair growth. Over time, this chronic deprivation causes follicle miniaturization. Vitamin E improves endothelial function. The endothelium is the thin layer of cells lining your blood vessels. It releases nitric oxide, a signaling molecule that causes vasodilation, relaxing the smooth muscle in vessel walls, increasing blood flow. Vitamin E protects nitric oxide from degradation by free radicals, thereby enhancing circulation. Studies, though small, have suggested that vitamin E supplementation can increase hair count in people with hair loss, presumably through improved scalp circulation and reduced oxidative stress. But as always, whole food sources are preferable to isolated supplements because they provide a complex of tocopherols and tocotrienols, different forms of vitamin E that work synergistically. The avocado also provides B vitamins, including biotin and pantothenic acid. Pantothenic acid, vitamin B5, is a component of coenzyme A, which is essential for fatty acid metabolism and for synthesizing cholesterol and steroid hormones. Hormones like cortisol and reproductive hormones profoundly influence hair growth. Chronic stress elevates cortisol, which can shift follicles prematurely into telogen, and imbalances in androgens or estrogens affect the sensitivity of follicles to DHT and other hormonal signals. By supporting healthy hormone metabolism, B vitamins contribute, indirectly, to hair health. The monounsaturated fats in avocado are anti-inflammatory. They're incorporated into cell membranes, improving fluidity and function, and they support the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, K from other foods in the same meal. When you eat an avocado, perhaps mashed on sprouted grain bread or sliced into a salad, the fat's slow gastric emptying. You feel satiated longer. Blood sugar rises more gradually. And those vitamins and minerals have time to be fully absorbed. The potassium in avocado, often overlooked, is crucial for cellular function. Potassium works with sodium to maintain the electrical gradient across cell membranes. This gradient drives nutrient uptake, waste removal, and nerve signaling. In the follicle, proper electrolyte balance ensures that cells can efficiently communicate, coordinate, and grow. As the nutrients from the avocado enter your bloodstream, vitamin E travels to your scalp, embedding itself in the membranes of endothelial cells. It stands guard, neutralizing reactive oxygen species before they can damage the delicate capillaries that feed your follicles, and slowly, with consistent intake, circulation improves. The follicles receive more oxygen, more building blocks, and respond by entering anagen, by growing stronger, thicker strands. Having journeyed through the 7 primary foods, we now expand into a broader landscape of nourishment. Each food we explore contributes another thread to the tapestry of hair vitality. Together they form a complete picture of cellular health, of mineral balance, of antioxidant protection. Consider the pumpkin seed, already mentioned as a zinc alternative, but worthy of deeper reflection. These seeds, flat and green beneath their white hull, provide L-tryptophan, an amino acid that serves as a precursor to serotonin. Serotonin, the neurotransmitter of well-being, influences not just mood, but also the hair cycle through complex neuroendocrine pathways. Stress, chronic and unrelenting, disrupts serotonin signaling and triggers telogen effluvium, a condition where large numbers of follicles synchronize their entry into telogen, leading to noticeable shedding several months later. By supporting serotonin synthesis through adequate tryptophan, you may buffer against stress-induced hair loss. Brazil nuts appear now in our narrative, just 2 or 3, providing your daily selenium requirement. Selenium, we've touched upon, but its role in thyroid function bears mentioning. The thyroid gland, that butterfly-shaped organ in your neck, produces hormones that regulate metabolism in every cell. Thyroid hormones, T3 and T4, contain iodine and the enzymes that convert T4, the storage form, into T3, the active form, are selenium dependent. These enzymes, or called deodynases, require selenium as a cofactor. Without it, thyroid function falters. Hyperthyroidism, underactive thyroid, is a common cause of diffuse hair loss. The hair becomes dry, coarse, grows slowly, and sheds excessively. This is because thyroid hormones regulate the duration of anagen and support the metabolic processes in the follicle. Low thyroid function shortens anagen, and the hair cannot reach its potential length. But selenium in excess is toxic. Brazil nuts vary widely in selenium content depending on soil conditions where they grew. Eating too many can lead to selenosis. Symptoms include hair loss, brittle nails, gastrointestinal distress. So moderation, 2 to 3 nuts, several times a week, is wise. Kale, Swiss chard, these dark leafy greens, join spinach in providing iron and folate, but they also offer vitamin K. This fat-soluble vitamin is essential for blood clotting and for bone metabolism. But emerging research suggests it may play a role in regulating calcification in soft tissues, calcification of the scalp's blood vessels, particularly in older individuals, can reduce blood flow to the follicles. Vitamin K2 specifically activates proteins like matrix Glay protein that prevent calcium from depositing in arteries and soft tissues. By keeping blood vessels supple and clear, vitamin K may support sustained circulation to the scalp. Broccoli and Brussels sprouts, cruciferous vegetables, contain sulforaphane, a compound formed when you chew them. Sulforaphane activates the NRF2 pathway, a master regulator of antioxidant gene expression. When NRF2 is activated, cells produce more glutathione, superoxide dismutase, catalase, and other antioxidant enzymes that protect against oxidative stress. These vegetables also provide indole-3 carbinol, which is metabolized into diindolylmethane or DIM. DIM influences estrogen metabolism, favoring the production of less potent estrogen metabolites. This may be beneficial in hormone-sensitive hair loss conditions, though research is still emerging. Lentils, chickpeas, black beans, adzuki beans. These legumes are protein-rich, providing amino acids necessary for keratin synthesis, but they're also high in iron, particularly for plant-based eaters, and they contain folate, zinc, and biotin, making them comprehensive hair health foods. The fiber in legumes feeds your gut microbiome. Those trillions of bacteria in your colon produce short-chain fatty acids like butyrate, which have anti-inflammatory effects systemically. A healthy gut supports nutrient absorption, modulates immune function, and may even influence the hair cycle through the gut-skin axis. Quinoa, millet, brown rice, these whole grains provide B vitamins and minerals like magnesium. But importantly, they're sources of complex carbohydrates that maintain steady blood sugar. Insulin resistance and metabolic syndrome are associated with androgenetic alopecia, possibly because insulin and insulin-like growth factor interact with our androgen receptors in the follicle. By choosing whole grains over refined carbohydrates, you prevent the blood sugar spikes and crashes that drive insulin resistance. You maintain hormonal balance and provide your follicles with sustained energy. Carrots, with their beta-carotene, join sweet potatoes in supporting vitamin A status, but carrots also contain antioxidants like alpha-carotene and lutein. These carotenoids accumulate in tissues, providing ongoing protection against oxidative damage. Bell peppers, particularly red ones, are among the richest sources of vitamin C. This water-soluble vitamin is essential for collagen synthesis. Collagen, the most abundant protein in your body, provides structure to skin, blood vessels, and connective tissue. In the scalp, collagen surrounds each follicle, anchoring it and supporting the dermal papilla, vitamin C is required by the enzyme prolyl hydroxylase, which modifies proline residues in collagen, allowing the protein to form its characteristic triple helix. Without vitamin C, collagen becomes weak, defective. This leads to scurvy in extreme cases, but even subclinical deficiency can impair wound healing and may affect follicle structure. Additionally, vitamin C enhances iron absorption from plant sources by reducing ferric iron to ferrous iron in the stomach. So when you eat lentils or spinach alongside bell peppers or strawberries, you maximize the iron you absorb. Blueberries, strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, these jewel-toned fruits burst with anthocyanins, flavonoids that give them their deep colours. Anthocyanins are potent antioxidants. They've been shown to cross the blood-brain barrier, protecting neurons from oxidative stress, and they improve vascular function, potentially enhancing blood flow to the scalp. Berries are also low glycemic. They provide sweetness without spiking blood sugar, and their fibre slows digestion, further stabilizing glucose levels. Papaya, kiwi, guava. These tropical fruits are vitamin C powerhouses. Guava, in particular, contains more vitamin C per serving than most citrus fruits, and papaya provides papain, a proteolytic enzyme that aids in protein digestion. Proper protein digestion ensures that amino acids are available for absorption and for building keratin. Mussels, like oysters, are mineral-rich. They provide iron in heme form, which is more bioavailable than plant-based non-heme iron. They also offer omega-3 fatty acids and vitamin B12. B12 is essential for red blood cell formation and for DNA synthesis. Deficiency, though less common than folate deficiency, can also cause megaloblastic anemia and hair loss. Grass-fed beef, when consumed mindfully, provides complete protein, heme iron, zinc, and B vitamins. The grass-fed designation is important because it indicates a higher omega-3 content and a better omega-6 to omega-3 ratio than conventional beef. Grass-fed beef also contains conjugated linoleic acid, or CLA, which has been studied for its potential metabolic benefits. Pastured chicken offers similar nutrients, with additional collagen and glycine, particularly if you consume the skin and darker meat. Glycine is the most abundant amino acid in collagen, and it has anti-inflammatory properties. It supports detoxification by conjugating with toxins in the liver, allowing them to be excreted. Bone broth, simmered for hours, extracts collagen, minerals, and amino acids from bones and connective tissue. As it cools, it gels, indicating the presence of gelatin, hydrolyzed collagen. This gelatin provides glycine, proline, and hydroxyproline, which support your body's own collagen production. The minerals in bone broth, calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, are in forms that may be more easily absorbed than from supplements, and the long simmering breaks down complex proteins and fats, making them gentle on digestion. Gelatin itself can be added to foods. It dissolves in hot liquid and sets when cooled. You can use it to make healthy desserts or add it to soups and stews for extra protein and joint support. The amino acids it provides are the same ones needed for hair, seaweed, kelp and dulse, drawn from the ocean. Concentrate iodine. This mineral is essential for thyroid hormone production, as we've discussed, but it's easy to get too much iodine from seaweed, particularly from kelp, which can contain excessive amounts. Too much iodine can actually trigger thyroid dysfunction in susceptible individuals, causing either hyperthyroidism or, paradoxically, hypothyroidism. Both conditions affect hair. So if you consume seaweed, choose varieties lower in iodine, like nori, and consume them occasionally rather than daily. Seaweed also provides difucoidan, a sulfated polysaccharide with potential anti-inflammatory and immune-modulating effects, and it contains a broad spectrum of minerals from the sea, trace elements that may be depleted in soil-grown foods, nutritional yeast, those golden flakes, beloved by those avoiding dairy, provides B vitamins, particularly B12 in fortified varieties. B12 is found naturally only in animal products and in certain algae, so for those eating plant-based, fortified nutritional yeast or supplements are necessary. B12 deficiency develops slowly because the liver stores several years' worth, but eventually stores deplete and symptoms emerge. Fatigue, neurological issues, and yes, hair loss. B12 is required for cell division and for myelin synthesis. Without it, red blood cell production falters and nerves begin to deteriorate. Wheatgrass, spirulina, chlorella. These green superfoods are dense in chlorophyll, the pigment that captures sunlight for photosynthesis. Chlorophyll, structurally similar to hemoglobin, may support oxygenation, though evidence is limited. These foods also provide concentrated vitamins, minerals, and protein. Spirulina and chlorella are complete proteins containing all essential amino acids. They're particularly rich in gamma-linolenic acid, or GLA, an omega-6 fatty acid that, unlike most omega-6s, has anti-inflammatory properties. GLA is found in evening primrose oil and borage oil as well, and it may benefit skin and hair health by supporting the lipid barrier. However, these algae can be contaminated as with heavy metals if grown in polluted waters, so sourcing OS is critical. Choose reputable brands that test for purity. Hemp seeds, sunflower seeds, sesame seeds, each bring unique nutrients. Hemp seeds provide all essential amino acids plus omega-3 and omega-6 in a favourable ratio. They're particularly rich in arginine, an amino acid that serves as a precursor to nitric oxide, supporting circulation. Sunflower seeds offer vitamin E, selenium, and magnesium. They're rich in pantothenic acid, which we've noted supports hormone metabolism, and they provide copper necessary for collagen cross-linking and melanin production. Sesame seeds, and particularly tahini, sesame seed butter, provide calcium, the magnesium, and healthy fats. They also contain sesamin and sesamolin, lignans with antioxidant properties. These compounds may support liver detoxification by enhancing the activity of enzymes that neutralize all harmful substances. Almonds, cashews, pecans, each nut with its own profile. Almonds are high in vitamin E and magnesium. Cashews provide copper and zinc, though in balance. Pecans offer manganese, a trace mineral involved in antioxidant defense and bone metabolism. Nuts are calorie dense, so portions matter, but they're also satiating. Their fats and protein slow digestion, stabilize blood sugar, and reduce the likelihood of overeating. Refined carbohydrates, extra virgin olive oil, cold-pressed and unrefined, is rich in oleic acid and polyphenols. Compounds like oleuropein and hydroxytyrosol have potent antioxidant effects. They protect LDL cholesterol from oxidation, reducing cardiovascular risk, and they may reduce systemic inflammation, benefiting all tissues, including the scalp. Drizzle olive oil over cooked vegetables to enhance absorption of fat-soluble vitamins, or use it in homemade salad dressings. Combining it with lemon juice or apple cider vinegar for a tangy, nutrient-rich topping. Coconut oil contains medium-chain triglycerides, or MCTs. These fats are absorbed differently than long-chain fats. They're transported directly to the liver, where they can be used for quick energy or converted to ketones. Coconut oil, applied topically, can penetrate the hair shaft, reducing protein loss during washing. Studies have shown that coconut oil, due to its low molecular weight and affinity for hair protein, can actually prevent damage from grooming and environmental exposure. Castor oil, thick and viscous, has been used traditionally for hair growth. It's rich in ricinoleic acid, a fatty acid with potential anti-inflammatory properties. Applied to the scalp, castor oil may improve circulation and create a moisturizing environment for the follicles. Though scientific evidence for its efficacy is limited, many people report positive results. Onion juice, applied topically, has shown promise in small studies for treating alopecia areata, an autoimmune condition where the immune system attacks the follicles. Onion juice contains sulfur compounds that may stimulate follicles and quercetin, a flavonoid with anti-inflammatory effects. The smell is strong, but some find the results worth it. Garlic, whether eaten or applied, offers sulfur, which is a component of keratin and collagen. Garlic contains allicin, a compound with antimicrobial properties that supports a healthy scalp microbiome. Too much mold or bacteria can cause inflammation and follicle damage. Ginger warms the body. It's been used in traditional medicine to improve circulation. Gingerols and shogols, its active compounds, have anti-inflammatory effects and may stimulate blood flow to the scalp when consumed or applied topically. Turmeric, with its bright yellow curcumin, is perhaps one of the most studied anti-inflammatory compounds. Curcumin modulates numerous signaling pathways, reducing the production of inflammatory cytokines. It may also inhibit 5-alpha reductase, the enzyme that produces DHT, though more research is needed. Turmeric is poorly absorbed on its own, but when combined with black pepper, which contains piperine, absorption increases dramatically. A pinch of black pepper in your turmeric tea or golden milk enhances bioavailability by up to 2,000%. Cayenne pepper contains capsaicin, the compound that gives it heat. Capsaicin stimulates the release of substance P, a neuropeptide involved in pain signaling, but also in vasodilation. This may increase blood flow to the scalp when cayenne is consumed or used in topical treatments. Some people create cayenne-infused oils for scalp massage. The warmth is intense, almost burning, but many report increased hair growth. Caution is essential to avoid contact with eyes or sensitive skin. Rosemary tea or rosemary oil, diluted and massaged into the scalp, has been studied for hair growth. One study found rosemary oil is effective as minoxidil, a common hair growth treatment. After 6 months of use, rosemary contains rosmarinic acid and carnosic acid, compounds with antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties. Nettle tea, made from stinging nettle leaves, has a long history in traditional medicine for hair health. Nettle is rich in iron, silica, and vitamins A and C. It may also inhibit 5-alpha reductase, reducing DHT production. Some people drink nettle tea while others use it as a hair rinse after shampooing. Horsetail herb, also known as equisetum, is one of the richest plant sources of silica. Silica, or silicon dioxide, is a trace mineral that supports collagen and keratin synthesis. It strengthens connective tissue, hair, skin, and nails. Horsetail tea or supplements may improve hair thickness and reduce breakage. Bamboo shoot extract is another source of silica. Bamboo contains up to 70% silica in some parts of the plant, extracted and concentrated. Bamboo silica supplements are marketed for hair and skin health. They're thought to improve the structural integrity of hair shafts. Aloe vera juice, consumed internally, may support digestion and reduce inflammation. Aloe contains polysaccharides that soothe the gut lining and promote healing. A healthy gut absorbs nutrients more efficiently, supporting overall health and hair growth. Applied topically, aloe vera gel can soothe an irritated scalp, reduce dandruff, and balance pH. Its enzymes may also remove dead skin cells that could block follicles. Apple cider vinegar, diluted with water, makes an excellent hair rinse. It restores the scalp's natural pH, which tends to be acidic, around 4.5 to 5.5. Many shampoos and tap water are more alkaline, leaving the hair cuticle raised and rough. An acidic rinse smooths the cuticle, enhancing shine and manageability. Apple cider vinegar also contains acetic acid, which has antimicrobial properties. It may help control the overgrowth of yeast, like Malassezia, that contributes to dandruff. Celtic sea salt or other unrefined salts contain trace minerals that refined table salt lacks. Sodium and chloride are essential electrolytes, maintaining fluid balance and nerve function. But trace minerals like magnesium, potassium, and calcium also play roles in cellular health. Some people believe that sea salt, in moderation, supports adrenal function. The adrenal glands produce cortisol and other hormones in response to stress. Chronic stress depletes adrenal reserves, leading to fatigue, hormonal imbalances, and potentially hair loss. Filtered water, though it seems simple, is fundamental. Hydration affects every physiological process. Your blood is mostly water, and it transports nutrients to cells and waste away from them. Dehydration, even mild, impairs circulation, reducing nutrient delivery to the follicles. Aim to drink when you're thirsty and ensure your urine is pale yellow. Dark urine indicates concentration and the need for more fluids. Water also supports detoxification pathways, helping your kidneys and liver eliminate metabolic waste. Lemon water, particularly in the morning, may stimulate digestion. The citric acid can enhance the absorption of minerals, and vitamin C supports collagen synthesis and immune function. Some find that starting the day with warm lemon water sets a healthy tone for food choices throughout the day. Fermented vegetables, sauerkraut, kimchi, provide probiotics, beneficial bacteria that colonize your gut. These bacteria produce vitamins, including K2 and some B vitamins. They also ferment fiber into short-chain fatty acids that nourish the gut lining and reduce inflammation. A healthy microbiome influences the gut-skin axis. Dysbiosis, an imbalance in gut bacteria, has been linked to inflammatory skin conditions like eczema and may affect hair health as well. By eating fermented foods regularly, you support microbial diversity and overall health. Kefir, a fermented milk drink, or water kefir for those avoiding dairy, provides probiotics in liquid form. It's easier to digest than milk because the bacteria have already broken down much of the lactose. Kefir also contains calcium, phosphorus, and B vitamins. Probiotic-rich foods should be consumed regularly for sustained benefit. The bacteria don't permanently colonize your gut. They pass through, exerting beneficial effects, then leave. So daily or several times weekly, consumption is ideal. High silica foods we've mentioned include oats, barley, and certain vegetables. Silica strengthens hair and may prevent thinning and breakage. It's thought to support the cross-linking of collagen fibers, making tissues more resilient. Sulfur-rich foods, beyond onions and garlic, include cruciferous vegetables, eggs, and meat. Sulfur is a component of two amino acids, cysteine and methionine, which are abundant in keratin. Without adequate sulfur, hair protein structure weakens. Biotin-rich foods, beyond eggs, include liver, almonds, sweet potatoes, and spinach. Biotin, or vitamin B7, is a coenzyme for carboxylase enzymes involved in fatty acid synthesis, amino acid catabolism, and gluconeogenesis. All these processes support the rapid metabolism of the hair follicle. Vitamin C sources we've explored, but it's worth reiterating that vitamin C is water-soluble and not stored in large amounts, so daily intake from food is necessary. Bell peppers, strawberries, kiwi, broccoli, and citrus should appear regularly in your meals. Vitamin E sources include nuts, seeds, and leafy greens, but also wheat germ oil and sunflower oil. Vitamin E works synergistically with vitamin C. Each regenerates the other, creating a powerful antioxidant network. Zinc-rich foods, oysters, pumpkin seeds, lentils, and beef should be rotated to ensure adequate intake without excess. Balance with copper-rich foods like mushrooms, cashews, and dark chocolate to maintain the delicate mineral equilibrium. Iron-rich foods for those who menstruate or follow plant-based diets are critical. Heme iron from meat is more bioavailable, but non-heme iron from lentils, spinach, and fortified grains can be effective when consumed with vitamin C and when phytate are reduced by soaking or fermenting. Iodine-rich foods beyond seaweed include iodized salt, dairy, and fish. Iodine deficiency is less common in developed countries due to salt iodization, but it's still possible, particularly for those avoiding processed foods and dairy. Adequate iodine supports thyroid function and thus hair growth. Magnesium-rich foods include leafy greens, nuts, seeds, and whole grains. Magnesium deficiency is common due to soil depletion and dietary choices. Symptoms include muscle cramps, fatigue, and poor sleep, all of which stress the body and may indirectly affect hair. Selenium-rich foods, Brazil nuts, fish, eggs, and organ meats support thyroid function and antioxidant defense. But remember, selenium toxicity is possible, so moderate intake is key. Omega-3 fatty acids from fatty fish, flax seeds, chia seeds, and walnuts reduce inflammation, support cell membrane integrity, and may improve hair density and diameter. Aim for at least 2 servings of fatty fish per week or daily plant-based sources. Collagen-boosting foods include those rich in vitamin C and proline, bone broth, citrus, berries, and bone-in meats provide the nutrients needed for your body to synthesize collagen. Supporting collagen production strengthens the dermis where follicles are anchored. Just as important as what you consume is what you avoid. Certain dietary patterns and substances undermine hair health, even when nutrient-rich foods are present. Refined sugar spikes blood glucose, triggering insulin release. Over time, repeated spikes led to insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is linked to inflammation, hormonal imbalances, and metabolic syndrome, all of which can affect hair. Sugar also promotes glycation, a process where glucose molecules bind to proteins, forming advanced glycation end products or ages. These ages stiffen tissues, impair circulation, and accelerate aging. White flour and other refined grains behave similarly to sugar. They're stripped of fiber, vitamins, and minerals, leaving only rapidly digested starch. This causes blood sugar fluctuations that stress the body. Choose whole grains instead, where the bran and germ remain intact. Processed dairy, particularly conventional milk, may contain hormones used in dairy farming. These exogenous hormones can disrupt your endocrine system, affecting everything from acne to hair growth. If you consume dairy, choose organic, grass-fed, or fermented forms like yogurt, where bacteria have broken down some of the problematic compounds. Hydrogenated oils, also called trans fats, are found in margarine, processed baked goods, and fried foods. These fats increase inflammation, impair cell membrane function, and raise cardiovascular risk. They have no place in a health-promoting diet. Choose instead butter, olive oil, coconut oil, or avocado oil. Intermittent fasting, when practiced mindfully, may support hair health by improving insulin sensitivity, promoting autophagy, the cellular cleanup process, and reducing inflammation. However, prolonged or extreme fasting can stress the body, triggering telogen effluvium. The key is balance. perhaps a 12 to 16 hour overnight fast, allowing your digestive system to rest, while still providing adequate nutrition during eating windows. Thorough mastication, chewing your food well, is often overlooked. Digestion begins in the mouth, where salivary amylase breaks down starches and mechanical chewing breaks down food particles. When you chew thoroughly, you ease the burden on your stomach and intestines, improving nutrient extraction and reducing digestive discomfort. Chewing also signals to your brain that you're eating, triggering the release of digestive enzymes and preparing your gut for incoming nutrients. Eating slowly, mindfully, allows you to notice when you're satisfied. Preventing overeating, hydration timing matters as well. Drinking large amounts of water with meals can dilute digestive enzymes and stomach acid, reducing their effectiveness. It's better to hydrate between meals, sipping water throughout the day. This ensures adequate fluid intake without compromising digestion. Liver detoxification is ongoing. Your liver filters blood, neutralizes toxins, and produces bile to digest fats. Supporting liver function involves eating sulfur-rich foods like garlic and cruciferous vegetables, staying hydrated, and avoiding excessive alcohol, medications, and environmental toxins. Certain herbs, like milk thistle, dandelion root, and burdock root, are traditionally used to support liver health. They may enhance the liver's phase I and phase II detoxification pathways, helping to clear metabolic waste and exogenous chemicals. Kidney support involves adequate hydration, reducing sodium from processed foods, and eating potassium-rich foods like bananas, sweet potatoes, and leafy greens. Your kidneys filter about 50 gallons of blood daily, removing waste and balancing electrolytes. Supporting them ensures efficient elimination of metabolic byproducts. Adrenal health is closely tied to stress management. The adrenals produce cortisol in response to stress, whether physical, emotional, or perceived. Chronic stress leads to persistently elevated cortisol, which suppresses immune function, disrupts sleep, and can trigger hair loss. Supporting adrenal health involves stress reduction techniques, adequate sleep, balanced blood sugar, and certain nutrients. Vitamin C, pantothenic acid, magnesium, and adaptogenic herbs like ashwagandha may help the body adapt to stress. Thyroid-supporting nutrients we've discussed include iodine, selenium, zinc, and iron, but also tyrosine, an amino acid that combines with iodine to form thyroid hormones. Tyrosine is found in protein-rich foods like meat, fish, eggs, and legumes. Avoiding excess goitrogens is sometimes recommended. Goitrogens are compounds in certain foods like raw cruciferous vegetables and soy that can interfere with thyroid hormone production. However, cooking deactivates most goitrogens, and for most people, the benefits of these foods outweigh any risk. Only those with existing thyroid dysfunction need to be cautious. Scalp massage stimulates circulation, bringing more blood, oxygen, and nutrients to the follicles. Using your fingertips, apply gentle pressure in circular motions across your entire scalp for 5 to 10 minutes, several times a week. This can be done with or without oil. though oils like coconut or rosemary-infused olive oil may enhance benefits. Improving circulation beyond massage includes regular exercise, which enhances cardiovascular health. Deep breathing exercises increase oxygen delivery and activate the parasympathetic nervous system, promoting relaxation and improved blood flow. Sunlight exposure, in moderation, supports vitamin D synthesis. Your skin produces vitamin D when exposed to UVB rays. Vitamin D, as we've discussed, plays a role in follicle cycling. Aim for 10 to 30 minutes of midday sun exposure several times a week, depending on your skin tone and latitude. Too much sun damages skin, so balance is essential. Deep breathing not only oxygenates your blood, no, it also reduces stress. When you breathe slowly and deeply into your diaphragm, you activate the vagus nerve. This signals your body to shift from sympathetic fight or flight mode to parasympathetic rest and digest mode. In this state, digestion improves, inflammation decreases, and healing can occur. Stress reduction is perhaps the most underrated aspect of hair health. Chronic stress elevates cortisol, disrupts hormones, impairs digestion, and triggers inflammation, all of which harm the follicles. Finding practices that bring you peace, whether meditation, yoga, time in nature, creative pursuits, or connection with loved ones, is essential. Quality sleep is when your body repairs and regenerates. During deep sleep, growth hormone is released, promoting tissue repair and cell division. The hair follicles, being rapidly dividing tissues, benefit greatly from adequate sleep. Aim for 7 to 9 hours in a dark, cool, quiet room. Establish a routine, going to bed and waking at consistent times to regulate your circadian rhythm. Castor oil compresses applied to the scalp and left overnight may support hair growth. The thick oil creates a moisturizing environment, and the ricinoleic acid may reduce inflammation. Some people warm the oil slightly for easier application and cover their hair with a shower cap to protect bedding. Reducing caffeine, especially in the afternoon and evening, can improve sleep quality. Caffeine blocks adenosine receptors, preventing the sleepiness signal from reaching your brain. It has a half-life of about 5 hours, so an afternoon coffee may still affect nighttime sleep. If you consume caffeine, limit it to the morning and stay hydrated, as caffeine is a diuretic. Eliminating alcohol or reducing consumption benefits hair health. Alcohol is metabolized in the liver, producing acetaldehyde, a toxic compound that must be neutralized. This diverts resources from other detoxification processes. Alcohol also depletes B vitamins, impairs nutrient absorption, disrupts sleep, and is dehydrating, all of which negatively impact hair. Organic produce, when possible, reduces exposure to pesticides and herbicides. Some of these chemicals act as endocrine disruptors, interfering with hormone signaling. Certain produce items, like strawberries, spinach, and apples, tend to have higher pesticide residues. Choosing organic versions of these may be worthwhile. Non-GMO foods are preferred by some due to concerns about genetic modification, glyphosate residues, and ecological impact. While research on GMOs and health is ongoing, choosing organic often means choosing non-GMO as well. Alkalizing foods like leafy greens, cucumbers, and lemon, despite being acidic, have an alkalizing effect in the body after metabolism. Some believe that maintaining a slightly alkaline pH reduces inflammation and supports health, though the body tightly regulates blood pH regardless of diet. Still, alkalizing foods tend to be nutrient-dense vegetables, which benefit health in numerous ways. An anti-inflammatory diet emphasizes whole foods, rich in omega-3s, antioxidants, and fiber, while minimizing processed foods, refined sugars, and trans fats. This dietary pattern reduces systemic inflammation, which underlies most chronic diseases and supports optimal function of all tissues, including hair follicles, copper-rich foods, mushrooms, cashews, sunflower seeds, organ meats, and dark chocolate, support iron metabolism, collagen cross-linking, and melanin production. Copper and zinc must be balanced, so consuming a variety of foods ensures you get both without excess of either. Pantothenic acid sources beyond avocados include mushrooms, sunflower seeds, and fish. Pantothenic acid is part of coenzyme A, essential for energy production, fat metabolism, and hormone synthesis. Deficiency is rare, but when present, can cause fatigue and hair graying. Folic acid sources, the synthetic form of folate, are found in fortified grains, but natural folate from leafy greens, legumes, and citrus is preferable. Folate is essential for cell division and DNA synthesis, supporting the rapidly dividing cells of the hair follicle. Amino acid balance is achieved by consuming a variety of protein sources. Complete proteins, like animal products, contain all essential amino acids. Plant proteins often lack one or more, so combining sources like beans and rice ensures you get a complete profile. Lysine-rich foods include legumes, quinoa, and animal products. Lysine is an essential amino acid that plays a role in collagen formation and calcium absorption. It may also inhibit the alpha reductase, the enzyme that produces DHT. Methionine-rich foods, eggs, fish, and sesame seeds provide sulfur for keratin and collagen synthesis. Methionine is also a precursor to cysteine, another sulfur-containing amino acid, critical for hair structure. Cysteine-rich foods include poultry, eggs, and whey protein. Cysteine forms disulfide bonds in keratin, giving hair its strength and shape. N-acetylcysteine, or NAC, a supplement form, is used to support glutathione production and liver detoxification. Red clover contains isoflavones, phytoestrogens that may help balance hormones. It's sometimes used in herbal formulations for menopausal symptoms or hair loss, though evidence is limited as all palmetto is an herb. Traditionally used to support prostate health, it may inhibit 5-alpha reductase, reducing DHT levels. Some studies suggest it can improve hair growth in androgenetic alopecia, though results are mixed. Ginkgo biloba improves circulation by dilating blood vessels and reducing blood viscosity. This may enhance nutrient delivery to the scalp. It's been used traditionally for memory and cognitive function, but its circulatory effects may benefit hair as well. Ashwagandha, an adaptogenic herb, helps the body adapt to stress by modulating cortisol levels. It supports adrenal function, thyroid function, and has anti-inflammatory properties. For those with stress-related hair loss, ashwagandha may be beneficial. Burdock root is a traditional blood purifier. It supports liver function and has anti-inflammatory effects. It's sometimes used in herbal teas or supplements for skin and hair health. Dandelion root stimulates bile production, supporting fat digestion and liver detoxification. It's also a diuretic, helping to eliminate excess fluid and waste. The leaves can be eaten as greens, providing vitamins and minerals. Beetroot juice is rich in nitrates, which are converted in the body to nitric oxide. This vasodilator improves blood flow and oxygen delivery. Some athletes use beetroot juice to enhance performance, but its circulatory benefits may also support scalp health. Pomegranate contains punicalagins, polyphenols with potent antioxidant effects. It may improve blood flow and protect cells from oxidative damage. The juice, or fresh arils, can be consumed regularly for cardiovascular and overall health benefits. As we weave together all these foods, nutrients, and practices, a picture emerges of comprehensive nourishment. Nothing works in isolation. Each element supports the others, creating a foundation for vibrant health and, by extension, strong, beautiful hair. Your body knows how to heal, how to grow, how to regenerate. You don't have to tell your heart to beat or your lungs to breathe. These processes happen automatically, orchestrated by ancient biological wisdom, and so too, the growth of your hair is guided by intrinsic intelligence. But this intelligence requires fuel. It requires minerals, vitamins, amino acids, fatty acids, and oxygen. When these are present in adequate amounts, the follicles receive what they need and they respond by growing. When nutrients are lacking, or when stress is chronic, or when toxins accumulate, the follicles, sensing scarcity or danger, shift into conservation mode. They stop growing and release the hair shaft. It's a survival mechanism, one that made sense in times of famine, but that can be heartbreaking in modern times. Yet understanding this brings power, because if nutrient deficiency or stress can trigger hair loss, then replenishing nutrients and reducing stress can support regrowth. It's not instant. Hair grows slowly, and follicles need months to shift from telogen back to anagen. But with patience and consistency, change is possible. The foods we've explored are not magic bullets. They're tools, components of a holistic approach that honors the body's complexity, and when combined with stress management, adequate sleep, and gentle scalp care, they create an environment where hair can thrive. Imagine your scalp as a garden, each follicle a seed. The soil must be rich with nutrients. The climate must be favorable, not too harsh, not too stressful. Water must be adequate but not excessive, and sunlight must nourish without burning. You are the gardener, choosing what to plant in the soil of your body. Each meal, each bite is a choice to nourish or to deplete. And over time, these choices accumulate, shaping your health, your vitality, and yes, your hair. There's no judgment here, No perfect diet, only principles. Eat whole foods, mostly plants, with adequate protein, healthy fats, and minimal processing. Listen to your body. Notice how foods make you feel, what gives you energy, what causes inflammation or discomfort. Some people thrive on a plant-based diet. Others need more animal products. There's biochemical individuality, your genetics, your microbiome, your health history, all influence what's optimal for you. So take these suggestions as starting points and adapt them to your unique needs. And remember, hair is just one reflection of overall health. If your hair is struggling, it's worth asking, what else needs attention? Are you sleeping well, managing stress, moving your body, connecting with others, finding meaning and joy? Health is holistic. It's physical, emotional, mental, spiritual. All these dimensions interweave, and when one suffers, others are affected. So as you nourish your hair, nourish yourself wholly. There's something sacred in the act of eating. You're taking in the energy of the sun, captured by plants through photosynthesis or the life force of animals. Who ate those plants? You're literally becoming what you consume. When you eat an egg, you're assimilating the nutrients that would have built a chick. When you eat spinach, you're absorbing the chlorophyll that captured sunlight. This is not metaphor, it's biochemistry. So approach eating and with reverence. Sit down, eliminate distractions. Look at your food. Notice colours, textures, aromas. Chew slowly, thoroughly. Taste, really taste what you're eating. This mindfulness enhances digestion. The parasympathetic nervous system, activated when you're calm, promotes gastric secretions, enzyme release, and peristalsis. You absorb more nutrients and feel more satisfied. Eating quickly, while stressed or distracted, impairs digestion. You swallow air, causing bloating. You don't chew enough, burdening your stomach, and you may overeat because satiety signals take time to reach your brain. So make meals, a ritual, set the table, light a candle, express gratitude for the food, the farmers who grew it, the sun and rain that nourished it. This gratitude shifts your physiology away from stress toward receptivity, and after eating, rest. Sit quietly for a few minutes. Allow your body to focus on digestion. Don't rush into intense activity. Give your system space to process the nourishment you've received. Hair growth is a slow process, requiring patience and faith. When you begin nourishing your body with these foods, the changes don't appear overnight. There's a timeline governed by biology that cannot be rushed. First, the nutrients must be absorbed, digested, broken down into their component parts. Iron becomes part of hemoglobin. Amino acids are assembled into proteins. Vitamins are transported to tissues that need them. This happens over hours and days. Then, these nutrients reach the follicles through the bloodstream. The cells of the dermal papilla begin to respond. Signaling pathways activate. Gene expression changes. This happens over weeks. Follicles intelligent, the resting phase, don't immediately wake up. They complete their rest period, which can last 2 to 4 months. Only then do they transition back to anagen, and a new hair shaft begins to form deep within the follicle. This new hair grows slowly, about 1 centimetre per month, half an inch. So to see visible length, to notice thickening, takes months, 3 months, 6 months, sometimes a year, before the transformation is truly apparent. This is why consistency matters. More than perfection, missing a few days of optimal nutrition won't derail your progress, but giving up after a few weeks because you don't see results will. Trust the process. Trust that beneath your scalp, in the invisible realm, changes are occurring. Cells are dividing. Proteins are being synthesized. Follicles are strengthening. Even when you can't see it, it's happening. And in the meantime, focus on how you feel. Do you have more energy, better sleep, clearer skin, improved mood? These are signs that your body is responding to the nourishment. And if your overall health improves, your hair will follow. Hair loss can be deeply distressing. It affects self-image, confidence, how you present yourself to the world. Hair carries cultural and personal significance. It's tied to identity, to femininity or masculinity, to youth and vitality. When it thins or falls, there can be grief, frustration, even shame. These emotions are valid. They deserve acknowledgement. You're not vain for caring about your hair. You're human. But chronic stress and negative emotion can perpetuate hair loss. Stress elevates cortisol, which, as we've discussed, can trigger telogen effluvium. So while it's important to honour your feelings, it's equally important not to become consumed by them. This is where self-compassion enters. Speak to yourself as you would to a dear friend, with kindness, encouragement, understanding. Notice when your inner voice becomes harsh or critical, and gently redirect it. Affirmations can be helpful, not as magical thinking, but as intentional reprogramming of habitual thought patterns. My body knows how to heal. I am nourishing my follicles with every meal. I trust in the process of regeneration. Visualization can also support healing. Take a few moments each day to close your eyes and imagine your scalp, rich with blood flow, each follicle vibrant and active, hair shafts growing strong and thick. This isn't just wishful thinking. Mental imagery activates neural pathways that can influence physiological processes. Studies in psychoneuroimmunology show that the mind and body are intimately connected. Thoughts influence immune function, hormone levels, even gene expression. So cultivating positive expectancy, not as denial, but as hope, can support the healing process. And remember, you are more than your hair, your worth, your beauty, your essence exist independent of how thick or thin your hair appears. This perspective doesn't negate your desire for healthy hair, but it provides a foundation of self-acceptance that makes the journey less fraught. Everything in nature moves in cycles, day and night, the seasons, the moon's phases, birth, growth, death, and rebirth. Hair, too, follows a cycle, and there's wisdom in accepting this rhythm. In autumn, trees shed their leaves. It looks like death, like loss. But beneath the bark, the tree is conserving energy, preparing for winter's rest. And in spring, new leaves emerge, greener and fuller than before. Your hair may go through seasons, times of shedding, times of growth, times of apparent stillness. This is natural, especially during hormonal transitions, after childbirth, during menopause, or periods of intense stress. Accepting the cycle doesn't mean passive resignation. It means working with your body's rhythms rather than against them. It means providing consistent nourishment and trusting that growth will come when the time is right. There's also value in observing nature's other lessons. Trees don't force their leaves to grow. They simply draw nutrients from the soil, water from the rain, energy from the sun, and growth happens naturally. You too can focus on creating the conditions for growth rather than obsessing over the outcome. Eat nourishing foods, manage stress, sleep well, move your body. These are the soil, the water, the sunlight for your follicles, and then let go. Trust that your body has its own intelligence, its own timeline. You've done your part. Now allow the inherent wisdom of your cells to do theirs. We've touched on the gut microbiome, but its importance warrants deeper exploration. Inside your digestive tract live trillions of microorganisms, bacteria, fungi, viruses, collectively called the microbiome. These organisms aren't just passengers, they're active participants in your health. They produce vitamin like K2 and biotin. They break down dietary fiber into short-chain fatty acids that reduce inflammation. They train your immune system, teaching it to distinguish friend from foe. When your microbiome is balanced, diverse, and thriving, you absorb nutrients more efficiently. Your gut lining remains intact, preventing leaky gut, where partially digested food particles and bacterial toxins enter the bloodstream, triggering inflammation. But when dysbiosis occurs, when harmful bacteria outnumber beneficial ones, or when diversity is lost, problems arise. Inflammation increases, nutrient absorption decreases, the immune system becomes dysregulated, and systemic effects, including hair loss, can result. Dysbiosis can be caused by antibiotics, which kill bacteria indiscriminately, by a diet high in sugar and processed foods, which feed harmful bacteria, by chronic stress, which alters gut motility and pH, or by inadequate sleep, which disrupts the microbiome's circadian rhythm. To support a healthy microbiome, eat diverse plant foods. Aim for 30 different plant foods per week. Each plant provides unique fibers and polyphenols that feed different bacterial species. This diversity in your diet promotes diversity in your gut. Fermented foods, as we've discussed, provide probiotics, live beneficial bacteria. Eating them regularly introduces these helpful strains. Though they may not permanently colonize, they influence the existing community, shifting the balance toward health. Prebiotics are fibers that feed beneficial bacteria. They're found in foods like garlic, onions, leeks, asparagus, bananas, oats, and Jerusalem artichokes. These foods aren't digested in your small intestine. Instead, they travel to your colon, where bacteria ferment them, producing those beneficial short-chain fatty acids. Polyphenols from colourful fruits and vegetables also feed the microbiome, and have anti-inflammatory effects. Berries, dark chocolate, green tea, coffee, and extra virgin olive oil are all rich sources. Avoiding unnecessary antibiotic is important. Only take them when truly needed for bacterial infections. And when you do, consider taking probiotics during and after the course to help restore microbial balance, the gut-skin axis. And by extension, the gut-hair axis is an active area of research. We're learning that skin conditions like acne, eczema, and psoriasis are influenced by gut health. It's reasonable to hypothesize that hair health is too. By nurturing your microbiome through diet and lifestyle, you support not just digestion, but your entire body, including the intricate ecosystem of your scalp. Throughout this journey, we've returned repeatedly to inflammation. It's the common thread linking so many hair loss causes. Let's explore why inflammation is so damaging and how nutrition can modulate it. Inflammation is, in essence, the immune system's response to perceived threats. When you cut your finger, the area becomes red, swollen, warm, and painful. This is acute inflammation necessary for healing. Immune cells rush to the site, clear debris, fight infection, and initiate repair. But chronic inflammation is different. It's low-grade, persistent activation of inflammatory pathways throughout the body. It occurs when the immune system never fully stands down, constantly producing inflammatory cytokines like interleukin-6 and tumor necrosis factor alpha. This chronic state damages tissues over time. It's implicated in heart disease, diabetes, Alzheimer's, autoimmune conditions, and yes, hair loss. Around the hair follicle, chronic inflammation creates a hostile environment. The follicle miniaturizes, the growth phase shortens, and shedding increases. What causes chronic inflammation? Multiple factors. Poor diet, particularly one high in refined carbohydrates, trans fats, and omega-6 fatty acids from processed oils. Physical inactivity, obesity, especially visceral fat, which produces inflammatory cytokines, chronic stress, inadequate sleep, environmental toxins like air pollution and pesticides, and gut dysbiosis. The good news is that nutrition can powerfully modulate inflammation. Anti-inflammatory foods contain compounds that inhibit inflammatory pathways or activate anti-inflammatory ones. Omega-3 fatty acids from fish, flax, and chia are metabolized into resolvins and protectins. These specialized pro-resolving mediators actively resolve inflammation, bringing the immune response back to baseline. Polyphenols from berries, green tea, turmeric, and dark chocolate inhibit NF-kappa B, a key transcription factor that turns on inflammatory genes. By blocking NF-kappa B, polyphenols reduce the production of inflammatory cytokines. Fiber from whole grains, legumes, and vegetables feeds gut bacteria that produce butyrate, a short-chain fatty acid with potent anti-inflammatory effects. Butyrate strengthens the gut lining, preventing endotoxins, bacterial components, from entering the bloodstream, where they would trigger systemic inflammation. Vitamin D, often deficient, modulates immune function. It promotes regulatory T cells, which dampen excessive immune responses. Adequate vitamin D may reduce autoimmune activity and inflammation. Magnesium, another commonly deficient nutrient, is required for over 600 enzymatic reactions, including those that regulate inflammatory mediators. Low magnesium is associated with increased inflammation. By eating an anti-inflammatory diet rich in whole foods, omega-3s, antioxidants, and fiber, you reduce the inflammatory burden on your body, and your follicles, sensing a safer environment, can return to healthy function. Hormones are chemical messengers that orchestrate countless physiological processes. Hair growth is exquisitely sensitive to hormonal fluctuations. Understanding this helps explain why hair loss occurs during certain life stages and how nutrition can support hormonal balance. Androgens, like testosterone and DHT, affect hair in a pattern-specific way. On the scalp, particularly in genetically susceptible individuals, DHT binds to receptors on follicles, causing them to shrink. This is androgenetic alopecia, or pattern hair loss. Interestingly, on the body, androgens stimulate hair growth, which is why increased body hair can occur alongside scalp hair loss. The follicles have different sensitivities depending on location. Estrogens, on the other hand, prolong the anagen phase, keeping hair in growth mode longer. This is why, during pregnancy, when estrogen is high, many women notice thicker, fuller hair, but after childbirth, when estrogen drops suddenly, those extra hairs enter telogen and shed several months later. This is postpartum telogen effluvium. Thyroid hormones, as we've discussed, regulate metabolism in all cells, including follicles. Both hyperthyroidism and hyperthyroidism can cause hair changes. The key is balance and adequate nutrients to support thyroid function. Cortisol, the stress hormone, when chronically elevated, shifts follicles prematurely into telogen. It also increases inflammation, impairs immune function, and disrupts other hormones. Managing stress is therefore crucial for hormonal balance and hair health. Insulin, the hormone that regulates blood sugar when chronically elevated, leads to insulin resistance. This is associated with polycystic ovary syndrome, or PCOS, a common cause of hair thinning in women. High insulin also increases androgen production, exacerbating hair loss. Nutrition influences all these hormones. Complex carbohydrates, with fiber intact, prevent insulin spikes. Healthy fats support the production of steroid hormones, which are made from cholesterol. Adequate protein provides amino acids like tyrosine and tryptophan, needed for thyroid and mood-regulating hormones. Cruciferous vegetables support estrogen metabolism, helping the liver convert estrogen into less potent forms and excrete them efficiently. This may be protective in estrogen-dominant conditions. Adaptogenic herbs like ashwagandha help modulate the stress response, supporting adrenal health and cortisol balance. They don't force the body into any particular state, but rather help it adapt to whatever stresses are present. By eating a balanced diet, managing blood sugar, reducing stress, and supporting detoxification, you create conditions for hormonal harmony. And when hormones are balanced, hair growth can proceed optimally. Your body operates on a 24-hour cycle, the circadian rhythm governed by the suprachiasmatic nucleus in your hypothalamus. This master clock responds primarily to light, synchronizing your internal processes with the external day-night cycle. But circadian rhythms exist in every cell, including those of your hair follicles. These peripheral clocks regulate gene expression, metabolism, and cell division in time with the master clock. Disruption of circadian rhythms through shift work, irregular sleep schedules, late night eating, or excessive artificial light at night desynchronizes these clocks. This has been linked to numerous health problems, including metabolic disorders, mood disturbances, and potentially hair loss. The hair growth cycle itself may have circadian components. Studies in mice show that hair follicles cycle in synchrony with circadian rhythms, and that disrupting these rhythms affects hair growth. To support your circadian rhythm, maintain a regular sleep-wake schedule, going to bed and waking at consistent times, even on weekends. Expose yourself to bright light in the morning, ideally outdoor sunlight. This signals your brain that day has begun and sets your clock. Dim the lights. In the evening, reduce exposure to blue light from screens, which suppresses melatonin, the hormone that promotes sleep. Consider using blue light blocking glasses or apps that shift your screen toward warmer tones after sunset. Eat at regular times. Avoid large meals close to bedtime, as digestion can interfere with sleep, and avoid caffeine in the afternoon and evening. By honoring your circadian rhythm, you support every aspect of health, including the delicate timing of the hair growth cycle. Physical activity is often overlooked in discussions of hair health, but it plays an important role. Exercise improves circulation, delivering more oxygen and nutrient to all tissues, including the scalp. It reduces inflammation through multiple mechanisms. It promotes the release of anti-inflammatory cytokines. It improves insulin sensitivity, reducing chronic hyperinsulinemia, and it supports a healthy weight, reducing the inflammatory burden of excess adipose tissue. Exercise also reduces stress. It lowers cortisol when done in moderation and increases endorphins, the body's natural mood elevators. It improves sleep quality, which, as we've discussed, is essential for tissue repair and regeneration. But excessive exercise, or overtraining, can have the opposite effect. It becomes a stressor, raising cortisol, depleting nutrient stores, and potentially triggering telogen effluvium. Balance is key. Moderate regular activity is beneficial. Extreme or obsessive exercise is not. Find movement you enjoy. Walking in nature, swimming, yoga, dancing, strength training, whatever brings you joy and makes you feel alive. Aim for at least 150 minutes of moderate activity per week, or 75 minutes of vigorous activity. And don't forget gentle activities like stretching or Tai Chi. These calm the nervous system, improve flexibility, and enhance circulation without stressing the body. Movement is a celebration of what your body can do. It's a way to honor the incredible organism you inhabit. And as you move, you're supporting every cell, including those growing your hair. In our hurried world, rest is often undervalued. We glorify busyness, productivity, constant doing, but healing happens in the pause, in the space between exertion and recovery. Your body needs downtime to repair tissues, to consolidate memories, to rebalance hormones. Without it, you're running on empty, depleting reserves faster than you're replenishing them. Deep rest isn't just nighttime sleep, though that's crucial. It's also moments throughout the day where you consciously release tension. You might take 3 deep breaths between tasks. You might sit quietly with a cup of tea, gazing out the window. You might practice restorative yoga, where props support your body in gentle poses, allowing complete muscular relaxation. Or you might simply lie down in the middle of the day for 10 or 20 minutes. This is not laziness, it's wisdom. In rest, your parasympathetic nervous system takes over, digestion improves, immune function strengthens, tissue repair accelerates, stress hormones drop, and healing hormones, like growth hormone, are released. Make rest a non-negotiable part of your routine. Go to bed at a reasonable hour. Create a sleep sanctuary. Dark, cool, quiet, free from electronic devices. Consider it an investment in every aspect of health. And during the day, take mini breaks. Stand up, stretch, breathe deeply, look away from screens, step outside, feel the breeze, the sun on your skin. These small pauses accumulate, creating a buffer against chronic stress. Hair regrowth requires patience, a commodity in short supply in modern life. We're accustomed to instant results, quick fixes, but biology doesn't work that way. Healing unfolds in its own time. When you plant a seed, you don't dig it up every few days to check if it's growing. You water it, ensure it has sunlight, and trust that beneath the soil, roots are forming, shoots are preparing us to emerge. Your hair is the same. The changes you make today, the nutrients you consume, the stress you manage, are like water and sunlight for your follicles, but you won't see the fruits of your labor immediately. This can be frustrating, especially when you long for quick transformation. But there's a deeper teaching here about acceptance, about surrendering control, about trusting the process. Focus on what you can control, your food choices, your sleep habits, your stress management, and release attachment to outcomes. Do what you can and let go of the rest. Notice improvements in how you feel rather than just how you look. Are you sleeping better? Do you have more energy? Is your skin clearer? Your digestion smoother? Your mood more stable? These are all signs that your body is responding to the nourishment. And remember, hair is just one aspect of a much larger picture. The same practices that support hair growth, support longevity, vitality, resilience, disease prevention. You're not just growing hair, you're cultivating health at the deepest level. Gratitude has been shown in research to improve mental health, reduce stress, enhance sleep, and even strengthen immune function. When you focus on what's working, what you have, rather than what's lacking, your nervous system relaxes. This doesn't mean denying difficulties or suppressing legitimate concerns, but it means balancing awareness of problems with appreciation for blessings. You might start each day by naming 3 things you're grateful for. They can be simple: sunlight streaming through your window, the warmth of your bed, a loving text from a friend, or profound: your health, your family, the food on your table. This practice shifts your focus from scarcity to abundance, from fear to trust. And in that shift, stress decreases, cortisol drops, and your body can allocate resources toward growth and repair rather than survival and defense. You might also cultivate gratitude for your body. Even if your hair isn't where you want it, your body is doing countless things right. Your heart is beating, your lungs are breathing, your cells are regenerating. Trillions of chemical reactions happening every moment, keeping you alive. Thank your body for its tireless work. Speak to it with kindness. Thank you for carrying me, for healing me, for doing your best with what I've given you. This might feel strange at first, but over time, it can shift your relationship with your physical self from criticism to compassion. All the elements we've explored: food, stress management, sleep, movement, microbiome health, hormonal balance, circadian rhythm, they're not separate. They're interconnected. Each influences the others. When you eat nourishing foods, your sleep improves. When you sleep well, stress decreases. When stress decreases, digestion improves. When digestion improves, nutrient absorption increases. When nutrients are abundant, hormones balance. When hormones balance, hair grows. It's a beautiful, self-reinforcing cycle. One positive change creates momentum for others. You don't have to perfect everything at once. Start somewhere, choose one area to focus on, and let improvements ripple outward. Maybe you begin with breakfast, replacing sugary cereal with eggs and greens, or perhaps you commit to a consistent bedtime, turning off screens an hour before sleep. Or you start a daily walk, connecting with nature. Whatever you choose, make it sustainable. Small, consistent actions compound over time. They become habits, and habits shape your life, your health, your hair, and be gentle with yourself. There will be days when you eat processed food, or stay up too late, or skip exercise. That's okay. You're human. Perfection isn't the goal. Progress is. Each moment is a new opportunity to choose nourishment, to choose rest, to choose kindness. As we near the end of this long journey, through foods and nutrients, through cellular processes and holistic practices, let's return to where we began, the fundamental truth that your body knows how to heal. Within you is ancient wisdom, billions of years of evolutionary intelligence. Your cells remember how to divide, how to differentiate, how to build proteins and generate energy. This isn't something you have to learn or force. It's already there, waiting for the right conditions. Your role is to provide those conditions, to offer the building blocks through nourishing food, to create a peaceful environment through stress management, to allow adequate rest through quality sleep, and to trust that your body will do the rest. There's nothing you need to become. You don't need to earn your body's cooperation through punishment or control. You simply need to support it, listen to it, honor it. When you eat an egg, you're not just consuming protein, you're participating in the great cycle of life, taking in energy that was once sunlight, captured by plants, eaten by the hen, concentrated in the egg, and now becoming you, becoming your hair. When you drink water, you're connecting to the rivers, the rain, the ocean, the same water molecules cycling through the earth for eons, now flowing through you, hydrating your cells, carrying nutrients, removing waste. This is the web of life. You're not separate from nature. You are nature. And when you align with natural rhythms, natural foods, natural rest cycles, your body responds with vitality, with healing, with growth. The body continues to heal, cell by cell, moment by moment, nourishing foods to help support hair health, circulate through your bloodstream, even now, finding their way to follicles deep beneath your scalp. Proteins are being synthesized, disulfide bonds are forming, keratin filaments are aligning, creating strength and structure. Melanocytes are producing pigment, coloring each strand. Sebaceous glands are secreting oil, coating and protecting. And we'll keep floating through this knowledge, through these practices, moving together through the body, noticing how nutrition becomes structure, how minerals become strength, how vitamins become vitality. The follicles rest and wake in their eternal rhythm, anagen, catagen, telogen, anagen, round and round. The cycle continues, and with each cycle, with adequate nourishment, they grow stronger, more resilient. Blood flows through tiny capillaries, wrapping around each follicle, delivering oxygen, amino acids, fatty acids, vitamins, minerals, everything needed for growth. And waste products, carbon dioxide, metabolic byproducts are carried away, keeping the environment clean, optimal. This happens whether you're aware of it or not. Your conscious mind can sleep, can dream, can drift away, while your unconscious wisdom continues the work, building, repairing, regenerating. So rest now. Let your breathing slow, deepen. Feel your body becoming heavy, sinking into whatever supports you. There's nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to go. Just be, just breathe, just trust. The foods you consume today, tomorrow, and in all the days to come are medicine. They're building blocks. They're information, telling your cells what to create, how to thrive. Choose them with intention. Eat them with gratitude. And then let go. Allow your body's innate intelligence to transform them into hair, into skin, into energy, into life. And we'll keep floating, moving together through the body, exploring its quiet wisdom, its remarkable capacity to heal, to grow, to regenerate endlessly. Through the night, the body continues to heal, nourishing foods to help repair hair loss, and we'll keep floating, moving together through the body, and we'll keep floating, moving together through the body, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through the science of wellness, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the gentle rhythm of breath, the quiet wisdom of the body at rest, the soft science of healing sleep. With the wisdom of Barbara O'Neill, there's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of regeneration itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this wellness journey helps you rest, you can tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the science of breath. The lungs are remarkable, these twin balloons of life, expanding, contracting like tides, pulling oxygen in, releasing carbon dioxide out, without thought, without effort. Your body knows. Tonight, we explore how to support these beautiful organs through practices proven by science, gentle, safe, complementary to your medical care. Begin with breath itself, the foundation. Deep diaphragmatic breathing, not the shallow sips of air we take when stressed, but the full rolling waves of breath that fill the belly first. Place one hand on your chest, one on your belly, though perhaps your hands are already too heavy, too relaxed to move. That's perfect too. Just imagine it. Breathe in slowly, counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feel the belly rise first, like a balloon gently inflating. The diaphragm, that dome of muscle beneath your lungs, descends, creating space, creating room. The chest rises last, the collarbones lift, lungs completely full, saturated with oxygen. Hold gently. 1, 2, then exhale slowly. 6, 7, 8 counts. The belly falls, the diaphragm rises, pressing the air out, like squeezing a soft sponge, every bit of stale air releasing. This simple act, this conscious breathing, activates your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode, the healing mode. Heart rate slows, blood pressure drops, airways naturally relax. Studies show just 10 minutes of diaphragmatic breathing reduces inflammatory markers in the blood. Interleukin-6 drops, C-reactive protein decreases. Your body reads the slow breath as a signal. All is safe, all is well, no need to be inflamed. And nasal breathing, such a small shift, such profound effects. When you breathe through your nose, the air is filtered, warmed, humidified. Tiny hairs called cilia trap dust, trap particles, protecting the delicate lung tissue below. But there's more. The nasal passages produce nitric oxide, a molecule that dilates blood vessels, improves oxygen absorption, has anti-inflammatory properties. Mouth breathing bypasses all of this, delivers cold, dry, unfiltered air straight to vulnerable airways. During sleep, try to train nasal breathing. Perhaps a gentle reminder, tape over the lips, special mouth tape designed for this, training the body, redirecting the breath through the nose, always through the nose. Even now, as you drift, breathe through your nose. Feel the cool air entering, the warm air leaving, like waves on a shore, in and out. The bedroom itself, your sanctuary, matters deeply. Indoor air quality, often worse than outdoor air, filled with invisible triggers, dust mites, mold spores, volatile organic compounds from furniture, paints, carpets, dust mites, microscopic creatures living in bedding, feeding on dead skin cells, their droppings, powerful allergens, triggering inflammation in sensitive airways. Wash bedding weekly in hot water, 130 degrees Fahrenheit minimum, to kill the mites. Use allergen-proof covers, tightly woven fabric, encasing pillows, mattresses, creating a barrier. Humidity matters too. Keep it between 30 and 50%. Too high, mold grows. Too low, airways dry out, become irritated. A simple hygrometer measures this. A dehumidifier or humidifier adjusts it. Ventilation, the flow of air. Open windows when possible, even just a crack. Let fresh air circulate, dilute the indoor pollutants. Studies show improved ventilation reduces respiratory symptoms, improves sleep quality, reduces morning tightness in the chest. But check the outdoor air quality first. On high pollen days or high pollution days, keep windows closed. Use HEPA filters, high efficiency particulate air filters, capturing 99.97% of particles, spinning clean air back into your space. Plants, living air filters. The snake plant, mother-in-law's tongue, converts carbon dioxide to oxygen at night. Most plants do this during the day, but the snake plant, it works while you sleep. A silent partner in your bedroom, breathing with you. Peace lilies, filter benzene, formaldehyde, trichloroethylene from the air. NASA studied this, confirmed it. A few plants, transforming your air, molecule by molecule. And let's drift now into the realm of what you breathe around. Synthetic fragrances in candles, air fresheners, cleaning products, laundry detergents. These contain volatile organic compounds, VOCs, that can irritate airways. Phthalates, used to make scents last longer, are respiratory irritants, documented triggers for asthma symptoms. The fresh linen smell, the spring rain scent. These aren't natural, they're chemical cocktails. Switch to fragrance-free or naturally scented essential oils, if tolerated, like lavender for sleep. But even these, test carefully. Some people react, some oils help. It's individual. Your body knows. Cleaning supplies, another source. The harsh chemicals, ammonia, bleach, chlorine. Leave residues, outgas for hours. Simple alternatives, vinegar and water, baking soda, Castile soap. Clean just as well, without the inflammatory burden. Now, let your mind drift to daylight, to sunshine, that golden spill of photons touching your skin. Vitamin D. The sunshine vitamin is actually a hormone. It regulates over 200 genes in your body, including genes that control inflammation, that modulate immune response. Low vitamin D levels are consistently linked to worse asthma control, more frequent symptoms, greater need for medication. The skin, when touched by UVB rays, converts cholesterol into vitamin D3. This circulates, activates in liver and kidneys, becomes calcitriol, the active form, which reduces inflammatory cytokines, stabilizes mast cells, those cells that release histamine just 15 to 30 minutes of midday sun on arms and face several times per week can maintain healthy levels. More if you have darker skin. Melanin, protective, but also blocks some UV in winter, or if homebound, supplementation may help. Discuss with your healthcare provider. Testing levels first. Vitamin D3 with vitamin K2 for optimal absorption. Typically 1,000 to 2,000 IU daily, but individualized. Stress, that invisible weight, cortisol flooding the system, triggers airway inflammation, tightens smooth muscle around bronchi, makes everything worse. The hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, your stress response system. When chronically activated, it dysregulates immunity, increases inflammatory markers. Studies show people with high stress have worse asthma outcomes, more emergency visits, reduced quality of life. But there are practices, evidence-based, that calm this axis. Meditation, even brief sessions, 10 minutes daily, reduces cortisol. Mindfulness-based stress reduction, formal programs shown in randomized trials to improve asthma control, reduce symptoms, progressive muscle relaxation. The practice you might be doing now, tensing and releasing each muscle group, or simply, like tonight, allowing them to soften one by one. This activates the vagus nerve, the great wandering nerve that signals safety to your entire system. Your schedule of rest matters too. Circadian rhythms, the internal clock, governs so much. Sleep before midnight is more restorative. Growth hormone peaks in early sleep cycles. This hormone repairs tissues, including airway tissues, reduces inflammation. Consistency matters. Same bedtime, same wake time, even on weekends. This entrains your circadian rhythm, improves sleep quality. Studies show irregular sleep schedules worsen inflammatory conditions, disrupt the immune system. The blue light from screens disrupts melatonin, that sleep hormone. Melatonin, also an antioxidant, an immune modulator. Reduce screens 2 hours before bed, or use blue blocking glasses. Let melatonin rise naturally, preparing your body for the deep healing of sleep. Your bedroom, cool, 60 to 67 degrees Fahrenheit, dark, completely dark, blackout curtains, covering LED lights, the pineal gland, sensing even small amounts of light, suppresses melatonin production. Total darkness signals deep rest. Let's drift now into the world of movement. exercise seems contradictory, breathing hard when airways are sensitive, but the research is clear. Regular moderate exercise improves asthma control, reduces symptoms, builds lung capacity. Aerobic exercise, walking, swimming, cycling, increases cardiovascular fitness. The heart pumps more efficiently, delivers oxygen better. The lungs adapt, become more efficient at gas exchange. Swimming, particularly beneficial. The humid air at water level doesn't dry airways. The horizontal position uses different lung areas, builds capacity evenly. The breathing patterns, rhythmic, controlled, train respiratory muscles. Walking in early morning air has its own magic. The air is fresher, cooler, fewer pollutants. Traffic hasn't peaked yet. Negative ions, more abundant from the night, from plants releasing oxygen all night. These negative ion studies suggest improve mood, reduce respiratory irritation. 30 minutes, most days of the week. That's the goal. But start small. 5 minutes, then 10. Build slowly. Listen to your body. Always have your rescue inhaler. Work with your doctor to create an exercise plan that's safe. Yoga, another form of movement, combines physical postures with breath control. Pranayama, the yogic breathing exercises, have been studied, shown to improve lung function, reduce airway reactivity. The Buteyko method, a specific breathing technique, focuses on nasal breathing, reducing breathing volume. Many people overbreathe, hyperventilate slightly, lowering carbon dioxide levels. This paradoxically reduces oxygen delivery to tissues, makes you feel like you need more air. The Buteyko method trains you to breathe less, to tolerate higher carbon dioxide. Small studies suggest benefits for asthma control, fewer symptoms, less medication use. It's gentle, progressive, works with your body's chemistry. Posture does too, affects lung capacity. Slouching compresses the chest cavity, reduces the space lungs can expand. Sitting or standing tall, shoulders back, opens the chest, allows full expansion. Simple but profound. Now we float into the landscape of food. What you eat becomes you, literally. Every cell built from nutrients you consume, and some foods promote inflammation while others quiet it. The Western diet, high in refined sugars, processed oils, triggers inflammatory pathways. Omega-6 fatty acids from corn oil, soybean oil, safflower oil are precursors to inflammatory molecules, eicosanoids, that increase airway reactivity, while omega-3 fatty acids from walnuts, flax seeds, chia seeds, fatty fish like salmon are anti-inflammatory. They compete with omega-6 for the same enzymes, shifting the balance toward resolution of inflammation. Studies show people who eat more omega-3s have better lung function, less airway inflammation. The ratio matters. Ancestral diets had omega-6 to omega-3 ratios of about 1.1 or 2.1. Modern diets can be 20.1 or higher. Way out of balance. Refined sugar spikes blood glucose, triggers inflammatory responses, insulin surges, then crashes. This roller coaster stresses the body, activates inflammatory pathways. Some research suggests high sugar intake associated with worse asthma in children, more symptoms, less control. The glycemic load of your diet, how much your blood sugar rises after eating, matters. Choose whole grains over refined, brown rice instead of white, steel-cut oats, quinoa. These release glucose slowly, steadily. No spikes, no crashes. Fruits and vegetables, packed with antioxidants, quercetin, a flavonoid, found in red onions, apples, berries, acts as a natural antihistamine, stabilizes mast cells. Some studies suggest it reduces airway inflammation. Vitamin C, abundant in citrus, bell peppers, broccoli, is a powerful antioxidant, protects against oxidative stress in airways. Some research, though not conclusive, suggests it may modestly improve lung function. Carotenoids, like beta-carotene in carrots, sweet potatoes, apricots, maintain the integrity of lung membranes, the delicate epithelial cells, lining airways. Vitamin E in avocados, nuts, seeds, also protective. Leafy greens, kale, spinach, collards contain chlorophyll, magnesium, folate, nitrates that convert to nitric oxide, that same beneficial molecule from nasal breathing. Eating greens supports that pathway. Hydration, pure, clean water, matters more than most realize. The mucosal lining of airways needs adequate hydration to produce thin, flowing mucus that traps particles, sweeps them away via tiny cilia, beating in coordinated waves. Dehydration thickens mucus, makes it sticky, harder to clear, clogs airways, provides breeding ground for bacteria. Calculate your needs, roughly half your body weight in ounces, daily, more if exercising or in dry climates. The quality of water also matters. Chlorine in tap water can be an irritant. Consider a filter, removing chlorine. Heavy metals, other contaminants, glass containers for storage, avoiding plastic, which can leach endocrine disruptors. Some advocate for adding a pinch of sea salt, Celtic or Himalayan, to water. The minerals, sodium, potassium, magnesium, help with cellular hydration. These trace minerals also support hundreds of enzymatic reactions. Magnesium, particularly important for muscle relaxation, including smooth muscle around airways. Magnesium, this mineral deserves its own moment. It's a natural calcium channel blocker. Calcium causes muscle contraction. Magnesium opposes this, causes relaxation. In airways, this means less bronchoconstriction, easier breathing. Studies show people with asthma often have lower magnesium levels. Supplementing or increasing magnesium-rich foods, leafy greens, nuts, seeds, whole grains, legumes may help. Typical doses 300 to 400 milligram daily, but check with your provider, especially if you have kidney issues. Some people use magnesium oil topically on the chest. absorbed through skin, bypassing digestive issues some have with oral magnesium or Epsom salt baths. Magnesium sulfate, absorbed while you soak in warm water, relaxing muscles, calming the nervous system. Speaking of baths, hydrotherapy, the therapeutic use of water, has ancient roots, backed now by modern science. Alternating hot and cold stimulates circulation, strengthens the immune response. A warm shower, then a brief cold rinse, even 30 seconds, causes vasoconstriction, then vasodilation. When you warm again, this pumps blood, improves circulation, helps clear metabolic waste. Some find it invigorating, energizing. Others just enjoy the warm water, soaking, steaming, breathing in the moist air. Steam itself, helpful for airways. The warm moisture loosens mucus, soothes irritated passages. A hot shower or a bowl of hot water, towel overhead, creating a tent, breathing deeply can provide temporary relief. Open the airways, calm the cough, and the foods that trigger, for some, not all, but individual sensitivities matter. Dairy, for some people, increases mucus production, clogs airways. The casein protein, or lactose, creates inflammatory responses in sensitive individuals. Not everyone, but worth exploring. A 2-week elimination, then reintroduction. Notice the effects. Wheat and gluten, another common sensitivity. Celiac disease, a clear autoimmune trigger, but non-celiac gluten sensitivity also exists, can cause systemic inflammation. Some people with asthma find improvement when removing wheat. Others notice no difference. It's individual. Common food allergens, peanuts, tree nuts, shellfish, eggs, can trigger immediate reactions or contribute to chronic inflammation. If you suspect something, work with an allergist. Proper testing, IgE for immediate allergies, elimination diets for sensitivities, food additives, sulfites, used as preservatives in dried fruits, wine, some processed foods, are known triggers for some people with asthma. MSG, monosodium glutamate, less clear, but some report reactions. Artificial colours, particularly tartrazine, yellow dye number 5, has been linked in some studies to symptoms. The cleaner your diet, whole foods, minimally processed, the fewer potential triggers, the less inflammatory burden. Your gut, that winding tube, teeming with trillions of bacteria, fungi, viruses, your microbiome affects your lungs. This seems strange, but the gut-lung axis is real, well documented. The gut houses 70% of your immune system. The microbiome trains your immune cells, teaches them what's dangerous, what's harmless. Dysbiosis, an imbalanced microbiome, leads to immune dysfunction, increased inflammation, systemic effects. Studies show people with asthma often have altered gut microbiomes, less diversity, fewer beneficial species, more inflammatory species. Restoring balance may help. Probiotic-rich foods, fermented vegetables, sauerkraut, kimchi, naturally fermented pickles, These contain live beneficial bacteria, Lactobacillus, Bifidobacterium, species that reduce inflammation, strengthen gut barrier, modulate immunity, kefir, a fermented milk drink, or water kefir for dairy-free option, coconut kefir. These have diverse bacterial and yeast strains, more variety than yogurt. If dairy is an issue, skip dairy-based versions, prebiotic foods, feed your beneficial bacteria. Foods high in fiber, garlic, onions, leeks, asparagus, bananas, oats. These contain inulin, fructooligosaccharides, resistant starch that your bacteria ferment, producing short-chain fatty acids like butyrate, which reduce inflammation throughout the body. Chewing, the simple act, often overlooked, proper mastication, breaks food into smaller particles, mixes with saliva, begins digestion. Saliva contains enzymes, amylase, lipase, starting the breakdown. Rushing through meals, swallowing large chunks, stresses digestion, reduces nutrient absorption. Chew each bite 20 to 30 times until it's nearly liquid. This ancient advice, now backed by research, improves nutrient extraction, reduces digestive burden, allows the gut to do its work efficiently, and the temperature of drinks with meals, preferably room temperature or warm. Cold drinks, some traditional medicine systems say, dampen digestive fire, slow enzyme activity. Modern research, less clear, but warm or room temperature certainly doesn't hurt, may feel more comfortable. The liver, that chemical factory in your upper right abdomen, filters blood, neutralizes toxins, produces bile. The health of your liver affects your entire system, including lungs. Traditional medicine speaks of the connection, liver and lung. Modern science confirms it in different terms. The liver processes inflammatory mediators. When overburdened, less efficient. Inflammation rises systemically, affecting airways. Supporting liver function through diet, dandelion greens, bitter foods, stimulate bile flow, milk thistle, silymarin has been studied, protects liver cells, aids regeneration, cruciferous vegetables, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cauliflower, contain compounds that support liver detoxification pathways, avoiding or minimizing things that burden the liver, alcohol, acetaminophen overuse, environmental toxins. This gives the liver space to do its work, filtering, cleansing, supporting your whole system. Lymphatic system, the body's drainage network, carries away cellular waste, immune cells. Unlike blood, which has the heart pumping it, lymph relies on movement, muscle contraction, breathing to flow. Deep breathing, the diaphragm moving, creates pressure changes, pumps lymph, improves circulation. Exercise, movement of any kind, contracts muscles, squeezes lymph vessels, propels fluid forward. Dry skin brushing before showering, using a natural bristle brush. Brushing toward the heart stimulates lymph flow. Rebounding, gentle bouncing on a small trampoline, uses gravity changes to pump lymph efficiently. Studies suggest improved lymphatic drainage, reduces inflammation, supports immune function, grounding or earthing, walking barefoot on grass, soil, sand. Seems simple, perhaps too simple, but research suggests direct skin contact with the earth transfers electrons, has anti-inflammatory effects, reduces pain, improves sleep. The earth has a negative electrical charge. Our bodies, in modern life, accumulate positive charges from electronics, synthetic materials. Disconnection from the earth may contribute to chronic inflammation. Walking barefoot, even 20 minutes daily, may help, or grounding mats, if outdoor access is limited. These connect to the ground port of an outlet, provide that earth connection while you sleep or work. Negative ions, also abundant near moving water, waterfalls, the ocean, after rain. These negatively charged particles may improve mood, reduce respiratory irritation, though research is still emerging. The cookware you use may matter more than you think. Non-stick pans coated with PFOA or PTFE release fumes when heated. That can irritate airways. The convenience, not worth the risk. Cast iron heats evenly, adds trace iron to food. Stainless steel, inert, doesn't react with foods. Glass, ceramic, safe options. Yes, cleanup may take longer, but you're not inhaling toxic fumes, not adding to your body's burden. And microwaves, the radiation, non-ionizing, likely safe. But some prefer alternatives. Concern about nutrient loss, though data is mixed. If you prefer stovetop, oven, steamer, these definitely preserve nutrients, provide more than heating. No wrong answer, just personal choice. The point, reducing your total toxic load. Every little bit adds up. Less burden on the body, more resources for healing, for maintaining clear, open, healthy airways. Now let your awareness drift back to this moment, your body heavy, relaxed, sinking deeper into rest, your breath slow, steady, in through the nose, out through the nose. All these practices, these evidence-based approaches, they don't replace your medical care. They complement it, support it, give your body every advantage, create an environment, internal and external, where healing happens naturally. You don't have to do everything at once. Choose one practice, maybe two. Master those, then add another. Small consistent changes compound over time into profound transformation. Perhaps tonight you simply focus on breath, deep, diaphragmatic, belly rising first, full exhale, letting go. As you drift towards sleep, keep breathing slowly, fully. Your body knows how to heal itself, given the right support, the right conditions. The science is clear: stress reduction, quality sleep, clean air, anti-inflammatory diet, regular movement, proper hydration. These aren't alternative medicine, they're fundamental medicine, the foundation upon which pharmaceutical treatments can work even better And as your mind grows quieter, heavier, thoughts slowing down like a river flowing into a deep, still lake. Know that your body, even now, is healing, repairing, restoring, every cell receiving oxygen, releasing waste, mitochondria producing energy, ribosomes building proteins, DNA unwinding, transcribing, creating the molecules of life, your immune system patrolling, vigilant but calm, mast cells stable, not releasing histamine unnecessarily, T cells balanced, regulatory T cells keeping inflammation in check, the smooth muscle around your airways relaxed, loose, allowing air to flow freely, easily, carbon dioxide and oxygen exchanging across alveolar membranes, those tiny air sacs, 300 million of them, each one a delicate balloon, expanding, contracting. As you continue to drift into deeper rest, know that sleep itself is medicine. During deep sleep, your body produces cytokines, proteins that fight inflammation, support immune function, growth hormone surges, repairing tissues, building strength. The glymphatic system, your brain's cleaning system, activates during sleep, clearing out metabolic waste, beta amyloid, tau, the debris of daily thought. This is why sleep deprivation feels so awful. The trash accumulates, and your airways, they benefit too. The muscles relax, mucus clears more effectively. The body shifts into parasympathetic mode, rest and repair. Everything slows, everything softens, everything heals. So let yourself surrender completely to this rest. There's nothing more to do tonight. No problems to solve, no worries to carry, and just this moment, this breath, this soft descent into deep, healing sleep. Your bed holds you, the earth beneath supports you. Gravity gently pulls you down into its embrace. You are safe, you are well. Your body knows exactly what to do, and somewhere in the distance, you might hear these words, or you might not. Either way is perfect. Your unconscious mind is listening, absorbing, integrating. Everything you need is already within you. The practices we've explored, the science of breath, of sleep, of reducing inflammation, these aren't new, they're ancient, rediscovered, validated now by research, but known by healers for thousands of years. Your ancestors knew these things intuitively. They breathed deeply, moved daily, ate whole foods, slept with the sun, connected to the earth, to the rhythms of nature, and their bodies worked beautifully. We've complicated things, modern life, but we can simplify, strip away the excess, return to what works, what's always worked, what's proven, both by time and by science. So rest now in this knowing. Your body is designed to breathe, designed to heal, designed to thrive. All it needs is support, the right conditions, and it will do what it's meant to do. Tomorrow, when you wake, refreshed, restored. You might try one new practice. Maybe you'll breathe deeply 5 times. Maybe you'll open a window. Maybe you'll drink an extra glass of water. Whatever feels right. But for now, just sleep. Deep, restorative, healing sleep. Your breath, slow and steady. Your heart, beating calmly. Your nervous system, in complete rest mode. The night holds you. The darkness protects you. And somewhere in your lungs, in the microscopic spaces, the cilia, tiny hairs, wave back and forth, sweeping, cleaning, caring for you while you sleep. Your body never stops, never rests completely, always working, always healing, always loving you into wholeness. And the gentle work continues, the airways quietly softening, the inflammation markers slowly declining, IL-6, TNF-alpha, CRP, all these molecules, their levels dropping. As stress hormone, cortisol, diminishes, the adrenal glands, those tiny pyramid-shaped organs atop your kidneys, they're resting too, producing just enough cortisol for normal function, not the flood of chronic stress, and melatonin rising with the darkness. This powerful hormone, not just for sleep, but an antioxidant, neutralizing free radicals, those damaged molecules that harm cells, that promote inflammation. Melatonin bathes your airways, protects them while you dream. Your mind might wander now to thoughts of the coming days, the practices to explore, but gently bring it back to now, to breath, to the weight of your body, sinking, melting into the bed. Let's drift deeper into the world of plants, herbs and spices, used for millennia, many now validated by pharmacological research, showing real, measurable effects. Ginger, that knobby golden root, contains gingerols and shogols, compounds with powerful anti-inflammatory properties. Studies show ginger inhibits the production of inflammatory prostaglandins and leukotrienes, the same pathways that some asthma medications target. Fresh ginger, grated into hot water, makes a soothing tea. The warmth, the slight burn, the aromatic compounds, volatile oils. Some people add a slice of lemon, a touch of raw honey for additional benefits. The polyphenols in ginger may also help relax airway smooth muscle. Turmeric, that brilliant yellow-orange root, contains curcumin, one of the most studied natural anti-inflammatory compounds. It works by inhibiting NF-kappa B, a protein complex that controls inflammatory gene expression. The challenge with curcumin is absorption. It's not well absorbed alone, but combined with black pepper, specifically piperine, absorption increases up to 2,000%. A small amount of healthy fat, like coconut oil, also helps, since curcumin is fat-soluble. Golden milk, a traditional Ayurvedic drink, combines these elements: turmeric, black pepper, warm coconut or nut milk, a touch of honey, sipped slowly Before bed, the warmth, relaxing, the compounds, absorbed, working through the night. Garlic, that pungent bulb, has been called nature's antibiotic, and with good reason, allicin, the compound formed when garlic is crushed, has antimicrobial properties, antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal. For respiratory health, garlic may help prevent secondary infections, common complications when airways are compromised. Some research suggests garlic also has anti-inflammatory effects, may help modulate immune response. Raw garlic is most potent. Crushing or chopping it, then letting it sit 10 minutes, allows enzymes to create allicin before heat destroys them. Some people take it like medicine, a clove, minced, with water. Others add it to food at the end of cooking, still beneficial if less potent. Now drift with me to the forest. Imagine walking through pines, breathing deeply, that fresh, clean scent. That's pinene, alpha and beta pinene, terpenes, volatile compounds released by evergreen trees. These compounds have been studied, shown to have bronchodilating effects. They may help open airways. Studies on forest bathing, spending time in forests, show reduced inflammation, lower cortisol, improved immune function, natural killer cells that fight infections and abnormal cells, increase after time in nature. You don't need a forest to benefit. Essential oils like pine or eucalyptus can provide some benefits. A few drops in a diffuser or a bowl of hot water, breathing the steam, the aromatic molecules, travel through nasal passages into lungs, interacting with receptors, triggering responses. Eucalyptus oil contains eucalyptol or cineol. This compound has been studied extensively, shown to reduce mucus production. Thin existing mucus have anti-inflammatory effects. Some studies using oral eucalyptal capsules showed improvements in chronic respiratory conditions. For topical use, dilute essential oils in a carrier oil, coconut, jojoba, almond. Never apply undiluted. A few drops in carrier oil rubbed on chest. The warmth of your skin volatilizes the oils. You breathe them throughout the night. A gentle, continuous exposure. Peppermint oil, menthol, creates a cooling sensation, opens airways, not by actually dilating them, but by stimulating cold receptors, which creates the sensation of easier breathing. The psychological relief can be real, even if the mechanism is perception, not dilation. Still, many find it helpful, but essential oils, a caution here. Some people with sensitive airways react to strong scents, even natural ones. Test cautiously, use sparingly. If you notice increased symptoms, discontinue. Everyone is different. What helps one person may irritate another. Listen always to your body's signals. Let's float now into the realm of temperature. Seasonal changes affect respiratory health. Cold air can trigger bronchoconstriction. That's why symptoms often worsen in winter. The cold, dry air irritates airways, causes them to narrow protectively. Wearing a scarf over nose and mouth when outside and cold warms the air before it enters lungs, preconditioning it, reducing the shock. Some people find this simple intervention significantly helpful. Inside, heated air becomes very dry. Drying airways, thickening mucus, a humidifier adds moisture back. Keep it clean though. Humidifiers can harbor mold, bacteria. Regular cleaning, distilled water, essential. A dirty humidifier, worse than none, spreading pathogens into the air you breathe. Heat therapy, external heat on the chest, can feel comforting. A warm compress or heating pad may help relax muscles, improve circulation. Some people find this soothing, especially during tightness, but again, individual. Try it, see how your body responds. And cold therapy, briefly, has different benefits. Cold exposure triggers hormetic stress, a small stress that makes you stronger. Cold showers, cold water on face activates the diving reflex, slows heart rate, shifts blood flow, may help train your stress response system to be more resilient. Some research suggests regular cold exposure reduces inflammation, improves immune function, but it's not for everyone. If you have heart conditions or certain health issues, avoid it. Discuss with your doctor. Start very gradually, if at all. Perhaps just cool water at the end of a warm shower for 30 seconds. Your body temperature naturally drops during sleep. Part of the circadian rhythm, cooler core temperature signals sleep time. That's why a cool bedroom helps. Your body doesn't have to work to lower its temperature. It can focus on rest, on repair. Some studies show warming feet before bed helps. Seems counterintuitive, but warming extremities dilates blood vessels there, draws blood away from core, lowers core temperature faster. Warm socks or a warm foot bath, then into a cool room. Perfect combination for sleep. Now, your body so heavy, so relaxed. Let's think about timing. Circadian rhythm, that internal 24-hour clock, controls so much, not just sleep, but inflammation levels, immune function, hormone production. Inflammatory markers in your blood follow a daily rhythm, typically highest in the early morning. This is why asthma symptoms often worse between 4 and 6 a.m. The circadian clock in your lungs regulates local inflammation, mucus production, airway tone. Cortisol normally peaks around 8 a.m., giving you energy, alertness, then decreases through the day, lowest at night. If this rhythm is disrupted, shift work, irregular sleep, inflammation can increase, symptoms worsen. Supporting your circadian rhythm helps everything. Morning light exposure within 30 minutes of waking, bright light, preferably sunlight, resets your clock, signals daytime to every cell. This helps maintain the proper rhythm of all systems. Evening, dim the lights, Reduce blue light, allow melatonin to rise naturally, signaling nighttime, consistency, same schedule daily. Strengthens the rhythm, makes it more robust. The timing of meals also matters. Eating late, close to bedtime, disrupts sleep, diverts blood and energy to digestion when the body wants to rest. Try to finish eating 2 to 3 hours before bed, allowing digestion to complete before lying down. Intermittent fasting, time-restricted eating, eating within an 8 to 12 hour window, aligns with circadian rhythms, may reduce inflammation, improve metabolic health. Some studies suggest benefits for inflammatory conditions, but it's not for everyone, not for children, pregnant women, people with certain conditions. Discuss with your healthcare provider. The pattern of eating may matter more than just what you eat. Regular meal times that align with your circadian clock support metabolic health, reduce inflammation. Your body likes predictability, rhythms it can sync to, and water, that essential molecule, H2O, comprising 60% of your body, even more of your lungs. The alveoli, those tiny air sacs, must stay moist for gas exchange to occur. Oxygen dissolves in that moist lining as before entering blood. Carbon dioxide from blood diffuses out. When dehydrated, this lining thickens, becomes sticky, impairs gas exchange, thickens mucus, makes it harder to breathe. Simple hydration can make a difference, especially if you live in a dry climate or use diuretic medications. The color of your urine, a simple indicator. Pale yellow, light straw, means well hydrated. Dark yellow, amber, means you need more water. First thing in the morning, it's often darker. That's normal. But through the day, should stay light. Drinking water upon waking rehydrates after the night, jumpstarts your system. Some add lemon, the citric acid, vitamin C, bioflavonoids. The taste, encouraging you to drink more, making it a ritual, something pleasant to look forward to. Room temperature or warm water may be easier on the system than ice cold. Traditional Chinese medicine speaks of not dampening the digestive fire. Modern science, less conclusive, but many people find room temperature water sits better, doesn't cause cramping, drink more easily. Herbal teas, another way to hydrate, while absorbing beneficial compounds. Chamomile, calming, may help sleep. Contains apigenin, a compound that binds to benzodiazepine receptors, mild sedative effect. Rooibos, red tea, naturally caffeine-free, high in antioxidants. Quercetin, aspalathin, anti-inflammatory properties, pleasant, slightly sweet taste, can be enjoyed any time of day. Nettle tea, used traditionally for allergies, may help with histamine response. Contains compounds that inhibit histamine release. Some studies suggest benefits for seasonal allergies, which often coexist with asthma. Worth trying if you haven't. Thyme tea, this culinary herb used medicinally for centuries, for respiratory complaints contains thymol and carvacrol, compounds with antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory properties, may help relax bronchial muscles, thin mucus. These teas, enjoyed throughout the day, provide hydration, warmth, comfort, and potentially therapeutic compounds. A simple pleasure that supports health. Your awareness, drifting now between waking and sleeping, thoughts becoming dreamlike, fluid, nonsensical. This is perfect. This is the threshold where conscious gives way to unconscious, where healing deepens. Let's think briefly about the protective barriers. Your skin, your largest organ, but also your gut lining, your respiratory epithelium. These barriers keep the outside world outside, while allowing necessary exchange. The gut lining, a single cell layer thick, held together by tight junctions, proteins that seal gaps. When these junctions become permeable, leaky gut, larger molecules, bacteria, inflammatory compounds can cross, triggering immune responses, systemic inflammation. This is called increased intestinal permeability. Research shows it's associated with numerous inflammatory conditions. The gut-lung axis means what affects the gut can affect the lungs. Supporting gut integrity supports lung health. Bone broth contains gelatin, collagen, amino acids like glutamine that support gut lining repair. Sipping warm broth, nourishing, healing. Vegetables simmered in it, minerals leaching into the liquid, easy to digest, gentle on the system. Fermented foods, we mentioned before, also support gut barrier. The beneficial bacteria produce butyrate, a short-chain fatty acid that's the preferred fuel of colonocytes, the cells lining your colon. Feeding these cells keeps them healthy, keeps junctions tight, avoiding things that damage gut lining. NSAIDs like ibuprofen, chronic use, can increase permeability. Alcohol, excessive amounts, damages the lining. Chronic stress raises cortisol, which affects tight junctions. Another reason, stress management matters. The respiratory epithelium, the lining of airways, also a barrier. Ciliated cells, covered in tiny hairs, beat rhythmically, sweeping mucus upward toward the throat, where it's swallowed, carrying trapped particles, pollutants, pathogens away from lungs. This mucociliary clearance, essential for lung health. Damaged cilia from smoking, infections, pollutants, can't clear effectively. Mucus accumulates, bacteria grow, infections develop, inflammation increases. Supporting cilia means avoiding toxins, staying hydrated, ensuring adequate vitamin A, beta-carotene, which maintains epithelial tissue integrity. Vitamin C, also important for collagen in epithelial structures. The respiratory epithelium regenerates constantly. Cells turn over, damaged ones replaced. Your body always working, always repairing, given proper nutrition, hydration, rest. it heals remarkably well. And as you drift further into rest, consider the miracle of your immune system, the innate immunity, your first defense, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, patrolling, engulfing pathogens, destroying abnormal cells, the adaptive immunity, T cells, B cells, antibodies, remembering past invaders, responding faster, more specifically, next time. This learned immunity protects you throughout your life, but immunity needs balance. Overactive, it attacks your own tissues. Autoimmunity. Underactive, infections overwhelm. Just right. Goldilocks immunity protects without harming. In respiratory conditions, often the immune system is dysregulated, overreacts to harmless triggers. Pollen, dust, pet dander releases too much histamine, too many inflammatory mediators. Airways constrict, mucus increases, inflammation ensues. Modulating immunity gently with lifestyle is key, not suppressing it, not overstimulating it, but balancing it. Stress reduction, quality sleep, anti-inflammatory diet, regular exercise, all help maintain that balance. Specific nutrients support immune function. Vitamin D, we discussed, also regulates over 200 genes, including many immune genes. Zinc, essential for immune cell development and function, found in pumpkin seeds, oysters, meat, legumes. Selenium, another trace mineral. Antioxidant, supports immune function, found in Brazil nuts, just 2 to 3 nuts daily, provides adequate selenium. Too much, though, can be toxic, so moderation, as with all things. Vitamin A supports mucosal immunity, the barriers, gut, respiratory tract, found as preformed vitamin A in liver, egg yolks, or as beta-carotene in orange and yellow vegetables, carrots, sweet potatoes, squash. Vitamin C supports various immune functions, found abundantly in fruits and vegetables, citrus, berries, peppers, broccoli. Dark leafy greens. Eating a variety ensures adequate intake. Usually no need to supplement unless deficient. And elderberry, those dark purple berries used traditionally for colds and flu. Some research suggests they may reduce duration and severity of viral infections. Contain anthocyanins, powerful antioxidants, available as syrup, tea, capsules, but a caution, elderberries must be cooked. Raw elderberries contain compounds that can cause nausea. Only use properly prepared product from reputable sources. Astragalus, a root used in traditional Chinese medicine for immune support. Some studies suggest it enhances immune function, particularly for preventing respiratory infections. Typically used as a preventive, not during acute illness. Echinacea, another popular herb for immune support. The research is mixed. Some studies show benefit, others don't. May help reduce severity of colds if taken at first sign, but not for long-term use. May lose effectiveness with continuous use. You're breathing now, so slow, so quiet, barely a whisper of air, in and out, the rise and fall of your chest, gentle, like a calm sea, wavelets lapping at the shore, your heart beating steadily, the thump, pumping blood through 60,000 miles of blood vessels, reaching every cell, delivering oxygen, nutrients, removing waste, an endless loop of circulation. The blood-air barrier in your lungs, less than half a micron thick, thinner than a spider's silk, yet strong enough to keep blood in, air separate, while allowing oxygen and carbon dioxide to pass freely. Such exquisite design. Think of your lungs as branching trees. The trachea, the trunk, divides into bronchi, large branches. These divide further into bronchioles, smaller branches, then terminal bronchioles, tiny twigs ending in alveoli, clusters of grapes where gas exchange occurs. This fractal pattern creates enormous surface area. If you spread out all your alveoli, they'd cover about 70 square meters, the size of a tennis court, all folded, origami-like, into your chest cavity. The efficiency is stunning. Each breath brings in about half a liter of air, but only a portion reaches the alveoli. The rest stays in conducting airways, called dead space. Still, with each breath, enough oxygen enters to sustain your entire body. The process, mostly automatic, controlled by respiratory centers in your brain stem. Medulla oblongata, pons. These regions monitor carbon dioxide levels in your blood. More than oxygen, carbon dioxide drives breathing. When CO2 rises, receptors sense it, signal the brainstem, which sends impulses to diaphragm, intercostal muscles. Contraction occurs, inhalation happens, lowering CO2, completing the feedback loop. You can override this consciously. Hold your breath, breathe faster, slower, but eventually automatic control reasserts. You can't consciously stop breathing. Your brainstem ensures you breathe, no matter what. This is safety. This is assurance. Your body protects itself, even when you sleep, unconscious. Breathing continues. The body never forgets how to breathe. And sleep apnea, a condition where breathing repeatedly stops during sleep, can worsen asthma, increase inflammation, reduce oxygen levels. If you snore loudly, wake gasping, feel unrested despite adequate sleep time, consider evaluation. A sleep study may reveal obstructive sleep apnea, treatment, often CPAP, continuous positive airway pressure, keeps airways open, improves oxygenation, reduces inflammation. Many people with both asthma and sleep apnea find treating the sleep apnea improves asthma control. The two conditions intertwined. Weight loss, if overweight, can help sleep apnea, reducing pressure on airways. Even 10% weight loss can make a difference. Sleeping on your side rather than back also helps. Keeps tongue and soft tissues from collapsing backward. Your sleep position may affect breathing in general. Lying flat increases work of breathing slightly, elevating the head of bed. 30 to 45 degrees can help some people, reduces reflux, which can trigger asthma, improves drainage, reduces congestion. Some people sleep better, slightly propped up, with pillows or a wedge. Others prefer flat. It's individual. Experiment. Find what works for you, what allows the deepest, most restful sleep. And as you lie here now, in whatever position feels most comfortable, notice how your body has already made countless micro adjustments, shifting weight, releasing pressure points, all without conscious thought. Your body is wiser than your conscious mind. It knows what it needs, how to heal, how to breathe. Trust it, support it with good choices, then let it do its work. The practice of gratitude sounds too simple to affect health, but research shows it does. Gratitude journaling, writing 3 things daily you're grateful for, reduces stress hormones, improves mood, may reduce inflammation. The mechanism, probably through reducing stress. Gratitude shifts focus from what's wrong to what's right, from fear and anxiety to appreciation and contentment. This shift changes neurochemistry, reduces cortisol, activates the parasympathetic nervous system. Even now, in this drowsy state, can you find one thing to appreciate? Perhaps this comfortable bed, this warm blanket, this quiet moment of rest. Perhaps your body doing its work, breathing, healing. Even now, gratitude for your lungs, for every breath they've taken, billions of breaths over your lifetime, continuing steadily, faithfully. Gratitude for the science, the understanding, the options available for supporting health, and forgiveness, releasing old hurts, old resentments. These emotions, when held, create chronic stress, elevate cortisol, increase inflammation, affect physical health in measurable ways. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior. It means releasing the burden of carrying anger, bitterness, letting go for your own sake, for your health, your peace. Some find this through therapy, through spiritual practice, through time. There's no single path, but the destination matters. Freedom from the weight of past pain, lightness, peace, connection to others, also vital. Loneliness, isolation, increases inflammation, increases mortality, as much as smoking. Social connection, meaningful relationships, reduce stress, improve health outcomes. Even simple interactions, a smile, a kind word, trigger oxytocin release, the bonding hormone, reduces cortisol, promotes healing. We are social creatures. We need each other. If you feel isolated, reach out, join a group, volunteer, call an old friend. Connection doesn't require dozens of friends. Even 1 or 2 meaningful relationships make a difference. Online communities can also help, especially for people with chronic conditions. Finding others who understand, who share experiences, reduces the feeling of being alone in your struggle. Your breath now barely perceptible, the boundary between asleep and awake dissolving. You might not even remember these words by morning. That's perfect. Your unconscious mind absorbs what it needs, releases what it doesn't. Learning doesn't only happen consciously. The body learns through experience, through repetition, breath by breath, night by night, cell by cell. Healing happens in the dark, in the quiet, in the stillness. All the practices we've explored tonight, deep breathing, stress reduction, clean air, quality sleep, anti-inflammatory nutrition, hydration, movement, connection. These aren't separate strategies, they're interwoven. Each supports the others, creating a synergy where the whole is greater than the sum of parts. You don't need perfection. You need progress. You need consistency. Small steps, repeated daily, compound into transformation. The body responds to gentle, persistent, positive inputs, and even struggles, setbacks, difficult days. These are part of the journey, not failures, but information. Your body communicating. Listen to it. Adjust accordingly. Every day, a new opportunity to support yourself, to care for yourself, to heal. The concept of healing might mean different things. For some, complete resolution. For others, better management, less severe symptoms, improved quality of life, more good days than bad. Whatever healing means for you is valid, is worthy of pursuit. Medical care and self-care work together, not in opposition. Medications can provide crucial relief, open airways, reduce inflammation, allow you to breathe easier, to sleep better, to exercise, to implement lifestyle changes. The lifestyle changes then support the medications, make them work better. Perhaps, over time, allow for lower doses, fewer side effects, but never change medications without your doctor's guidance. They need to supervise, adjust, ensure safety. The goal isn't to reject modern medicine. The goal is to embrace comprehensive care, using all tools available, pharmaceutical and lifestyle, working together, creating the best possible outcome. And as you sink even deeper now into the soft embrace of sleep, know that your journey toward better health continues, even here, even now, in the darkness, in the silence. The body does its deepest work. Cell division happens mostly at night. Growth hormone repairs damaged tissues. Immune cells proliferate, learn, strengthen. The brain consolidates memories, clears waste, prepares for tomorrow. Every system, every organ, every cell, working in harmony, a symphony of biological processes, all aimed toward one goal: your survival, your health, your well-being. You are a miracle of biology, trillions of cells working in perfect coordination. Without conscious oversight, your body knows exactly what to do. It's been doing this since you were a single cell. It will continue until your last breath. And each breath, until then, is a gift, an opportunity to nourish, to oxygenate, to live, breathing, the most fundamental act of being alive, something we share with every human who ever lived and ever will. We're all breathing the same air, molecules exhaled by dinosaurs, by ancient trees, by your ancestors, cycling through the atmosphere, connecting us all across time, across space. You are part of this vast web of life, not separate, not alone, connected to everything. The air in your lungs came from oceans, forests, the exhalations of billions of organisms. You breathe in, their offering. You breathe out, yours. Rest now in this knowing. You belong here. You're held by forces larger than yourself. The earth beneath you, the atmosphere around you, the universe, vast and mysterious, and yet intimate, present in every breath. Your body made of stardust, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, forged in the hearts of ancient stars, exploded across the cosmos, gathered here in you, arranged into this marvelous pattern, this living, breathing, conscious being. You are the universe, experiencing itself through your senses, your thoughts, your breath, consciousness, flowering in billions of forms, across billions of worlds, perhaps. And here you are, one of them, aware, alive, breathing this moment. Let that awareness gently fade now, as sleep takes you deeper, thoughts dissolving like mist in morning sun, nothing left but peace, darkness, breath, so slow, so quiet, barely there. The world continues outside your window. But here, in this room, in this moment, nothing matters, nothing exists but rest, healing, gentle, easeful, deep, your lungs, rising, falling, oxygen, flowing, carbon dioxide, releasing, the ancient rhythm of breath, of life, continuing without you, as you drift into dreams, into the formless, into sleep, and will continue drifting together through this gentle night as your body restores, as your airways relax, as healing unfolds in ways you cannot see, but your body knows, your body remembers how to be well. Long silence, allowing the deepest sleep, the science and the mystery meeting here in your breath, in your body, in this timeless, spaceless, healing darkness. Rest, breathe, and as the body releases into sleep, let's drift through the subtle architecture of inflammation itself. Understanding the enemy makes it less frightening, more manageable, just chemistry, just biology, nothing more. Inflammation is not evil. It's a protective response. When you cut your finger, inflammation rushes in, white blood cells, cleaning the wound, fighting bacteria, redness, warmth, swelling, all signs of healing in progress. But chronic inflammation is different. The alarm never shuts off. The inflammatory cascade keeps running like a fire that smoulders, never fully burning, never fully extinguishing, just smoking persistently, damaging tissues over time. In airways, this chronic inflammation causes the lining to thicken, mucus glands to enlarge, smooth muscle to become hyperreactive, the airways remodeling themselves in response to constant irritation. This is why early intervention matters before permanent changes occur. But the body wants balance, wants homeostasis. It produces anti-inflammatory molecules too, resolvins, protectins, mericins. These specialized pro-resolving mediators made from omega-3 fatty acids, they actively turn off inflammation, help tissues return to normal. This is why omega-3s matter, not just because they're anti-inflammatory, but because they're the building blocks of resolution. The body uses them to make molecules that end inflammation, actively restore balance. Most modern diets, low in omega-3s, high in omega-6s. The imbalance means less raw material. For resolution, the inflammation lingers longer, resolves less completely. The cumulative effect over years, significant. And oxidative stress, another piece of the puzzle. Free radicals, unstable molecules, missing an electron. They steal electrons from other molecules, creating chain reactions, damaging DNA, proteins, cell membranes. Your body produces free radicals, normally during metabolism, during immune responses, but antioxidants neutralize them, donate electrons, stabilize them, break the chain reaction. Antioxidant from colorful fruits, vegetables, berries deep purple, carrots bright orange, leafy greens, dark and rich. The pigments, anthocyanins, carotenoids are antioxidants, protecting the plant, and when you eat them, protecting you. Vitamin E in nuts and seeds, vitamin C in citrus and peppers, selenium in Brazil nuts, glutathione, made by your body from amino acids, all working together, a team, neutralizing free radicals, protecting your cells, your airways, your DNA. The concept of hormesis, worth understanding. Small stresses that make you stronger. Exercise is hormetic stress. You damage muscle fibers slightly. They rebuild. Stronger. Cold exposure. Brief stress. That strengthens resilience. Fasting for some people. Mild stress. That triggers cellular cleanup. Autophagy. But chronic stress is different. No recovery time. No rebuilding phase. Just damage accumulating. This is the stress. We must reduce the unrelenting, unresolved, inflammatory stress, finding the balance between hormetic stress that strengthens and chronic stress that weakens. This is an art and a science. Listen to your body. It tells you which is which. Your body right now, so deeply relaxed, is in healing mode. Parasympathetic dominance. The vagus nerve, that wandering nerve, running from brainstem to abdomen, touching heart, lungs, digestive organs, is activated. The vagus nerve has anti-inflammatory effects directly through the cholinergic anti-inflammatory pathway. It releases acetylcholine, which binds to receptors on immune cells, telling them, stand down, reduce inflammation, all is well. This is why relaxation, meditation, deep breathing are not just feel-good practices. They have measurable biological effects, reducing inflammation through neural pathways, mind and body, not separate, never separate, one integrated system. Singing, humming, chanting, these activate the vagus nerve too, the vibration in your throat, in your chest, stimulates vagal tone. Some studies show regular singing improves heart rate variability, a marker of vagal activity, of resilience, of health. Singing in groups, choir, community singing adds social connection, synchronized breathing with others, creating harmony. These amplify benefits, mental, emotional, physical, all interwoven. You don't need perfect pitch or training, just willingness to make sound, to vibrate your body with your own voice, in the shower, in the car, humming while cooking, all beneficial, all activating that healing nerve. Laughter, also healing, not just metaphorically so, but physically. Laughter increases endorphins, natural painkillers, reduces stress hormones, improves immune function, relaxes muscles throughout the body, including airways. Studies show people who laugh regularly have lower inflammation, better cardiovascular health, enhanced immunity. Laughter yoga, a practice combining laughter exercises with yogic breathing, has shown benefits. In research studies, find what makes you laugh. Comedy, funny friends, silly videos. Don't dismiss it as frivolous. Laughter is medicine, free, enjoyable, effective. Prescription, laugh daily, as much as possible, and let your mind drift to the concept of cellular senescence, zombie cells. Scientists call them cells that should die, but don't. They stop dividing, but remain alive, secreting inflammatory molecules called the SASP, senescence-associated secretory phenotype. These zombie cells accumulate with age, contributing to age-related inflammation, inflammaging. They affect tissues throughout the body, including lungs, making them more reactive, more inflamed, less resilient. Exercise, fasting, certain compounds may help clear senescent cells, allowing healthy cells to take their place. This is emerging science. Senolytics, xenomorphics, compounds that kill or neutralize zombie cells. Quercetin, that flavonoid we mentioned, is a senolytic in laboratory studies. Kills senescent cells. This may be part of its benefit. Beyond antioxidant effects, beyond mast cell stabilization, actually clearing inflammatory zombie cells. The future of medicine may involve targeting these cells removing them, rejuvenating tissues. But today, we use what we have: healthy lifestyle, exercise, good nutrition. These likely help clear senescent cells naturally. To some degree, your body already has mechanisms: programmed cell death, apoptosis, immune cells, that clear debris. Support these systems, don't burden them with poor choices, and they work more efficiently, keeping you cleaner, healthier, younger at the cellular level. Speaking of age and airways, the lungs do change. Over time, elasticity decreases, alveoli become less efficient, chest wall stiffens, respiratory muscles weaken slightly. This is normal aging, happens to everyone, but the rate of decline varies dramatically. Smokers, accelerated decline. Sedentary people, faster decline. Those who exercise maintain function much better, much longer. Pulmonary function tests measure this. FEV1, forced expiratory volume, in 1 second, typically declines about 30 milliliters per year after age 30, but in active people, non-smokers, the decline much slower, in some barely detectable, until very old age. You have influence over your trajectory. Your choices today determine your lung function 20 years from now, 40 years from now. This is empowering and sobering. The power is yours. Use it wisely. Breathing right now, in this moment, is probably the best it's been all day. Relaxed, lying down, no demands, no stress, just easy, gentle flow of air in and out, your airways at their most open, most relaxed. This is your baseline, your potential, when everything is optimal. Remember this feeling, this ease, during the day when breathing feels harder. Remember, your lungs can do this. They can breathe easily. The tightness, the difficulty is not permanent, is not inevitable, just a temporary state that can shift with the right support, the right interventions, and anxiety often accompanies breathing difficulties. The two feed each other. Difficult breathing causes anxiety. Anxiety causes rapid breathing, hyperventilation, which worsens the feeling of breathlessness. A vicious cycle. Breaking this cycle requires addressing both the physical and the psychological. Breathing techniques help the physical. Meditation, therapy help the psychological. Sometimes medication for anxiety helps both, allows you to breathe more calmly, which reduces anxiety further. Positive cycle. Never feel ashamed of anxiety, of needing help. With mental health, it's as real as physical health, often more impactful on quality of life. Seeking help is strength, not weakness, is wisdom, not failure. The mind-body connection cannot be overstated. Your thoughts affect your physiology. Your physiology affects your thoughts. Negative thought spirals increase cortisol, increase inflammation. Positive thoughts, gratitude, optimism, reduce inflammation, improve immune function. This isn't magical thinking. It's neuroscience, psychoneuroimmunology, the study of how mind affects immunity. Decades of research confirming what ancient wisdom always knew: mind and body inseparable. So cultivate positive thoughts, not by denying reality, but by focusing on what's good, what's working, what's possible. This isn't naive, it's strategic. It's using your mind to support your body, to create the conditions for healing. And as you drift even deeper now into the borderlands of consciousness, where dreams begin, forming, dissolving, strange and beautiful, know that even here, even in dreams, the body continue its work. REM sleep coming soon, if not already. Your eyes moving rapidly under closed lids, your brain as active as waking, but the body paralyzed to prevent acting out dreams except breathing. Heart continue always. Unconscious functions never stop. In dreams, you process emotions, consolidate memories, work through problems, the unconscious mind churning, sorting, filing away what matters, discarding what doesn't. This is why people often wake with solutions they couldn't find while awake. The dreaming mind sees differently, makes connections. Linear thinking misses. So trust your dreams, trust your sleep to do their work. You don't have to consciously control everything. Some things happen best when you let go, when you surrender to the wisdom of your unconscious, your body, your ancient, mammalian, reptilian brain, older than thought, older than language, knowing things your conscious mind never learned. Breathe, release, trust. Your body knows. It's been doing this for millions of years of evolution, breathing, healing, surviving, thriving. You are the latest expression of an unbroken line stretching back to the first breathing organism that crawled from the sea, the breath, that first breath on land, hundreds of millions of years ago, continues in you tonight. This same process. Oxygen in, carbon dioxide out, refined, perfected, but fundamentally unchanged. You breathe as your ancestors breathed, as all life has breathed since breath began. This long view, this evolutionary perspective reminds us we are resilient, we are designed to adapt, to heal, to persist. Your body carries this wisdom, this resilience in every cell, in every breath. Rest now in this knowing you are held by evolution, by biology, by the fundamental life force that flows through all living things. You belong here. You are part of this ancient dance of breath and life and healing. Deep breath, letting go. Deeper still, into sleep, into dreams, into restoration. The body keeps healing, the airways keep clearing, the inflammation keeps resolving. One moment, one breath at a time. and we continue drifting together through this gentle night, through the science and mystery of healing, of breath, of life itself. And in this deep rest, your body continues its quiet work. Cells in your airways producing new proteins, repairing damage, strengthening structures, all guided by your DNA, that ancient code written in molecules, 4 simple letters, ATCG, arranged in 3 billion pairs, containing the instructions for you, genes turning on and off in response to your environment, your choices, your lifestyle. This is epigenetics, the dance between nature and nurture. Your genes are not your destiny. Your lifestyle choices influence which genes express, which stay silent. Anti-inflammatory lifestyle can downregulate inflammatory genes, upregulate healing genes. Stress reduction changes gene expression. Exercise changes it. Sleep changes it. You have more power than you might realize. Not total control, but significant influence. And this brings a full circle to the importance of consistency. One healthy meal doesn't heal you. One deep breath doesn't transform you. But thousands of healthy meals, millions of conscious breaths over weeks, months, years. These accumulate, these reshape your biology. The body responds to patterns. What you do most days matters more than what you do occasionally. This is both challenging and liberating. You don't need perfection. You need consistent, reasonable effort, 80% adherence to healthy practices, often more effective than 100% adherence, attempted then abandoned. Because the stress of perfectionism can negate the benefits. Be kind to yourself. Progress over perfection. Always. Let's return now to the breath, where we started. Deep, diaphragmatic breathing. This simple practice, accessible anywhere, costs nothing, requires no equipment, yet provides profound benefits. 3 times daily, take 5 breaths. Deep belly breaths, morning, upon waking, afternoon. Midday reset, evening, before bed, just 5 breaths. 15 total. Takes less than 5 minutes, yet signals to your nervous system repeatedly, you are safe, you are calm, all is well. Over time, this becomes automatic. Your default breathing pattern shifts from shallow chest breathing to deeper belly breathing. The body learns, adopts the new pattern as baseline, and suddenly you're breathing better all day, without effort, without thinking. The Buteyko method we mentioned earlier takes this further, teaches you to breathe less, to tolerate higher carbon dioxide levels. The premise: modern humans often overbreathe, chronically hyperventilate slightly. This lowers carbon dioxide too much. Seems counterintuitive. Carbon dioxide we think of as waste, but it's crucial for oxygen delivery. The Bohr effect describes this. Hemoglobin holds oxygen. Carbon dioxide causes hemoglobin to release oxygen to tissues. Too little carbon dioxide, hemoglobin holds oxygen. too tightly. Tissues become oxygen deprived, despite adequate oxygen in blood. The body, sensing this, makes you breathe more, creating a vicious cycle. The Buteyko method gradually trains you to breathe less, normalize carbon dioxide, improve oxygen delivery. Some small studies show promise for asthma control. Reduce symptoms, less medication, but more research needed to confirm. If interested, work with a certified practitioner. Don't attempt extreme breath holds or intense practices without guidance. Gentle, gradual, safe. And now, as you rest so deeply, let's consider the power of ritual, the practices we've discussed. Breathing exercises, hydration, herbal teas. These become rituals, anchors in your day, moments of self-care, of presence, of intention. Morning ritual, waking, perhaps with sun streaming in. First thought, gratitude. 3 things you appreciate. Then water, room temperature, perhaps with lemon. Then 5 deep breaths, setting the tone for your day. Calm, centered, prepared. Evening ritual, dimming lights. 2 hours before bed, herbal tea, chamomile, or rooibos, sipping slowly, mindfully. Dry skin brushing, if that's part of your practice, or gentle stretching. Diffuser with lavender, windows cracked for fresh air. Then bed, same time, every night. These rituals signal to your body, signal to your mind, it's time to rest, to heal, to sleep. The consistency, the repetition makes sleep come more easily, more reliably. Sleep quality improves. And speaking of rituals, let's think about morning sunlight. Again, the importance cannot be overstated. Within 30 minutes of waking, get outside. Even on cloudy days, the light intensity is much higher than indoors. Even on overcast days, 10 to 30 minutes. Face east toward the rising sun. No sunglasses. Light enters your eyes, hits specialized cells in your retina, called intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, or iPRGCs. These cells detect light intensity, send signals to your suprachiasmatic nucleus, your master clock in the hypothalamus. This signal resets your circadian rhythm, starts the countdown to melatonin production later, regulates cortisol, optimizes timing of all circadian processes. One simple practice, massive downstream effects. People who get morning light exposure sleep better, have more energy during day, better mood, reduced depression. These aren't small effects. These are clinically significant, life-changing for some. If you work indoors, make time before work or during lunch break. Just 10 minutes outside, it matters more than you know, and movement throughout the day. Not just dedicated exercise, but general activity. Standing, walking, stretching, fidgeting even, all contribute to metabolic health, to lymphatic drainage, to mental well-being. The concept, exercise snacks, brief bursts of activity, 2 minutes of stairs, 5 minutes of walking, 10 squats, spread throughout the day, These add up, improve insulin sensitivity, reduce inflammation, break up sedentary time. For people with respiratory conditions, sometimes formal exercise feels daunting, but these small movements feel achievable, build confidence, build capacity. Over time, fitness improves, enabling more activity, a positive spiral. Walking, the most accessible form of exercise, no equipment needed, can be done anywhere, at any pace. Even slow walking provides benefits: fresh air, sunshine, movement, connection to surroundings, all therapeutic. Walk in nature when possible. Forest, park, beach, the Japanese. Practice Shinrin-yoku, forest bathing, spending time immersed in nature, reduces stress hormones, improves immune function, increases natural killer cells, reduces inflammation. The mechanism: partly phytoncides, antimicrobial compounds released by trees. We breathe them in. They affect our biology, partly the visual beauty, the sounds, birdsong, rustling leaves, the colours, greens and browns, calming to nervous system, partly just being away from artificial environments, from screens, from concrete, from noise, returning to what our ancestors knew: nature heals. Simple truth, now validated by science. Your body now so completely relaxed, every muscle released, your mind drifting between thoughts, not quite asleep, not quite awake. This hypnagogic state, the threshold, rich with imagery, loose associations, creativity, healing. In this state, suggestions reach deeper, past conscious filters, into the subconscious, where beliefs and patterns reside. So hear this now, even if you don't consciously remember. Your body knows how to heal, your airways know how to relax, your immune system knows how to balance. You have everything you need within you: the wisdom, the capacity, the resilience. You've survived every difficult day so far. 100% success rate. You'll continue to navigate, to adapt, to heal, day by day, breath by breath. And the specific nutrients we've touched on: magnesium for muscle relaxation, found in pumpkin seeds, dark chocolate, almonds, spinach, whole grains. Adequate magnesium relaxes bronchial smooth muscle, improves sleep quality, reduces anxiety. Many people are deficient without knowing. Supplementing 300-400 milliliters at bedtime may help sleep and airways, but start low. Magnesium citrate can have laxative effects. Magnesium glycinate, better tolerated, gentler, still effective. Omega-3 fatty acids, we discussed, anti-inflammatory, found in fatty fish, walnuts, flax seeds, chia seeds, but the dosage matters. Small amounts, minimal effect. To get therapeutic levels from food requires regular consumption, multiple servings per week of fatty fish, or daily. Walnuts and seeds. Fish oil supplements provide concentrated omega-3s, EPA and DHA, the active forms, but quality matters. Look for third-party tested free from mercury, other contaminants, molecular distillation, removes toxins, concentrates omega-3s, typical therapeutic dose, 2 to 3 grams of EPA plus DHA combined daily. Some studies in asthma show benefits at these doses, reduced inflammation, fewer exacerbations, but not a universal finding. Some people respond, others don't. Trial and see. Quercetin, that flavonoid we mentioned, mast cell stabilizer, natural antihistamine, found in red onions, apples with skin, capers, berries, green tea, buckwheat. To get therapeutic amounts from food alone, challenging. Quercetin supplements available. Typical dose 500,000 ml daily, often combined with bromelain, an enzyme from pineapple that enhances absorption, has its own anti-inflammatory effects. Some research suggests quercetin reduces exercise-induced bronchoconstriction, may reduce viral respiratory infections. More research needed, but preliminary data promising, generally safe. Few side effects, worth considering. Vitamin C, ascorbic acid, water-soluble vitamin, powerful antioxidant, required for collagen synthesis, immune function, many roles. The research on vitamin C for respiratory health, mixed. Some studies show modest benefits, others show none, but it's safe, inexpensive, and even if effects on respiratory health are modest, it supports overall health, adequate intake from fruits and vegetables, probably sufficient for most people, but during illness or stress, requirements may increase. Supplementing 301,000 mg daily. Reasonable for some people, higher doses may cause digestive upset, diarrhea, due to osmotic effect. If this occurs, reduce dose or use buffered vitamin C, gentler on stomach. Probiotics, we've discussed, supporting gut health, which supports lung health, but not all probiotics are equal. Different strains have different effects. For respiratory health, Lactobacillus and Bifidobacterium, strains most studied. Some specific strains shown in research to reduce respiratory infections, reduce duration of colds, possibly reduce allergy symptoms, but results vary by strain, by individual, by baseline microbiome, food sources, yogurt with live cultures, kefir, sauerkraut, kimchi, miso, tempeh. These provide diverse strains, plus other beneficial compounds, prebiotics, vitamins, better than relying solely on supplements. But if supplementing, look for multi-strain formulas, at least 10 billion CFUs, colony-forming units, per dose, refrigerated varieties, often higher quality, more viable bacteria, take with food, improve survival through stomach acid. And now, you're breathing, so slow, so soft. Perhaps you've lost awareness of individual breaths. They happen without you, your autonomic nervous system, conducting the symphony of inhalation, exhalation, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the rhythm of life. In sleep, breathing patterns change, becomes more variable, less regular. Stages of sleep each have characteristic breathing patterns, REM sleep, breathing irregular, reflecting dream content, deep sleep, regular, slow, peaceful. Tonight, as you cycle through these stages, your body uses each for different purposes: light sleep, transition, processing, deep sleep, physical restoration, growth hormone, tissue repair, REM sleep, emotional processing, memory consolidation, brain cleansing. You need all stages. All are important. The cycle repeats 4-6 times per night. Each cycle, 90 minutes, roughly, moving through light, deep, REM, then back, an elegant dance choreographed by your brain for your healing, your restoration, your preparation for tomorrow. The future holds promise. Research continues. New understanding emerges about respiratory health, about inflammation, about the intricate connections between systems. Every year, new insights, new possibilities, personalized medicine, genetic testing, microbiome analysis may one day allow truly individualized treatment plans, understanding your unique biology, predicting which interventions will work for you, avoiding trial and error. But today, we work with what we know, what science has validated, what centuries of human experience have taught us. The fundamentals. Don't change. Breathe deeply. Move regularly. Eat real food. Manage stress. Sleep well. Connect with others. Connect with nature. These work. Always have. Always will. And so, as we approach the end of this journey, this night of learning and rest, remember, you're not alone. Millions of people around the world navigate similar challenges. They find ways to breathe easier, to live fully, despite limitations, because of determination, because of wisdom, because of hope. You are part of this community, connected by shared experience, shared humanity, shared breath. We all breathe the same air. We all seek the same thing: health, peace, well-being for ourselves, for those we love, and the practices we've explored are gifts you give yourself. Each deep breath, a gift. Each glass of water, a gift. Each good night's sleep, a gift. Small acts of self-love, self-care, accumulating into transformation. Be patient with yourself. Change takes time. Biology doesn't shift overnight, but it does shift with consistent, gentle, positive inputs. Trust the process. Trust your body. Trust the science that supports you. Your healthcare providers, your partners in this journey. Work with them. Share what you learn, what helps, what doesn't. They can guide, adjust medications, order tests, provide expertise, combine their knowledge with your lived experience. Together, you create the best path forward. Never feel you must choose between conventional and complementary. They work together. Each has value. Each has limitations. Used together, Wisely, they synergize, creating outcomes better than either alone, and as your mind grows quieter still, as sleep pulls you under like gentle waves on a calm sea, know that you've given yourself a gift tonight, this time, this rest, this learning. All of it supports your healing. Tomorrow, when you wake, you might not remember everything, but somewhere in your cells, in your neural pathways, this information integrates, becomes part of you, influences your choices, supports your health. The body keeps healing, even now, even as you sleep, deeper, deeper still. Cytokines working, immune cells patrolling, cilia sweeping, mucus thinning, airways relaxing, inflammation resolving, one cell at a time, one breath at a time. The earth turns slowly beneath you. The moon pulls gently on the tides of your body. Mostly water. You're influenced by lunar cycles, by seasons, by day and night, part of nature, not separate from it, never separate. And nature knows how to heal, left undisturbed, given time, given support. The body returns to balance, to health, to homeostasis. This is its nature, its deepest drive, toward wholeness, toward wellness, always. So rest. In this truth, you are held by forces ancient and wise. Your genes, remember, millennia of survival, your cells, know the patterns of healing. Your body is on your side, always, working tirelessly for your benefit, your job, simply to support it. Remove obstacles, provide what's needed, then step back, trust, allow the healing to unfold. Deep breath, gentle, easy, deep breath, gentle respiratory wellness, supporting the lungs, supporting the body, supporting you. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the science of health, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. The body keeps healing. Deep breath, gentle asthma relief, and we'll keep drifting, floating together through health science. Breathe, rest, heal. As your mind unwinds, we'll softly wander through the liver's vital role with Barbara O'Neill's power of bitter herbs and the gentle art of castor oil packs. The liver is a recoverable organ, detoxing foods, detoxing drinks, detoxing spices. No effort is required here. Allow yourself to settle, gently descending, aligning with the body's natural repair cycle. Weight easing from the shoulders, the face loosening, each slow breath guiding you further inward, further still, into stillness. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the healing inside you, right now. Beneath your ribs, on the right side of your body, sits an organ weighing about 3 pounds, deep maroon, warm, pulsing with blood. This is your liver, the great filter, the silent architect of wellness. And tonight, we'll learn its secrets as you slip softer, softer into sleep. The liver is recovery itself, made flesh. It's the only organ in your entire body that can regenerate completely. You could lose 75% of it, and it would grow back, cell by cell, weaving itself whole again, like starfish arms, like spring after winter. This isn't metaphor. This is your body's blueprint, written in ancient code. Your liver is performing right now. Over 500 separate functions. 500 as you breathe in and out. It's filtering, transforming, storing, releasing. It processes everything, every molecule of food, every sip of water, every breath of air that carried chemicals, every thought that sparked a stress hormone passes through this dark red sanctuary. Feel your breath in and out, each exhale, carrying away what you don't need. Your liver working in the background, always like a mother's hands, folding laundry in the dark. The liver detoxifies in 3 elegant phases, 3 movements in a symphony. Phase 1, mobilization. Phase 2, transformation. Phase 3, elimination. Each one perfectly choreographed, each one requiring specific nutrients, specific conditions, specific care. In phase 1, toxins are awakened, pulled from where they hide in fat cells, in tissues, brought into the open, oxidized, made reactive. This phase needs antioxidants, needs protection, because these mobilized toxins, for a moment, are more dangerous than when they were sleeping, like disturbing a hornet's nest. You need protection, you need support. Phase 2, biotransformation. This is where magic happens, where poison becomes something water-soluble, something that can leave. The liver attaches small molecules, sulfur groups, methyl groups, glutathione, wrapping up the toxins like presents, like prisoners, binding them so they can't escape back into your blood. This phase needs sulfur, needs glutathione, the master antioxidant, made from 3 amino acids, glycine, cysteine, glutamate. Your body makes it, but stress depletes it. Toxins drain it. And without enough, phase 2 stalls. Toxins pile up, half transformed, causing inflammation, fatigue, that heavy feeling. Phase 3, elimination. The wrapped toxins, now water-soluble, travel through bile ducts into bile, that green-gold fluid stored in your gallbladder, released when you eat fat, traveling down into your intestines, and if all goes well, out of your body forever. But here's where things can go wrong. If you're constipated, if bile isn't flowing, if your gut bacteria are imbalanced, those toxins can be reabsorbed, taken back up, cycling, recycling, through your portal vein, back to the liver, again and again. This is why fiber matters, why bowel movements matter, why the whole system must flow. Let your jaw go slack, tongue resting, teeth apart. Feel the weight of your head pressing into the pillow, your liver filtering, always filtering, even now, even as you drift. The liver is a recoverable organ. Unlike your heart muscle after a major attack, unlike brain cells after stroke, the liver forgives, it regenerates, it remembers its blueprint and builds itself back. This is why people with severe liver damage, given the right support, the right time, the right nutrients, can heal, truly heal. The hepatocytes, the liver cells, divide, multiply, restructure, reformation written into their DNA. But this gift, this regenerative capacity, requires something from you. It requires rest. It requires that you stop the assault, stop flooding it with fructose, with alcohol, with chemicals it must process. Give it space, and it will rebuild. Environmental toxins are everywhere now, in ways they weren't 100 years ago. Glyphosate, the herbicide sprayed on most conventional crops, disrupts the liver's ability to detoxify other chemicals. It's not just one toxin, it's a toxin that makes you more vulnerable to all toxins. It chelates minerals, binds them, removes them from your system. Magnesium, zinc, manganese, all needed for detoxification. This is why choosing organic food when possible, especially for the foods you eat most, matters more than we realized. It's not about perfection. It's about reducing load, lowering the burden, giving your liver breathing room. Your liver loves bitter flavors, bitter foods. Signal to your body, release bile, wake up digestion, activate the cleansing pathways. For thousands of years, humans ate bitter foods, wild greens, roots, herbs. Now everything is sweet, bred for sweetness. And we've lost this ancient signal, dandelion root. Those yellow flowers considered weeds. Their roots, dried and steeped as tea, are one of the liver's oldest allies. Dandelion root stimulates bile production, supports both liver and gallbladder, acts as a gentle diuretic, helping kidneys too. It's not dramatic, not pharmaceutical, but steady, reliable, like rain. Drink it warm, before bed if it doesn't wake you, or in the morning, letting the bitter touch your tongue, signalling, waking, preparing. Milk thistle, known also as St. Mary's thistle, has been used for over 2,000 years for liver complaints. Its active compound, silymarin, is a flavonoid complex that protects liver cells, stabilizes their membranes, prevents toxins from entering, and helps regenerate damaged hepatocytes. Studies show milk thistle can help in cases of fatty liver, in alcohol-related damage, in hepatitis. It's not a cure, but it's support, gentle, protective, like an umbrella in poison rain. You can take it as a tincture, as capsules, as tea. The seeds, ground fresh, are most potent, but bitter, so bitter. Feel your body sinking deeper now, the mattress rising up to hold you, your breath slower, softer, each inhale bringing in what you need, each exhale releasing, always releasing. Castor oil packs, an ancient practice, simple, almost too simple to believe, and yet thousands report feeling their liver region soften, warm, release after using them. You take organic castor oil, hexane-free, cold-pressed, soak a wool or cotton flannel in it, place it over your liver, your right rib cage, cover with plastic, then a hot water bottle, and rest for 30 to 60 minutes, ideally 3 times a week. The castor oil, rich in ricinoleic acid, is said to penetrate, to increase circulation, to reduce inflammation, to stimulate lymphatic drainage. Studies are limited, but the practice persists because people feel it, feel something shift, soften, move. Your liver, receiving heat, receiving touch, even indirect touch. It responds. Blood flow increases, muscles relax, and in that relaxation, in that warmth, perhaps stagnation begins to move. The liver is called the great filter, but it's so much more. It's a factory, a warehouse, a recycling center, a hormone regulator, a blood sugar stabilizer. It stores vitamins A, D, E, K, the fat-soluble ones. It stores iron, it stores glycogen, that backup fuel, ready to release glucose when your blood sugar drops, when you need energy between meals. Without a functioning liver, blood sugar becomes chaotic. You swing from high to low, crash after meals, wake at 3 a.m, anxious, heart racing, because your liver couldn't maintain, couldn't release glycogen smoothly, couldn't keep you stable. This is the liver-adrenal connection. When your liver can't regulate blood sugar, your adrenal glands must compensate. They release cortisol, adrenaline, stress hormones to raise blood sugar, to keep your brain fed. And if this happens night after night, your adrenals exhaust. You wake tired, need caffeine, crash in the afternoon, can't handle stress, feel depleted. Healing the liver heals the adrenals, their partners dancing together, and when one leads well, the other can rest. The liver also clears hormones, excess estrogen, old thyroid hormone, cortisol metabolites. All must be processed, transformed, eliminated by the liver. If your liver is congested, overwhelmed, these hormones recirculate. Estrogen dominance, thyroid resistance, hormonal imbalance can all trace back to a liver that needs support. Women especially feel this. PMS worsening, periods heavier, fibroids growing, Brias tenderness. When they support their liver, symptoms often ease. The body rebalancing. Your liver is also where T4 thyroid hormone becomes T3, the active form, the form your cells can use if your liver is inflamed, if it lacks the nutrients, the selenium, the zinc. This conversion slows You can have normal thyroid tests, but feel hyperthyroid, cold, tired, gaining weight because the conversion isn't happening. Everything connects. Everything is relationship. The liver at the center, coordinating, conducting. Let your eyes fully close now, if they haven't already. Let the darkness be complete, be restful. You don't need to see, don't need to think, just receive these whispers, these truths drifting through you. Glutathione, the master antioxidant, the molecule your liver cannot live without. It's made in your body, but depleted constantly by toxins, by stress, by poor sleep, by processed foods. Glutathione neutralizes free radicals, binds heavy metals, supports every phase of detoxification. To make glutathione, your body needs sulfur-rich foods, garlic, onions, the allium family, their sharp bite, their pungent medicine. Crack open a clove of garlic, let it sit 10 minutes, the allicin forming, then eat it raw if you can bear it, or lightly cooked, your liver receiving sulfur compounds, cysteine, the building blocks, cruciferous vegetables, broccoli, cauliflower, kale, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, all contain sulforaphane, indole 3-carbinol, compounds that upregulate those detox pathways that help your liver process estrogen safely, that protect cells from becoming abnormal. Steam them lightly, roast them with olive oil, blend them into soups, make them a daily practice, not a chore, but an offering to the body that carries you. Brussels sprouts especially, so rich in sulfur, in glutathione precursors. People hate them often because they were boiled, mushy, bitter, but roasted with sea salt, they caramelize, sweeten, become almost candy-like. Slice them in half, toss in oil, roast at high heat until crispy, golden. The sulfur remains, the medicine remains. Cabbage juice, raw, is healing for the gut lining, for ulcers, and a healthy gut means a healthy liver. They're connected by the portal vein. Everything absorbed from your intestines goes first to your liver before reaching the rest of your body. If your gut is inflamed, leaking undigested proteins, bacterial toxins cross into your blood, overwhelm your liver, create inflammation, fatigue, brain fog. Cabbage juice, rich in glutamine, in vitamin U, in sulfur compounds, helps seal those gut junctions, helps heal the lining. A quarter cup, twice a day. It's not delicious, but it's effective. Ancient medicine, simple medicine. Turmeric, that golden root, contains curcumin, one of the most studied anti-inflammatory compounds. Curcumin supports bile production, protects liver cells, increases glutathione, reduces oxidative stress. It's been used for thousands of years in Ayurvedic medicine for liver and gallbladder conditions. But curcumin alone isn't well absorbed. You need black pepper, Piperine increases absorption 20-fold, and fat, a little oil or coconut milk because it's fat soluble. Golden milk before bed, warm nut milk, turmeric, cinnamon, ginger, black pepper, a touch of honey. It's soothing, grounding, anti-inflammatory, sleep supporting. Ginger increases circulation, supports digestion, reduces nausea, helps bile flow, a warming herb, a moving herb. When things feel stagnant, heavy, ginger can help them shift. Grate fresh ginger, steep in hot water, add lemon. This simple drink in the morning wakes your liver, stimulates digestion, hydrates, alkalizes. It's gentle but purposeful. Your breath now, barely a whisper, chest rising, falling, like tide, like waves, so slow, so steady. Your liver beneath your ribs, warm and dark, working, always working, but tonight, learning to rest. There are 8 laws of health, principles that support every system: sunlight, fresh air, water, rest, exercise, nutrition, temperance, trust in the divine or in the body's wisdom. These aren't liver specific, but the liver responds to all of them. Sunlight, vitamin D production happens in your skin, but vitamin D is stored in your liver. Vitamin D deficiency is epidemic now, and without adequate vitamin D, immune function falters, inflammation increases, the liver struggles more. Get morning light on your skin, on your eyes, even through a window, though direct is better. It costs nothing, requires nothing, but stepping outside, fresh air, oxygenation. Your liver cells need oxygen to function, to detoxify. Deep breathing, walks in nature, opening windows, all bring oxygen to tissues, to cells. The liver is metabolically active, hungry for oxygen, for life force. Water, pure water, hydration is essential. Your blood is 90% water. If you're dehydrated, your blood thickens, toxins concentrate. The liver must work harder to filter, to process. Aim for half your body weight in ounces each day. More if you exercise, if you sweat. Add a pinch of Celtic sea salt or Himalayan pink salt to your water. Not table salt, not stripped salt, but mineral-rich salt. This helps your cells actually absorb the water instead of peeing it out. Minerals matter: magnesium, potassium, trace elements all support the electrical gradients that let cells function. Magnesium especially is involved in over 300 enzymatic reactions, many of them in the liver, in detoxification. Magnesium deficiency is common because soil is depleted, because stress drains it, because we don't eat enough greens, enough seeds, enough of what our ancestors ate. Magnesium glycinate before bed helps sleep, helps the liver detoxify overnight, helps muscles relax, helps anxiety soften. It's one of the safest, most helpful supplements for most people. Let your leg grow heavy, so heavy, like stone, like sand, sinking down through the bed, through the floor. You're not going anywhere, nowhere to be, nothing to do, just this breath, this moment, this gentle learning. Rest, circadian rhythms matter profoundly for liver health. Your liver has a circadian clock. It's most active between 1 and 3 a.m. This is when, if you're asleep, if your body's in parasympathetic mode, the liver does its deepest detoxification, its deepest repair. If you're awake then, eating then, stressed then, drinking alcohol then, the liver can't do this work. It's busy processing food, dealing with stress hormones, missing its window, going to bed by 10 p.m., sleeping through until morning, gives your liver this gift, this space to heal. People who wake consistently between 1 and 3 a.m. often have liver congestion, blood sugar dysregulation, or both. The liver trying to work, struggling, releasing stress hormones, waking you. It's not insomnia, exactly. It's a signal, a message from your body asking for support. Exercise, movement matters. Not intense, not punishing, but regular. Walking, daily walking, supports metabolism, supports lymphatic drainage, supports mood, supports the liver. The lymphatic system has no pump, unlike blood, which has the heart. Lymph moves only when you move, when muscles contract, when you breathe deeply. Rebounding, jumping on a small trampoline is especially good for lymph. The up and down motion, the G-force, opens and closes lymphatic valves, moves fluid, moves waste. 5 to 10 minutes daily can make a difference. Dry body brushing before showering with a natural bristle brush. Brushing toward your heart stimulates lymph, exfoliates skin, increases circulation. Your skin is called the third kidney because it eliminates through sweat, through oil, through shedding cells. Supporting skin supports liver. They work together. Sauna use, sweating, removes toxins through skin, heavy metals, BPA, phthalates, all can be measured in sweat. If you have access to an infrared sauna or a traditional sauna, using it several times a week can reduce your body's toxic burden, can give your liver less to process. But hydrate, remineralize, don't deplete yourself. Support, always support. Reducing chemical personal care products matters more than most realize. Your skin absorbs everything. Deodorant, lotion, shampoo, makeup, perfume, all absorbed, all requiring liver processing. The average woman applies over 500 chemical to her skin before leaving the house. Each morning, switch slowly, one product at a time, to cleaner versions. Read ingredients. If you can't pronounce it, your liver probably doesn't want to process it. Your body is so quiet now. barely here, just consciousness floating on breath, on these words, drifting through knowledge into rest, the liver beneath, pulsing softly, filtering, dreaming its own dreams, organic eating to avoid pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, isn't just for the health obsessed, it's practical. It reduces load. Every bite of conventional produce carries residues, small amounts, yes, but daily, for years, they accumulate. The dirty dozen are the crops most contaminated: strawberries, spinach, kale, apples, grapes, peaches, cherries, pears, tomatoes, celery, potatoes. Buy these, organic if possible. The others, the clean 15, have thicker skins, lower residues, can be conventional. It's not all or nothing. It's wise choices, reducing where you can. Mold, mycotoxins, aflatoxins. These fungal toxins are invisible, but devastating to liver health. They hide in improperly stored grains, coffee, nuts, dried fruit. They survive cooking, survive processing, and once in your body, they're hepatotoxic, liver poisoning. Buy coffee that's tested for mold. Buy nuts that are fresh, stored properly. If something smells musty, off, don't eat it. Trust your nose. Trust your instincts. Candida overgrowth in the gut produces its own mycotoxins, its own liver burden. Candida thrives on sugar, on refined carbs, on stress, on antibiotics. When it overgrows, it creates acetaldehyde, the same toxin from alcohol metabolism, causing brain fog, fatigue, liver stress, even if you never drink. Addressing Candida requires removing its food source, sugar, rebalancing gut flora with probiotics, with fermented foods, supporting liver to process the die-off toxins, alkalizing the body, maintaining blood pH between 735 and 745 is critical. The body will do anything, sacrifice anything to maintain this pH. If your diet creates too much acid from animal products, from sugar, from processed food, your body pulls minerals from bones, from tissues to buffer, to neutralize. The liver plays a role here in pH regulation, in maintaining balance. Eating more, alkalizing foods helps. Leafy greens, cucumber, celery, lemon, though acidic outside the body, becomes alkaline once metabolized. Chlorophyll, the green pigment in plants, is called plant blood because its structure almost mirrors hemoglobin, except where hemoglobin has iron, chlorophyll has magnesium. Chlorophyll supports oxygenation, detoxification, alkalizing, wound healing. Wheatgrass juice, barley green powder, spirulina, chlorella, all concentrated sources of chlorophyll. A shot of wheatgrass is intensely green, intensely alive. Your liver recognizes it as medicine. Your eyelids so heavy now, like velvet curtains, falling, staying, closed. The room dark, or if there's light, it doesn't reach you. You're inside now, deep inside, where healing happens, where the body whispers its secrets. Sprouts are living enzymes, concentrated nutrition. When a seed sprouts, it activates enzymes that were dormant. It becomes more digestible, more nutritious than either the seed or the mature plant. Broccoli sprouts especially contain up to 50 times more sulforaphane than mature broccoli. You can grow them on your counter, in a jar. Alfalfa, mung bean, lentil, radish, clover. In 3 to 5 days, you have fresh, living food, rich in enzymes that help digestion, that reduce the liver's burden. Dandelion greens in salad are bitter, yes, but that bitterness is the medicine. They support bile flow, support kidneys, support liver. They're free, growing in lawns, in fields, everywhere. Harvest young leaves before the plant flowers. They're less bitter then. Mix with sweeter greens, with a good dressing. The liver doesn't care if you mask the taste, as long as the medicine arrives. Radishes, especially daikon, support gallbladder function, help break down stagnant bile, help move fats. They're pungent, sharp, cleansing. Grate them raw into salads. Add to stir fries. Their medicine is in their bite. The liver and gallbladder ye are intimate partners. The liver makes bile constantly, up to 1 litre each day. Bile is stored, concentrated in the gallbladder, that small pear-shaped sac beneath the liver. When you eat fat, the gallbladder contracts, releases bile into the small intestine to emulsify, to digest, to absorb. Without bile, you can't digest fats, can't absorb fat-soluble vitamins, can't eliminate fat-soluble toxins. The stool becomes pale, clay-coloured, floating, greasy. This signals bile insufficiency. Gallstones form when bile becomes too thick, too concentrated, too full of cholesterol or bilirubin. The stones block bile flow, cause pain, nausea, digestive distress. Sometimes surgery is needed, but often they form because bile isn't flowing, because the diet is too low in fat or too high in refined carbs. The gallbladder needs regular stimulation, needs to contract, needs to empty. If you're eating low fat, skipping meals, fasting too much, bile stagnates, stones form. There are liver flush protocols, olive oil and lemon juice flushes, where you drink large amounts, stimulate a massive gallbladder contraction. People report passing stones, green, soft, strange looking. Whether these are actual gallstones or saponified olive oil formations is debated. Some feel dramatically better, some feel worse. It's intense, not for everyone, and certainly not a first step. Gentler approaches, daily bitters, adequate fat intake, castor oil packs are usually wiser to begin. The no-oil diet, popular in some plant-based circles, concerns me. For liver and gallbladder health, yes, reduce damaged oils, vegetable oils, seed oils, high in omega-6, inflammatory, but olive oil, avocado oil, coconut oil, these are protective, beneficial, needed. Your liver needs healthy fats to make bile, to absorb vitamins, to build cell membrane, to create hormones. Extreme fat restriction can worsen gallbladder function, can create deficiencies. Avocados are one of the best foods for glutathione production. They contain healthy fats, fiber, potassium, vitamin E. They're creamy, satisfying, and they help your liver make the antioxidants it needs, one a day, if possible, or several a week. Walnuts contain arginine, an amino acid that helps the liver detoxify ammonia. Ammonia is produced from protein breakdown and must be converted to urea in the liver before being excreted by kidneys. If this process falters, ammonia builds up, causing brain fog, confusion, fatigue. Walnuts also resemble a brain, and they support brain health. The doctrine of signatures, the old idea that plants resemble what they heal, sometimes it holds true. Feel your breath like waves, like ocean, rising, falling, carrying you nowhere, everywhere. You are the breath, the body, the liver healing in slow motion. Legumes, beans, lentils, chickpeas are rich in fiber, both soluble and insoluble. Fiber is essential for elimination. Soluble fiber binds to bile acids, to toxins in the intestines, carries them out, prevents reabsorption. If you're not having at least one well-formed bowel movement every day, toxins are reabsorbing. Your liver must process them again and again. It's called enterohepatic recirculation, and it's exhausting for the body. Fiber moves things along, sweeps the intestines, feeds good bacteria, reduces toxic load. Aim for 30 to 40 grams daily from whole foods, not supplements alone. Herbal laxatives, Senna, Cascara Sagrada, should be used, rarely, for acute situations. They irritate the bowel, force contractions. Over time, they make the bowel lazy, dependent. Instead, focus on lifestyle, water, fiber, movement, magnesium, probiotics. These address the root cause. Aloe vera juice, inner leaf, not whole leaf, is soothing for the gut lining, gently supports bowel movements, healing for inflammation. Some takes an ounce or two before bed or first thing in the morning. It's cooling, gentle. Slippery elm bark is mucilaginous, coating, soothing for irritated tissue. It can help with constipation, with diarrhea, with reflux, with any gut lining that need repair. Mix the powder as with water and drink quickly before it thickens. Psyllium husk expands in water, becomes gelatinous. It sweeps the intestines, adds bulk, feeds microbiome, but drink plenty of water with it, or it can worsen constipation. Activated charcoal binds toxins in the gut, used acutely for food poisoning, for for toxic exposure. It's like a sponge, absorbing, but it's indiscriminate. It also binds nutrients, medications. Don't use it daily or long term, just for acute situations and away from other supplements. Bentonite clay, similar, binds toxins, heavy metals, is used in detox protocols, in poultices for external toxins. Again, not for daily use, but for targeted support. Your liver also produces cholesterol. Yes, dietary cholesterol affects blood levels, but your liver makes most of it, about 80%. Cholesterol isn't the villain. We were told it's essential for every cell membrane, for hormone production, for vitamin D synthesis, for bile acids. The good versus bad cholesterol is oversimplified. HDL and LDL are lipoproteins, carriers. What matters more is particle size, oxidation, inflammation. The small, dense, oxidized LDL particles are problematic. The large, fluffy ones, less so. Supporting liver health reduces inflammation, improves cholesterol profiles, more than obsessing over dietary cholesterol. Your liver also plays a role in blood clotting. It produces clotting factors, proteins, that allow your blood to coagulate when you're injured. Without a functioning liver, you'd bleed uncontrollably from the smallest cut. Another quiet miracle, another background function. We never think of iron storage happens in the liver, bound to ferritin. When your body needs iron for hemoglobin production, the liver releases it. But excess iron, especially in men or postmenopausal women, can accumulate, cause oxidative stress, liver damage. Hemochromatosis, a genetic condition, causes dangerous iron accumulation, requiring regular blood donation to remove it. Vitamins A, D, E, and K, fat-soluble vitamins, are stored in the liver, unlike water-soluble vitamins, which you excrete. If you have excess, fat-soluble ones accumulate. This means you can become deficient if liver storage is impaired, or toxic if you oversupplement. Vitamin A especially can be toxic in excess. Pregnant women must be careful not to overconsume liver or supplements. Beta-carotene from plants is safer because the body converts only what it needs. B12 is also stored in the liver, years' worth potentially. This is why B12 deficiency takes time to develop, even on a vegan diet, but eventually stores deplete and supplementation becomes necessary. A damaged liver can't store B12 well, another reason to support this organ. So many functions, so many roles. The liver conducting, orchestrating, maintaining, and it asks for so little in return. Just less assault, more support, time to rest, clean fuel, bitter greens, pure water. There's an emotional component too. Traditional Chinese medicine associates the liver with anger, with frustration, with feeling stuck. People with liver issues often hold resentment, bitterness, inability to let go. Whether this is energetic, physiological, or metaphor, I can't say. But I've seen people begin to release old anger as their liver heals. Forgiveness seems to lighten the load on every level. Physical healing and emotional healing aren't separate. The body keeps score, keeps record of every stress, every trauma, every suppressed emotion. The liver bears some of this burden. Self-forgiveness too matters. Forgiving yourself for past choices, for damage done, for time lost. The liver regenerates. The body wants to heal, wants to return to blueprint, to design, to wholeness. Your breath, so distant now, so soft, barely moving the air. Your body has crossed over into that space between waking and sleeping, where truth is clearer, where cells listen. There is a 5-day liver detox protocol that some practitioners recommend. 5 days of vegetable juicing, light soups, herbal teas, no heavy proteins, no fats, giving the liver a holiday from digestion. Carrot juice for sweetness, for vitamin A. Celery juice for minerals, for liver support. Ginger for warmth, for circulation. Beet juice for bile, in small amounts, because it's strong, very strong. During these 5 days, some people feel worse before better. This is called a healing crisis, or detox symptoms, headaches, fatigue, nausea, as toxins mobilize, move. It's important during detox to support elimination. Drink water, take gentle walks, rest when needed, use castor oil packs, dry brushing, saunas if available. Help the toxins leave. Don't just mobilize them and leave them circulating. Some people shouldn't do intensive detox protocols. Pregnant women, nursing mothers, people with severe illness, people very toxic already. Sometimes slow and steady wins this race. Sometimes aggressive detox overwhelms the system. Listen to your body. It will tell you if something is too much or just right. Wisdom isn't in protocols. Wisdom is in attunement, in relationship with your own flesh, blood, liver, pulse. Your body knows how to heal. It's built for it, designed for it. Every cell contains the blueprint, the DNA, remembering original design before damage, before disease. This is called self-heal by design, trusting that the body, given the right conditions, will return to balance. Your job isn't to force healing. Your job is to remove obstacles, to provide building blocks, and to trust the process unfolding in its own time. Microorganisms and liver health are intimately connected. Your gut microbiome, those trillions of bacteria, fungi, viruses living in your intestines, produce metabolites, some beneficial, some harmful, all absorbed through the gut lining, traveling via portal vein to the liver. Good bacteria produce short-chain fatty acids like butyrate, which are anti-inflammatory. They produce vitamins. They crowd out pathogens. Bad bacteria produce endotoxins, lipopolysaccharides, that trigger systemic inflammation, that burden the liver. Biofilms are protective matrices that bacteria create like little fortresses in your gut, in your sinuses, on your teeth. Pathogenic biofilms can harbor chronic infections, release toxins, resist antibiotics and herbs. Disrupting biofilms requires specific enzymes like serrapeptase, nattokinase, or specific herbs like berberine, black walnut. When biofilms break down, there's often a die-off reaction. Toxins release. Liver burden increases temporarily. This is why supporting the liver during antimicrobial protocols is essential. The liver is central to immune function. Inside your liver are special cells called Kupffer cells. These are liver macrophages, immune cells that filter bacteria, debris, dead cells from the blood. They're like security guards patrolling the bloodstream. 80% of your body's macrophages live in the liver. This makes the liver a major immune organ. When the liver is congested, Kupffer cells can't function well. Immune function declines. Infections occur more easily. Inflammation becomes chronic. The portal vein connects your intestines directly to your liver. Everything absorbed from your gut goes straight there before entering general circulation. This is brilliant design. It gives the liver first crack at filtering, detoxifying, protecting the body. But it also means if your gut is compromised, if you have leaky gut, undigested proteins, bacterial toxins, food antigens, all flood directly to the liver. This creates massive inflammation, overwhelms detox pathways, exhausts the organ. Leaky gut, increased intestinal permeability happens when the tight junctions between intestinal cells loosen, allowing particles through that shouldn't pass. This can occur from chronic stress, antibiotics, NSAIDs, gluten-insensitive individuals, alcohol, processed foods. Healing leaky gut requires removing irritants, adding bone broth, collagen, L-glutamine, zinc, probiotics, and giving time for the lining to repair, to seal, to protect again. As the gut heals, the liver burden decreases. They heal together, support each other. Everything is connected. There are no isolated system, only relationships. Your body now is so still, so peaceful, like a lake at dawn, before wind, before ripples, just mirror, just reflection of sky. The miracle of liver regrowth deserves lingering on. In ancient Greek mythology, Prometheus was punished by having his liver Eaten by an eagle, each day and each night it would regenerate, grow back, only to be eaten again, eternal torture. But the Greeks understood something. They knew the liver regenerates. This knowledge, this observation, is ancient, older than modern medicine, older than anatomy textbooks. If a surgeon removes part of your liver due to tumour or injury, or to donate to someone else, the remaining liver will grow, not like a limb, regrowing the exact shape, but functionally. The hepatocytes multiply, the organ increases in mass, in function, until it reaches about 75 to 80% of original capacity. This happens over weeks to months, cells dividing, restructuring, remembering their purpose. This is regeneration. This is hope, written in biology. Even cirrhosis, scarring of the liver, once thought irreversible, can sometimes improve if the assault stops, if the cause is removed. Scar tissue can slowly remodel, function can return. Not always, not in severe cases, but sometimes enough to matter, enough to live. This is why it's never too late to start supporting your liver, even if there's damage, even if there's disease. The liver wants to heal, wants to try. Give it a chance. Trust is the final law of health. Trust in something larger than yourself. For some, it's God. For some, it's nature. For some, it's simply the wisdom of the body, the intelligence in every cell, the force that heals a cut, that knits a bone, that grows a baby from two cells. You don't have to direct this intelligence. You can't. It's far beyond conscious control, but you can align with it, cooperate with it, stop fighting it with toxins, with stress, with disconnection. Health isn't earned through perfection, through flawless diet, through never making mistakes. Health is a dynamic balance. It's resilience. It's the ability to return to center after being pushed off course. Your liver embodies this. It tolerates abuse for years, sometimes decades, and still, given half a chance, it tries to come back, to function, to serve. Let your gratitude for this organ wash through you, even in sleep, even in this liminal space. Gratitude for the filtering, for the detoxifying, for the storing, for the producing, for the regulating, happening right now, beneath your right ribs, in darkness, in warmth, in silence. The liver's 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. activity peak means right now, if it's nighttime, if you're drifting into sleep, your liver is preparing. Soon it will enter its deepest work, the cleansing, the repair, the restoration. That only happens when you're unconscious, when the body reclaims its energy from thought, from movement, from digestion. Sleep is when growth hormone releases, when tissues repair, when memories consolidate, when the glymphatic system in the brain flushes out metabolic waste. Sleep is when the liver can focus entirely on itself, on you, on healing. This is why chronic sleep deprivation destroys health, not just because you're tired, but because repair never happens. Toxins accumulate, inflammation persists, the liver never gets its window, its sacred time, its 1 to 3 a.m. appointment with restoration. 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night is medicine, this is prevention, this is repair. It costs nothing, it's free, and yet we treat it as optional, as laziness, as something to sacrifice for productivity. But without sleep, there is no sustainable productivity. There is only depletion, burnout, disease. Your breath is the only sound now, even that fading into the background, into the hum of existence. You are dissolving into rest, into the great dark where healing happens. Beetroot deserves more attention. This deep magenta root, this earth's blood, is one of the best foods for bile flow. Beets contain betaine, also called trimethylglycine, which supports methylation, supports liver detox, supports bile production. Beets also contain betalains, pigments that are antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, that protect liver cells from damage. Some studies show beet juice improves exercise performance by increasing nitric oxide, improving blood flow, oxygen delivery. You can juice them, roast them, grate them raw into salad. Their sweetness is earthy, not like sugar, but like concentrated soil, concentrated minerals. Your urine and stool may turn red after eating beets. This is normal, harmless, called bituria. It happens when betalin pigments pass through, unmetabolized, more common in people with low stomach acid or iron deficiency. Lemon water, first thing in the morning, is a simple ritual with profound effects. The citric acid stimulates bile production. The vitamin C supports adrenal function, supports glutathione recycling. The hydration after 7 to 9 hours of no fluid intake wakes up every system. Squeeze half a lemon into room temperature or warm water. Drink it before coffee, before food. Let it signal to your liver, to your gallbladder, it's time to wake, to work, to cleanse. Some people add a pinch of cayenne pepper as for circulation, for metabolism. It's warming, stimulating, almost too much, first thing, but some love it. Artichokes, the vegetable, the flower bud actually, contain cynarin, a compound that increases bile production by over 100%. In some studies, artichokes have been used traditionally for liver and gallbladder conditions for centuries, especially in Mediterranean regions. You can steam them, eat the leaves, dipping them in olive oil or lemon juice. The heart is tender, delicious, worth the work. Or take artichoke extract as a supplement before meals to stimulate digestion. Artichokes also contain silymarin, the same compound found in milk thistle, another connection, another thread in the web of plant medicine. Avoiding refined sugars is perhaps the single most important dietary change for liver health. Sugar, especially fructose, is metabolized exclusively by the liver. Unlike glucose, which every cell can use, fructose must be processed in the liver. Small amounts from whole fruit are fine. The fiber slows absorption. The nutrients justify the load. But high fructose corn syrup, table sugar, agave nectar, these flood the liver with fructose, overwhelming it. The liver converts excess fructose to fat, stores it in its own cells. This is how non-alcoholic fatty liver disease begins. NAFLD, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, now affects 1 in 4 adults globally. 1 in 4. This is epidemic. This is relatively new. In children even, fatty liver is increasing because of sugar, because of processed food, because of disconnection from real food. Fatty liver is reversible. In early stages, completely reversible. With diet change, with weight loss, with exercise, with removing the fructose, the refined carbs, the liver will burn its own fat stores, will return to its lean, efficient self. But if fatty liver persists, it can progress to inflammation, to fibrosis, to cirrhosis, to liver failure. This journey takes years, decades sometimes, but it happens silently. The liver doesn't hurt until it's very damaged. There are no pain receptors inside it. High fructose corn syrup is in everything: soda, juice, ketchup, bread, yogurt, salad dressing. Read labels. Be shocked by how much hidden sugar you're consuming. Even healthy foods, granola bars, smoothies, dried fruit can be sugar bombs. The liver doesn't care if it's natural sugar or organic cane juice. Sugar is sugar, fructose is fructose, and in excess, it's toxic to the liver. Alcohol is another direct hepatotoxin. It's metabolized in the liver by an enzyme called alcohol dehydrogenase, producing acetaldehyde, a toxic compound, more toxic than alcohol itself. Acetaldehyde damages liver cells, creates inflammation, oxidative stress. The liver then must metabolize acetaldehyde into acetate, using glutathione, using antioxidants, depleting them. If you drink heavily, regularly, you exhaust these protective systems. The liver cells, the hepatocytes, become damaged, inflamed, fatty, scarred. The safe amount of alcohol for liver health is probably 0, but realistically, occasional drinking, 1 to 2 drinks, a few times a week, most livers can handle, especially if you're otherwise supporting it. But daily drinking, binge drinking, these patterns, damage accumulates, and there's huge individual variation. Some people's livers are more vulnerable than others. If you choose to drink, support your liver. Eat before drinking. So alcohol absorbs more slowly. Drink water between alcoholic drinks. Take extra B vitamins, magnesium, milk thistle, NAC the next day to help detoxification. And take breaks. Alcohol-free days, alcohol-free weeks. Let the liver recover. Remember what baseline feels like. Feel how your body has become the bed, and the bed has become the body. No boundary, no separation, just softness, sinking, weightless, yet infinitely heavy. Intermittent fasting, giving your liver rest from digestion, has become popular, and for good reason. When you fast, even for 12 to 16 hours, your body shifts from fed state to fasted state, from glucose burning to fat burning, from building to cleaning. Autophagy increases. This is cellular housekeeping, where cells break down damaged proteins, recycle components, clear out debris. It's like a deep cleaning for your cells, including liver cells. Insulin drops during fasting. This allows stored liver fat to be mobilized, burned for fuel. Over time, fatty liver improves. The liver becomes more insulin sensitive. Blood sugar stabilizes. But fasting isn't for everyone. If you have adrenal fatigue, blood sugar dysregulation, a history of eating disorders, fasting can worsen. These conditions can stress the body further. Start gently, maybe just 12 hours, overnight, dinner at 7 p.m, breakfast at 7 a.m. That's 12 hours, and most of it you're asleep. No suffering required. See how you feel? Do you wake energized, clear-headed, or anxious, shaky, dizzy? Your body will tell you if fasting serves you or not. Women, especially, need to be careful with fasting. Female hormones are more sensitive to caloric restriction, to stress. Fasting during follicular phase may work well, but during luteal phase, before menstruation, it may increase cortisol, worsen PMS, disrupt cycles. Listened. Always listen to your body's feedback. It's wiser than any protocol. Hydration, we've mentioned, but it deserves emphasis. Your liver operates in fluid. Blood is fluid. Bile is fluid. Lymph is fluid. If you're dehydrated, everything thickens, slows, stagnates. Pure water, filtered if possible, to remove chlorine, fluoride, heavy metals, pesticides. Don't replace the liver's burden with contaminated water. Invest in a good filter or drink spring water. Clean water is foundational. Celtic sea salt or Himalayan pink salt added to water provides trace minerals. Over 80 different minerals in some salts. These minerals are cofactors for enzymes, for detoxification, for every cellular process. Table salt, sodium chloride, stripped of minerals, treated with anti-caking agents, is not the same. It's not evil, but it's not optimal. Choose mineral-rich salt and don't fear it, unless you have specific medical reasons, your body breathing for you, heart beating for you, liver filtering for you, all without any conscious effort. This is grace. This is the miracle of being alive, being carried by processes you'll never fully understand, never fully control. Gentian root is intensely bitter, one of the most bitter herbs known. It's used as a digestive tonic to stimulate all digestive secretions, saliva, stomach acid, bile, pancreatic enzymes. Just a few drops of gentian tincture on the tongue before meals can transform digestion. The bitterness must touch the tongue. This is important. Bitter receptors in your mouth send signals down the vagus nerve, telling the whole digestive system you're to wake up, to prepare, to work. If you take bitters in a capsule, bypassing the tongue, you lose much of the benefit. The taste is the medicine, even though it's unpleasant. Golden seal, another bitter herb, contains berberine, a powerful compound that's antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, blood sugar regulating. Berberine activates AMPK, an enzyme that's like a metabolic master switch. It improves insulin sensitivity, supports healthy cholesterol, supports liver function. Golden seal is over-harvested, endangered in the wild. So if you use it, buy from sustainable sources or choose other berberine-containing herbs like Oregon grapefruit or barberry. Bile production is central to so much. Bile emulsifies fats, breaks them into tiny droplets, so lipase enzymes can digest them. Bile carries fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, K into absorption. Bile carries toxins out of the body. Bile feeds certain gut bacteria that are anti-inflammatory. Without adequate bile, you get deficiencies, malabsorption, toxin buildup, constipation, hormonal issues. Everything suffers. Signs of low bile production include pale or grey stools, floating stools, undigested fat in stool, nausea after eating fat, pain under right rib cage, gallstones, dry skin, vitamin deficiencies, hormonal imbalance. If you have these symptoms, support bile flow, bitters before meals, lemon water, beets, dandelion, artichoke, adequate healthy fat intake, castor oil packs, and consider consulting a practitioner for deeper support. Fat metabolism depends entirely on the liver. The liver breaks down fats into ketones during fasting, during low-carb eating. Ketones are a clean fuel for the brain, for the heart. Some say cleaner than glucose, producing less oxidative stress. The liver also packages fats into lipoproteins, VLDL, LDL, HDL, sends them through the bloodstream to tissues that need them. It's a complex system of transport, of distribution, of recycling. When the liver is fatty, inflamed, these processes become disrupted. Cholesterol rises, triglycerides rise, not because you're eating too much fat necessarily, but because your liver can't process it properly. The answer isn't always low-fat diet. Sometimes it's heal the liver, then fat metabolism corrects itself. Your mind has wandered off long ago. Words now are just sounds, just vibrations, lulling, soothing. You don't need to remember, don't need to understand, just receive, just drift. Sulfur-rich foods, we return to them because they're so essential. Garlic, onions, leeks, shallots, chives, the allium family, across every culture, every traditional cuisine uses them. Why? Because they're medicine. They're antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, detoxifying, liver supportive. Crush garlic, let it sit 10 minutes. This activates allicin, the medicinal compound. Then cook gently or eat raw. If you're brave, your breath will smell, your sweat will smell, but your liver will thank you. Onions, especially red onions, contain quercetin, a flavonoid that's anti-inflammatory, antihistamine, immune-supporting. Onions also make you cry because they release sulfur compounds that irritate your eyes. This same sulfur supports glutathione production, supports liver detoxification. Don't fear these pungent foods. Embrace them. Welcome them. Daily cruciferous vegetables. We mentioned, but their importance can't be overstated. Broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, kale, collard greens, bok choy, arugula, watercress, cabbage, all contain glucosinolates, sulfur-containing compounds that, when chewed or cut, release enzymes, creating sulforaphane and indole-3-carbinol. These compounds activate NRF2 pathway, a genetic pathway that upregulates antioxidant production, detoxification enzymes. They literally turn on your body's own protective systems. Sulforaphane, from broccoli sprouts especially, has been studied for cancer prevention, for reducing inflammation, for protecting the brain, for liver support. It's one of the most powerful food-based compounds we know of. You can buy broccoli sprout powder or grow your own sprouts and get concentrated amounts. A tablespoon of sprouts equals a pound of broccoli in sulforaphane content. Brussels sprouts, roasted until caramelized, are delicious and medicinal. The bitterness becomes sweetness. With heat, the sulfur remains, the medicine remains. Eat them several times a week. Make them a staple, not a side thought. Cabbage, raw or fermented, is healing. Raw cabbage juice, we mentioned, for gut lining. Fermented cabbage, sauerkraut, is probiotic, is digestive support. Is vitamin C, is vitamin K2, if fermented long enough. Make your own sauerkraut. It's simple. Shred cabbage, add salt, massage, pack into a jar, let it sit a week or more at room temperature. The beneficial bacteria lactobacillus multiply, transforming the cabbage, making it more digestible, more nutritious, more medicinal. A forkful of sauerkraut with each meal supports digestion, supports microbiome, supports liver health through the gut-liver axis. Turmeric, that golden root we mentioned briefly, but it deserves more attention. Curcumin, its active compound, is one of the most researched natural substances. Thousands of studies showing benefits for inflammation, for liver protection, for brain health, for joint pain, for depression, for metabolic syndrome. But curcumin is poorly absorbed. Only about 1% makes it into bloodstream unless you combine it with black pepper, with fat. This is why golden milk, turmeric with milk and pepper, is traditional. Why curry always has multiple spices together. You can take curcumin supplements with higher bioavailability, like curcumin with piperine or liposomal curcumin, but fresh turmeric root in cooking, in smoothies, is also powerful. The whole root contains other compounds besides curcumin that work synergistically. Grate fresh turmeric into stir fries, into soups, add to rice, to smoothies. Your fingers will turn yellow. Your cutting board will stain. This is the medicine, the pigment, the curcumin, staining everything it touches, including your cells, protecting them. Ginger, warming, stimulating, increases circulation everywhere. When circulation increases, nutrients reach tissues, toxins leave tissues, the liver receives more blood, more oxygen, works more efficiently. Ginger also reduces nausea better than most pharmaceutical drugs for motion sickness, for morning sickness, for chemotherapy nausea. It settles the stomach, promotes bile flow, supports digestion. Fresh ginger tea throughout the day is gentle medicine. Slice ginger, steep in hot water, add lemon, add honey if you want sweetness. Drink warm, feel it warming you from inside. The 8 laws of health are simple, almost too simple. Nutrition, exercise, water, sunlight, temperance, air, rest, trust. These aren't complex protocols, expensive supplements, hard to find herbs. These are us basics, fundamentals that modern life has made us forget. Sunlight, vitamin D, we need it. Our ancestors were outside most of the day. Now we're inside, under artificial light, vitamin D deficient. And vitamin D is essential for immune function, for mood, for bone health, for liver health. It's not really a vitamin, it's a hormone affecting thousands of genes. Get morning sunlight, 10 to 30 minutes, depending on your skin tone, without sunscreen. Your skin needs to absorb UVB rays to produce vitamin D. Later in the day, if you're out longer, protect your skin. But that morning dose is critical. Fresh air, oxygenation, deep breathing, walks outside, opening windows, even in winter. Crack a window, let stale air leave, let fresh air enter. Your cells need oxygen. Your liver, especially, is metabolically active, uses so much oxygen. Temperance, self-control, moderation. This means not just with food, but with everything. Work, exercise, stimulation, substances, screen time, social media, news consumption. All of it can become excessive, can tip into stress, toxicity. Temperance isn't deprivation. It's wisdom, it's balance, it's knowing when enough is enough. Your body has dissolved now into the darkness, into the room. Your awareness, floating, no longer tethered to form, just this voice, these words, this slow, gentle rhythm, exercise, movement we've mentioned, but it's worth expanding on. You don't need intense workouts to support liver health. In fact, over-exercising can increase oxidative stress, can burden detoxification. Gentle movement, daily walks, yoga, tai chi, swimming. These support circulation, lymph flow, stress reduction, metabolic health without overwhelming the system. Walking especially is underrated. 30 to 60 minutes daily walking improves insulin sensitivity, supports weight loss, reduces liver fat, clears the mind, costs nothing, requires no special equipment. Rebounding, jumping on a mini trampoline is specifically good for lymphatic drainage, the up and down motion, the G-force change, open and close, the one-way valves in lymphatic vessels, moving fluid that has no pump. The lymph carries waste, carries toxins from tissues to elimination. Just 5 to 10 minutes of gentle bouncing can stimulate lymphatic flow throughout the body. It's fun, low impact, effective. Dry brushing with a natural bristle brush before showering. Brushing toward your heart stimulates skin, lymph, circulation, exfoliates dead cells. Your skin is your largest organ of elimination. Supporting skin supports liver, their partners in detoxification. Brush from feet upward, from hands upward, gentle circular motions over belly, over back. It takes 5 minutes. It feels invigorating, and your skin becomes softer, smoother, more alive. Sauna use has been studied extensively, especially in Finland, where regular sauna is cultural practice. People who sauna several times a week have lower rates of cardiovascular disease, dementia, all-cause mortality. Sweating releases toxins through skin, heavy metals, phthalates, BPA, pesticides can all be measured in sweat. This means they're leaving your body through skin instead of burdening liver and kidneys. Infrared saunas penetrate deeper, heat tissues, mobilize toxins from fat cells. Traditional saunas, heat, air, both work. Use what you have access to. Start with 10 to 15 minutes. Work up to 20 to 30 minutes. Hydrate well. Replace minerals with electrolyte water or coconut water. Your skin, as the third kidney, is profound. Kidneys filter blood, excrete urine. Lungs exhale CO2, exhale volatile compounds, and skin sweats, excretes, oils, sheds cells. All three are elimination organs. All three can compensate when one is weak. This is why people with kidney failure may have uremic frost on their skin, the body trying to excrete uremic toxins through any route possible, the skin stepping in, attempting to save the person. Support all three. Drink water for kidneys, breathe deeply for lungs, sweat regularly for skin. The liver will have less to do. Reducing chemical personal care products is practical liver support. Everything you put on your skin absorbs parabens, phthalates, synthetic fragrances, formaldehyde, heavy metals in makeup. Heavy metals in makeup all absorb, enter bloodstream, go to liver for processing. The average woman a year applies 168 chemical to her skin each morning before leaving the house. That's staggering. And men use fewer products, but still, dozens of chemicals. Switch slowly, replace as products run out. Choose clean brands or make your own. Coconut oil is a moisturizer. Apple cider vinegar is a toner. Baking soda is deodorant. Simple, effective, non-toxic, organic eating to avoid pesticides. We mentioned, but the statistics are shocking. Glyphosate, the most widely used herbicide in history, is sprayed on most conventional crops. It's in our food, our water, our rain, our bodies. Glyphosate disrupts the shikimate pathway in plants and in our gut bacteria. This pathway produces essential amino acids, neurotransmitters, it chelates minerals, it increases gut permeability. It's been classified as probably carcinogenic by some agencies. Buying organic, when possible, reduces your exposure significantly. Studies show switching to organic for just 1 week dramatically reduces pesticide metabolites in urine. The body clears them quickly. If you stop the input, mold, mycotoxins are invisible threats. Mold grows in damp places, in buildings, in food. It produces mycotoxins, toxic compounds that can cause chronic illness, neurological symptoms, immune dysfunction, and liver damage. Aflatoxins from Aspergillus mold are among the most hepatotoxic substances known. They contaminate peanuts, corn, grains stored improperly. Aflatoxins cause liver cancer in high doses and chronic inflammation in low doses. Buy nuts from reputable sources that test for mold. Store them in the fridge or freezer. If something tastes off, moldy, bitter, spit it out. Don't eat it. Don't risk it. If your home has water damage, visible mold, musty smell. Address it. Mold illness is real and devastating. For some people, the liver tries to detoxify mycotoxins, but they're difficult. They recirculate. They bind to tissues, causing long-term problems. Candida overgrowth in the gut is linked to mold, to sugar, to antibiotics, to stress. Candida is a yeast, normally present in small amounts, but when it overgrows, it produces toxins, acetaldehyde, gliotoxin, that burden the liver, that cause symptoms, brain fog, fatigue, cravings, digestive issues. Treating Candida requires starving it, sugar-free diet, low carb, and killing it with antifungals, garlic, oregano oil, caprylic acid, pudaco, and rebalancing gut flora with probiotics, with fiber. As Candida dies, you may feel worse. This is called die-off or Herxheimer reaction. The toxins from dying Candida flood your system. Your liver must process them. Support your liver during this time with extra water, binders like charcoal, liver herbs, rest. The fungal link to liver congestion is underappreciated. Chronic fungal overgrowth, whether in gut or sinuses or lungs, creates constant toxic burden. The liver never rests, never catches up. Addressing fungal issues often resolves mysterious symptoms that nothing else could touch. Your breath is so faint now, like mist, like memory, barely there. The words wash over you, through you. You're not listening anymore, not really, just floating in the sound, in the silence, between sounds. Alkalizing the body, maintaining pH balance is chemistry, is necessity. Your blood pH must stay between 735 and 745. Even small deviations are life-threatening, so your body will do anything, sacrifice anything to maintain it. If your diet creates too much acid from meat, from sugar, from processed food, your body pulls minerals from bones, from teeth to neutralize it. Calcium, magnesium, potassium leached away to buffer, to protect. Blood pH. The liver helps regulate pH through various mechanisms, through producing bicarbonate, through processing acids, but eating more alkaline foods reduces this burden. Leafy greens, cucumber, celery, bell peppers, avocado, lemon, lime. These become alkaline raw in the body after metabolism. Lemon tastes acidic, but once metabolized, leaves behind alkaline minerals. This is why lemon water is alkalizing. Even though it's sour, chemistry is not always intuitive. Chlorophyll, the green pigment in all plants, is molecularly similar to hemoglobin, our blood's oxygen carrier. The only difference, chlorophyll has magnesium at its center. Hemoglobin has iron. This similarity, others, is remarkable. Plants and animals mirroring each other in design. Chlorophyll oxygenates blood, supports detoxification, alkalizes tissues, heals wounds, deodorizes the body. Even bad breath, body odor, can improve with chlorophyll. Wheatgrass juice is concentrated chlorophyll, bright green, intensely grassy, almost overwhelming. A shot of wheatgrass, 1 or 2 ounces, is like drinking liquid sunlight. It's energizing. For some, nauseating. For others, start small, half an ounce, on an empty stomach. See how you feel. Some people feel incredible clarity, energy. Others feel nauseous, dizzy. This is often detox reaction, the wheatgrass mobilizing toxins faster than the body can eliminate. Barley green powder, similar to wheatgrass, but milder. Mix it into water, into smoothies. It's alkalizing, mineralizing, chlorophyll rich. Another simple way to increase green intake. Sprouts, we mentioned, but they deserve more attention. When a seed sprouts, dormant enzymes activate. The seed becomes alive, metabolically active. Nutrients multiply. Proteins become amino acids, more digestible. Starches become simple sugars. Enzyme inhibitors disappear. This is why sprouted bread is easier to digest than regular bread. Why sprouted beans cause less gas. Why sprouts are considered living food. You can sprout almost any seed, grain or legume, alfalfa, broccoli, radish, mung bean, lentil, chickpea, sunflower, all in a jar on your counter in 3 to 5 days. Fresh, living enzymes, rich in vitamins, minerals, chlorophyll. Add them to salads, to sandwiches, to smoothies. Their crunch, their freshness, their life force, palpable. You're eating potential, eating beginning, eating life at its most vital. Dandelion greens, those leaves from the same plant whose roots we steep as tea. The greens are edible, nutritious, bitter, powerful, high in vitamin K, vitamin A, calcium, iron. They support liver, kidneys, digestion. Harvest young leaves before the plant flowers. They're less bitter, more tender. Older leaves are edible, but quite bitter. Blanch them or mix with sweeter greens, milder lettuces. Add strong dressing to balance the bitterness, or saute them with garlic, with olive oil. The bitterness softens with heat, becomes more palatable. The medicine remains. Radishes, especially daikon, the large white radish, support gallbladder, support digestion of fats. They're pungent, spicy, cleansing. In traditional Chinese medicine, radish is used to move stagnation, to improve digestion, to clear phlegm. Great daikon into salad. Serve with rich meals to aid digestion, or make radish tea. Grated radish steeped in hot water with ginger. It's warming, cleansing, digestively supportive. The liver-gallbladder relationship is intimate, inseparable. The liver produces bile continuously, up to 1 liter per day. The gallbladder stores it, concentrates it by removing water. When you eat fat, cholecystokinin hormone is released, signaling gallbladder to contract, to squeeze bile into the small intestine. This system works beautifully when bile flows freely, when the gallbladder contracts regularly, when fat intake is adequate. But problems arise when bile stagnates, when gallbladder doesn't empty, when stones form. Gallstones are hardened deposits of bile components, usually cholesterol, sometimes bilirubin. They form when bile becomes too concentrated, too thick, too imbalanced. Risk factors include obesity, rapid weight loss, low-fat diets, pregnancy, oral contraceptives, family history. Most gallstones are silent, no symptoms, found incidentally on imaging. But some cause pain, especially after eating fatty meals. Pain under right ribs, radiating to right shoulder blade, nausea, vomiting, digestive distress. Some gallstones pass naturally. Some require medical intervention. Some can be dissolved with bile acids, given as medication over months. Some require gallbladder removal, cholecystectomy, one of the most common surgeries performed, but you can live without a gallbladder. Bile will still be produced, will drip continuously into intestines instead of being stored and released in boluses. Some people have no issues, others have chronic diarrhea, fat malabsorption, need to take bile salts with meals forever. Prevention is always better. Support bile flow, eat adequate fat, healthy fats, daily, eat bitter foods, regularly, stay hydrated, maintain healthy weight. Avoid yo-yo dieting, move your body, support your liver. The gallbladder will thank you. Your consciousness is barely tethered now to this realm, to this body. You're hovering somewhere between here and there, between wake and sleep, between knowing and unknowing. The voice continues, but you're not quite listening, just being. Olive oil and lemon juice flushes are controversial. The protocol usually involves fasting, drinking apple juice for days, then taking large amounts of olive oil and lemon juice at night, lying on your right side. The next morning, passing green stones in stool. People swear by it, feel amazing, feel cleansed. Others say these green stones are saponified, olive oil, not gallstones, that you're just creating soap in your intestines from the massive oil intake. Research is limited. Proponents cite thousands of testimonials. Critics cite lack of scientific proof, chemical analysis showing the stones are soap, not gallstones. I'm cautious about aggressive protocols. They can help, they can harm. If your liver is weak, if you have significant gallstones, such a flush could lodge a stone in the bile duct, requiring emergency intervention. Gentle approaches daily bitters, castor oil packs, adequate fat, taurine supplements. These are safer, slower perhaps, but sustainable, less risky. The no-oil diet, promoted by some plant-based advocates, concerns me. Yes, eliminate damaged oils, refined oils, seed oils, high in omega-6, inflammatory, oxidized. But eliminating all oils, all fats, creates problems. Your body needs fat for hormones, for cell membranes, for brain function, for absorbing fat-soluble vitamins, for making bile, for gallbladder, to contract regularly, preventing stagnation, preventing stones. Healthy fats, olive oil, avocado oil, coconut oil are protective, anti-inflammatory, needed. Extra virgin olive oil especially is rich in polyphenols, in oleic acid. It's one of the most studied foods for health, for longevity. The Mediterranean diet, rich in olive oil, has the most evidence for cardiovascular health, for cancer prevention, for healthy aging. Don't fear fat, fear damaged fat, trans fats, excessive omega-6, but embrace healthy fats daily. Avocados are nearly perfect. They contain healthy monounsaturated fats, fiber, potassium, more than bananas, folate, vitamin E, vitamin K, and they support glutathione production, the master antioxidant that your liver cannot live without. Studies show eating avocados improves liver enzyme markers, reduces liver inflammation, supports detoxification, plus they're creamy, satisfying, delicious. Add them to everything: smoothies, salads, toast, eaten plain, with sea salt. Walnuts look like tiny brains, wrinkled, convoluted, and they support brain health, rich in omega-3 fats, especially ALA, in antioxidants, in polyphenols. They also contain arginine, an amino acid that supports ammonia detoxification in the liver. Protein breakdown produces ammonia, toxic to the brain. The liver converts ammonia to urea in the urea cycle. This requires specific nutrients: arginine, ornithine, citrulline. If this cycle is impaired, ammonia accumulates, causing confusion, lethargy, brain fog. Eating walnuts supports this cycle. A handful daily is enough. Soak them overnight, if possible, to reduce phytic acid, to improve digestibility. Legumes, beans, lentils, chickpeas are rich in soluble fiber. This type of fiber dissolves in water, becomes gel-like. It binds bile acids in the intestines, carries them out in stool. This forces the liver to make new bile from cholesterol. This is how soluble fiber lowers cholesterol, but more importantly, for detox, soluble fiber prevents reabsorption of toxins that have been excreted into bile. If there's insufficient fiber, those toxins get reabsorbed in the colon, recirculated back to the liver. This is called intrahepatic recirculation, and it's exhausting. Fiber moves bile out, moves toxins out. feeds beneficial bacteria, regulates blood sugar, promotes satiety, prevents constipation, supports healthy weight. Aim for 30 to 40 grams daily from whole foods, beans, lentils, vegetables, fruits, whole grains, nuts, seeds. Most people get only 10 to 15 grams per day. This is nowhere near enough. Increase slowly to avoid gas and bloating. Drink plenty of water. Your gut bacteria will adjust, will learn to ferment the fiber into beneficial short-chain fatty acids. The importance of regular bowel movements cannot be overstated. Ideally, 1 to 3 times per day, well-formed, easy to pass, complete evacuation. This means transit time is good. Toxins aren't sitting too long in the colon. If you're constipated, going every few days, or straining, or passing hard pellets, toxins are reabsorbing. Your liver is working overtime, and you probably feel sluggish, brain foggy, irritable, toxic. Fix constipation before attempting any detox protocol. Increase water, increase fiber, increase magnesium, increase movement. Address stress. Consider probiotics. Consider digestive enzymes. Get things moving regularly. Herbal laxatives, senna, cascara sagrada, are irritants. They force the colon to contract through irritation. This works short-term, but long-term, it damages the enteric nervous system. The colon becomes lazy, dependent. You need more and more to achieve the same effect. Use them only for acute situations, not daily, not long-term. Address root causes instead. Aloe vera juice is gentler, it's soothing, healing for the gut lining, and mildly laxative. In a leaf gel, not whole leaf, which contains anthraquinones that are harsher, an ounce or 2 of inner leaf. Aloe juice before bed can help. Regularity without causing dependence. Slippery elm bark is demulcent, coating, soothing. It's used for any inflamed tissue, throat, stomach, intestines. It can help with diarrhea or constipation, or is whatever the gut needs. It's balancing, regulating, gentle. Mix the powder with water. Drink quickly before it thickens into gel. It's not delicious, but it's effective and safe, even for sensitive people, children, pregnancy. Psyllium husk is fiber, pure fiber. It absorbs water, swells, adds bulk, sweeps the intestines. It's effective, but you must drink plenty of water as with it, or it can worsen constipation, block the intestines. Even start with 1 teaspoon, work up to 1 tablespoon, once or twice daily, in water or juice. Drink immediately, then drink another glass of water. Your body has completely surrendered now. No resistance, no tension, just melting, pooling, like wax, like water, finding the lowest point, settling, stilling. The liver beneath, barely a whisper, barely a presence, yet Working. Always working. Activated charcoal is for acute situations. Food poisoning, toxic exposure, overdose. It binds toxins in the gut, prevents absorption. It's used in emergency rooms for poisonings. It's powerful, effective, but it's indiscriminate. It binds everything. Nutrients, medications, supplements. Don't use it within 2 hours of anything else. Don't use it daily or long term. You'll create deficiencies. Keep it in your cabinet for emergencies, for that questionable restaurant meal, for suspected toxin exposure. Take it. Go to bed. Let it do its work. Bentonite clay is similar. It's a clay from volcanic ash that swells in water. It has negative charge, attracts positively charged toxins, heavy metals. It's used internally for detox, externally for poultices, for skin, for drawing out infection. Again, not for daily use, but for targeted detox protocols. It has its place. The liver also produces most of your cholesterol, about 80%. Only 20% comes from diet. This is why low cholesterol diets often don't dramatically lower blood cholesterol. The liver just makes more. Cholesterol isn't evil. It's essential. Every cell membrane needs cholesterol for structure, for fluidity. Your brain is 25% cholesterol by weight. All steroid hormones, estrogen, testosterone, progesterone, cortisol are made from cholesterol. Vitamin D is made from cholesterol. The problem isn't cholesterol itself. The problem is oxidized cholesterol. Damaged cholesterol, small dense LDL particles that can infiltrate artery walls, cause inflammation, plaque formation. Preventing oxidation is key. Antioxidants, vitamin C, vitamin E, polyphenols, these protect cholesterol from damage. Reducing inflammation also helps. Omega-3 fats, avoiding sugar, avoiding trans fats, managing stress, supporting liver health. The good versus bad cholesterol myth is oversimplified. HDL isn't inherently good. LDL isn't inherently bad. They're both just transporters, carrying cholesterol and triglycerides to different places. HDL is taking cholesterol back to the liver for recycling. LDL is taking cholesterol out to tissues that need it. What matters is particle size, is oxidation status, is inflammation level, is metabolic health. The liver orchestrates all of this. When the liver is healthy, cholesterol metabolism is balanced. The liver also plays a role in blood clotting. It produces clotting factors, factors I, 2, V, 7, Ni, X, intercyan, proteins with Roman numerals that cascade in sequence to form blood clots when you're injured. Without these factors, you'd bleed endlessly from cuts, from surgery, from ulcers. People with liver failure have bleeding problems, bruise easily, need transfusions of clotting factors. before procedures. Vitamin K is essential for some clotting factors. This is why newborns get vitamin K injection. Their gut bacteria haven't developed yet, can't make it, and without it, they risk hemorrhage. The liver stores iron, bound to ferritin. Iron is needed for hemoglobin for oxygen transport, but excess iron is toxic, creates oxidative stress, damages tissues, especially liver, heart, pancreas. Men and postmenopausal women can accumulate too much iron because they don't menstruate, don't have regular blood loss. Hemochromatosis, a genetic condition, causes dangerous accumulation, requires regular blood donation, therapeutic phlebotomy to remove excess iron. But many people have subclinical iron overload, just slightly elevated. Over years, it damages slowly, quietly. If your ferritin is over 200 for men, over 150 for women, consider donating blood, reducing iron intake. Iron isn't always something to supplement. Vitamins A, D, E, K, the fat-soluble vitamins, are stored primarily in liver and fat tissue. Unlike B vitamins, vitamin C, which are water-soluble and excreted, if you have excess, these accumulate. This means you can become deficient if you're not getting enough, or toxic if you're getting too much. Vitamin A from animal sources, retinol, can be toxic in high doses, especially dangerous during pregnancy, causing birth defects. But beta-carotene from plants is safe because the body converts only what it needs. Vitamin D is stored in liver and fat really slowly over time. This is why you can build up vitamin D stores in summer from sun exposure and maintain levels through winter somewhat, though most people still become deficient in winter months. Vitamin E is an antioxidant, protects cell membranes, protects LDL from oxidation. It's stored in liver, in fat tissue. Deficiency is rare, but can occur in people with fat malabsorption, liver disease, causing neurological problems, muscle weakness. Vitamin K comes in two forms: K1 from plants, K2 from fermented foods and animal products. K1 is for clotting, K2 is for calcium regulation, directing calcium into bones and teeth, out of arteries and soft tissues. Both are fat-soluble, both stored in liver. B12 is also stored in liver, several years' worth, in healthy individuals. This is why B12 deficiency develops slowly on vegan diet. It takes 2 to 5 years to deplete stores, but eventually, without supplementation or fortified foods, deficiency occurs, causing anemia, neurological damage, fatigue, depression. The liver's ability to store B12 is protective, but also can mask deficiency until it's severe. Feel the weight of your eyelids, so heavy, so complete, sealed shut, darkness within, darkness without, no difference, no boundary, just the dark, the deep, the restful dark the emotional liver releasing anger. This is more metaphor perhaps than physiology, but the ancients observed it. In Chinese medicine, the liver is associated with the wood element, with spring, with growth, with expansion, and with anger, frustration, resentment. When liver qi is stagnant, people feel irritable, frustrated, stuck, prone to outbursts. When liver qi flows freely, they feel calm, flexible, patient, able to go with flow. Whether this is energetic truth or observation of patterns, I can't say, but I've seen people soften as they heal. Their liver, seen anger they carried for years, begin to dissolve, release. Maybe the physical healing allows emotional healing. Maybe they're inseparable. Forgiveness of others, of yourself, is healing on every level. Holding grudges, holding resentment is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. It hurts you. It creates stress hormones, cortisol, adrenaline. It creates inflammation. It burdens your liver, your heart, your whole being. Forgiveness isn't about condoning harm. It's about releasing the grip it has on you, releasing the weight, lightening the load, freeing yourself to heal. The self-heal by design philosophy is this: your body has an innate intelligence, a blueprint encoded in DNA that knows what health looks like. Your liver knows how to regenerate. Your immune system knows how to fight infections. Your bones know how to heal fractures. Your job isn't to control this intelligence. Your job is to support it, to remove obstacles, toxins, distress, inflammatory foods, and to provide what's needed: nutrients, rest, water, sunlight, movement, love. Trust the body's blueprint. Trust that given the right conditions, the body wants to heal, will heal, is always trying to heal. Even now, as you sleep, as you drift, your body is repairing, restoring, regenerating, without any conscious effort from you. The 5-day liver detox protocol we mentioned briefly, but let's revisit it. 5 days of rest for your digestive system, vegetable juicing, light broths, herbal teas, water, no solid food, or minimal, no heavy proteins and no fats, or just a little coconut oil. This gives your liver a holiday from digestion. Digestion requires enormous energy, enzymes, bile, stomach acid, peristalsis. All of this can rest, and the liver can focus on detoxification, on repair, on regeneration. Carrot juice is the base, often sweet, palatable, rich in beta-carotene. Celery juice has become popular for its mineral content, for its liver-supportive compounds. Ginger adds warmth, circulation, reduces nausea. Beet juice in small amounts, 1 part beet to 4 parts carrot, supports bile flow, but too much can be intense, overwhelming. Green juice, cucumber, celery, parsley, cilantro, lemon, ginger, chlorophyll-rich, alkalizing, cleansing. Some people make batches, drink throughout the day, staying nourished while giving digestion a rest. During detox, some feel amazing, clear, energized, light. Others feel terrible, headaches, nausea, fatigue, irritability. This is called healing crisis or detox symptoms. It happens when toxins mobilize faster than the body can eliminate. If this happens, slow down, add more water, do gentle enemas or colonic to speed elimination, use binders, activated charcoal, bentonite clay, take liver support herbs, milk thistle, knack, rest more. The symptoms will pass, usually within 1 to 3 days. But honestly, not everyone needs aggressive detox. If you're very toxic, very ill, very sensitive, slow and steady is safer. Daily liver support, clean diet, adequate fiber, regular bowel movements, sweating. These gentle, consistent practices over months may be more effective than aggressive, short-term protocols. Know yourself, know your body, listen to its signals, its feedback. It will tell you what it needs, what it can handle. Trust that. Avoiding heavy proteins during detox is important. Protein digestion requires stomach acid, requires pancreatic enzymes, requires bile, and protein breakdown produces ammonia, uric acid, other waste products that the liver must process. By removing protein for a few days, you reduce this burden. The liver can focus on other tasks: cellular cleanup, toxin elimination, repair. This is why even 1 day a week of lighter eating can be beneficial. The liver's holiday from digestion allows it to catch up, to process, backlog, to restore reserves. Think of it as cleaning house. When the guests have all gone home, you can finally deep clean, organize, repair without interruption. Your breathing is the only proof now that you're still here, still alive. Even that is faint, shallow, barely moving. The body in deepest rest, the liver doing its work, unwitnessed, unacknowledged, perfect in its function. Microorganisms and liver health we touched on, but the gut-liver axis deserves more attention. Your gut contains trillions of organisms, bacteria mostly, but also fungi, viruses, archaea, protozoa, all coexisting in complex ecosystem. These organisms produce compounds, some beneficial butyrate, vitamin K2, B vitamins, neurotransmitters, some harmful endotoxins, lipopolysaccharides, ammonia. These compounds are absorbed through gut lining, travel via portal vein directly to liver. If your microbiome is balanced, diverse, beneficial organisms dominate. The compounds produced support health, support liver, support immunity. But if dysbiosis occurs, if pathogenic bacteria overgrow, the liver receives a constant stream of inflammatory compounds, endotoxins. This creates chronic inflammation, fatty liver, insulin resistance, systemic disease. Supporting a healthy microbiome supports liver health directly. Eat fermented foods, sauerkraut, kimchi, kefir, yogurt, kombucha. Eat fiber, prebiotics that feed beneficial bacteria. Avoid unnecessary antibiotics which decimate microbiome. Manage stress, which alters bacterial composition. Biofilms. We mentioned these protective matrices that bacteria create. They're like fortresses or slime layers that protect bacteria from antibiotics, from immune system, from herbs. Pathogenic biofilms in the gut can harbor chronic infections, SIBO, Candida overgrowth, parasites. Breaking down biofilms requires specific enzymes, serrapeptase, nattokinase, lumbrokinase. These enzymes digest the protein and polysaccharide matrix of biofilms, exposing the organisms within so antimicrobials can work. But when biofilms break down, there's often significant die-off, toxins release, symptoms worsen temporarily. This requires liver support, binders, slow progression. You can't rush biofilm protocols. They take patience, persistence, support. The liver's role in immune function is central. Kupffer cells, those liver macrophages, filter bacteria from blood coming from the gut. They phagocytose, engulf pathogens, debris, damaged cells. They release cytokines that coordinate immune response. The liver also produces acute phase proteins during infection. C-reactive protein, CRP, is made by the liver in response to inflammation. This is why CRP is measured as inflammation marker. When the liver is overwhelmed, congested, inflamed, Kupffer cells can't function optimally. Immune function suffers. You get sick more easily. Infections linger. Inflammation becomes chronic. Everything connects back to liver health. The portal vein, that highway from intestines to liver, is brilliant design and also vulnerability. Everything absorbed goes there first. This protects the rest of the body. But if the gut is compromised, the liver bears the brunt. Leaky gut, increased intestinal permeability, allows undigested proteins, bacterial fragments, toxins to cross into bloodstream. These flood the portal vein, overwhelm the liver, trigger immune response, inflammation, food sensitivities, autoimmunity, brain fog, fatigue. Healing the gut lining is essential for liver health. Remove irritants, gluten if sensitive, dairy if sensitive, processed foods, alcohol, NSAIDs. Add healing foods, bone broth, collagen, L-glutamine, zinc, aloe vera, slippery elm, probiotics, thyme, rest, stress reduction, closing the gut junctions, restoring tight junction integrity, reduces liver burden dramatically. The two organs heal together, support each other, yet you can't fully heal one without addressing the other. The miracle of liver regrowth. Let's end where we began. This organ, this dark red, pulsing mass beneath your ribs, has the power to regenerate, to heal, to forgive decades of abuse and try again. This regenerative capacity is hope, is grace, is biology, telling us it's never too late. Even if you've damaged your liver with alcohol, with sugar, with toxins, with stress, if you stop, if you support, if you nourish, it will try to come back. Not always, completely, not if cirrhosis is advanced, but often enough to matter, enough to extend life, enough to feel better, to function, to live with vitality. Again, your body is wisdom, is intelligence, is design, so intricate, so perfect, so forgiving. All it asks is that you listen, that you honor it, that you stop the assault, that you provide what it needs: water, food, rest, movement, sunlight, love, purpose. The liver keeps working right now, in this moment, filtering your blood, every drop, 300 times per day, producing bile, storing glucose, regulating hormones, clearing toxins, making proteins, storing vitamins, maintaining your life without fanfare, without recognition, just quietly, perfectly functioning. Let your gratitude be wordless, be cellular, be deep. Feel it for this organ, for this body, for this life that continues breath after breath, heartbeat after heartbeat, without your conscious control. You're being lived by something far greater than your small self, your thinking mind. The body keeps healing, the liver rests in quiet light, and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, through the wisdom of regeneration, through the dark toward morning, your breath like tide, your heartbeat like drum, the liver filtering, restoring, forgiving. Everything connects, everything heals in relationship. You don't need to force it, to control it, to understand it fully. Just support it. Just allow it. Just trust. The body keeps healing. The liver rests in quiet light and will keep drifting, floating together through health science, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Sleep now, sleep deep. Your liver is working. Your body is restoring. Everything is well. Everything is healing in its own time, in its own way. The body continues to heal. The liver rests in quiet light and will keep floating, moving together. Through the body, sleep. And we ease forward, suspended in calm, exploring the body's quiet wisdom, looping gently. As your mind unwinds, we'll softly wander through natural healing, looping softly, endlessly, through the night, with the wisdom of Barbara O'Neill. Now we'll drift through starving fungus naturally, restoring the body's inner balance. Simple remedies that help the body heal itself. No effort is required here. Allow yourself to settle, gently descending, aligning with the body's natural repair cycle. If this health learning video helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too. But only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into the fungus natural remedies. The body is quieter at night, not because it has stopped working, but because it has finally been given space. When the senses soften and the nervous system releases its grip, the deeper intelligence of the body begins to speak more clearly. This is the space where repair happens, where balance is remembered, where systems that have been compensating all day begin to reorganize themselves. Fungus does not appear randomly. It is not a failure, and it is not a mystery. In nature, nothing grows unless the environment allows it. Fungal organisms are recyclers. They thrive where sugar lingers, where acidity dominates, where oxygen is low, where immune signals are muted, and where waste accumulates faster than it can be cleared. When fungus shows up in its body, it is quietly pointing to a terrain that has become hospitable to its presence. Barbara O'Neill often reminds us that the body is not broken. Symptoms are not enemies. They are messages written in biology rather than words. When we understand this, the goal is no longer to kill fungus aggressively, but to remove the conditions that allow it to flourish. When the environment changes, fungus naturally recedes, just as mold disappears when a room is dried and aired. The first and most fundamental shift is internal chemistry. The modern diet, heavy in refined sugars, white flour, processed oils, and chemical additives, pushes the body toward chronic acidity. Fungus thrives in acidic terrain. The body, however, functions best within a narrow alkaline-leaning balance. Restoring this balance is not about extremes, but about gentle daily signals. From this understanding, a quiet clarity begins to settle in. Healing no longer feels urgent or combative. It becomes observational, patient, and deeply respectful of the body's intelligence. Rather than reacting to symptoms with fear, we begin listening to what they are pointing toward. Fungus and yeast conditions in this light are not invaders to be hunted down, but indicators that the internal environment has drifted out of its natural range. The body is asking for support, not suppression. This is where the idea of terrain becomes central. Every organism responds to its surroundings. When soil is dry and mineral-rich, certain plants flourish while others fade. When water is stagnant, algae blooms. When it flows, clarity returns. The The same principle applies within the body. Fungus does not dominate a balanced internal environment. It takes advantage of excess sugar, slow digestion, chronic inflammation, and weakened detox pathways. Change the terrain, and the organism loses its advantage without force. Barbara O'Neill's teachings often circle back to this simplicity. Remove what burdens the body, restore what strengthens it, then allow time. The body has evolved over millions of years to regulate itself, to heal tissues, to rebalance microbes, and to adapt when given the right conditions. What it struggles with is constant chemical interference, overstimulation, and nutritional emptiness disguised as abundance. When those pressures are lifted, even gradually, repair begins quietly. Before any specific remedy is introduced, there is a shift in mindset. We slow down. We stop chasing symptoms. We stop layering solutions on top of an already overwhelmed system. Instead, we begin preparing the body to receive help. Digestion becomes a focus. Blood sugar stability becomes important. Inflammation softens. The nervous system calms. These changes alone begin to reduce the momentum that fungal overgrowth relies upon. There is also a rhythm to this process. The body prefers consistency over intensity. Small daily signals are more powerful than occasional extremes. A gentle adjustment repeated each day rewrites internal patterns. This is why natural approaches work best when they are integrated into daily life, rather than treated as short-term interventions. The goal is not temporary relief, but lasting balance. As the internal chemistry begins to shift, the body becomes more responsive. Nutrients are absorbed more efficiently. Waste is eliminated more completely. Immune signaling sharpens without becoming inflammatory. Energy stabilizes. Cravings soften. These are signs that the terrain is changing, that the internal environment is becoming less favorable to opportunistic organisms and more supportive of long-term health. It is within this prepared state that specific natural remedies can do their best work. When the body is receptive, even simple tools become powerful. They do not have to overpower fungus. They simply reinforce the direction the body is already moving. Each remedy becomes a signal rather than a weapon, guiding the system back toward equilibrium. With this foundation in place, we now turn our attention to 4 primary natural supports that work in harmony with the body's design. These are not trends or quick fixes. They are time-tested allies that support digestion, metabolism, microbial balance, and internal chemistry. Introduced gently, they help the body finish what it already knows how to begin. With the body now prepared, receptive, and gently shifting its internal terrain, we arrive naturally at the first of these foundational supports. This is not an aggressive step forward, but a quiet continuation of the direction already set. Apple cider vinegar enters not as a medicine in the conventional sense, but as a biological signal, one that the body recognizes and understands. Apple cider vinegar plays a paradoxical role in supporting internal balance. On the tongue, it is unmistakably acidic, sharp, and awakening. Yet once it passes through digestion and is metabolized, its effect is alkalizing at the tissue level. This apparent contradiction mirrors the intelligence of the body itself, where surface impressions often differ from deeper outcomes. The body responds not to taste, but to chemistry. An apple cider vinegar gently nudges internal systems back toward equilibrium. When diluted in warm water and taken slowly, apple cider vinegar supports the natural production of stomach acid. This step alone is foundational. Adequate stomach acid is not harsh or damaging. It is protective. It ensures that food is properly broken down into absorbable components, that minerals like magnesium, zinc, and calcium are released from food, and that proteins are fully digested before entering the intestines. Without sufficient stomach acid, food lingers, it stagnates, it ferments. And fermentation in the wrong place creates fuel for yeast and fungal overgrowth. As digestion strengthens, food moves forward with purpose rather than delay. Carbohydrates are processed efficiently instead of becoming sugar reservoirs for opportunistic organisms. Proteins are dismantled into usable amino acids rather than decaying in the gut. This alone alters the internal environment dramatically. Fungus does not thrive where digestion is efficient and flow is uninterrupted. It requires stagnation, and apple cider vinegar quietly removes that condition. There is also a protective aspect to strong digestion that extends beyond the stomach. Proper acidity acts as a gatekeeper, reducing the number of unwanted organisms that reach the intestines alive. This lessens the burden on the immune system downstream. Rather than fighting overgrowth later, the body prevents imbalance earlier. This is terrain correction at its most elegant. Apple cider vinegar also influences blood sugar regulation, a critical factor in fungal conditions. Each surge sends a signal of abundance, and fungus responds eagerly to that message. By incorporating small, consistent amounts of vinegar before or with meals, the body experiences a slower rise in blood sugar. Insulin responses become smoother, energy levels stabilize, cravings soften. This matters because fungus feeds on excess glucose. When blood sugar is erratic, fungal organisms are constantly supplied with fuel. When blood sugar is steady, that supply dwindles. Apple cider vinegar does not force this change, it encourages it. It works through metabolic pathways rather than against them, guiding the body back to rhythms it already prefers. As insulin sensitivity improves, another layer of balance emerges. Fat storage becomes more regulated. Inflammation decreases. These changes indirectly reduce fungal momentum by strengthening the systems that keep microbial populations in check. The immune system no longer has to overreact. It can respond precisely. Beyond digestion and blood sugar, apple cider vinegar communicates with the gut microbiome itself. It subtly signals that conditions favor beneficial bacteria, organisms that thrive in balanced pH and efficient digestion. As these beneficial populations regain strength, they crowd out opportunistic yeast naturally. There is no battle here, just competition guided by environment. Beneficial microbes flourish. Yeast loses ground. Fermentation, once excessive and disruptive, begins to diminish. gas, bloating, and discomfort soften, the intestines become a place of movement rather than congestion. With less internal fermentation, fewer toxins circulate. The liver's workload lightens. Detoxification pathways function more smoothly. Each system supports the next. Consistency matters more than quantity. Apple cider vinegar works best when used gently and regularly, not as a dramatic intervention. A teaspoon or two diluted properly, taken with awareness, becomes part of a daily rhythm. Over time, the digestive system strengthens. Nutrient absorption improves. Internal pH stabilizes within the body's preferred range. The immune system gains a stable foundation from which to operate calmly and effectively. This practice integrates easily into daily life because it aligns with the body's design rather than challenging it. There is no shock, no depletion, no forced reaction, just steady correction. Apple cider vinegar becomes less about fighting fungus and more about restoring the conditions under which fungus no longer dominates. And as the body responds to this first signal, digestion flowing, blood sugar smoothing, microbial balance returning, it becomes increasingly ready for the next layer of support. One adjustment opens the door for another. The train continues to shift, quietly and persistently, toward balance. As the body responds to the first gentle correction, digestion strengthening and blood sugar smoothing, it becomes ready for a deeper layer of support. This is where garlic enters, not abruptly, but naturally, as if the body has been preparing to receive it. Garlic has walked alongside human health for thousands of years, long before modern categories like antifungal or antimicrobial existed. Its role has always been simple and precise: restore balance without disruption. Garlic enters the antifungal landscape as a potent and ancient ally. When a clove is crushed and allowed to rest briefly, a quiet transformation occurs. Enzymatic reactions release sulfur-containing compounds, most notably allicin, which are uniquely unfavorable to fungal organisms. These compounds do not operate with blunt force. They are selective. They recognize imbalance and respond to it, discouraging fungal overgrowth while leaving beneficial bacteria largely unharmed. This discrimination is essential. True healing preserves harmony rather than sterilizing the system. Within the gut, this selectivity allows supportive microbial communities to remain intact. Beneficial bacteria continue to aid digestion, produce vitamins, and regulate immune signaling. Fungal organisms, by contrast, encounter an environment they can no longer dominate. Garlic does not wipe out microbial life, it recalibrates it. The result is not emptiness, but balance. Timing enhances this effect. Taken on an empty stomach, garlic's active compounds move efficiently through the digestive tract and into circulation. There is less interference from food, and the message it carries is delivered clearly. This is not an aggressive purge or a shock to the system. It is a gentle realignment. Fungal organisms are encouraged toward dormancy rather than confrontation, while beneficial microbes reclaim territory that had slowly been lost. As garlic circulates, it also engages the immune system. White blood cells respond more effectively. Inflammatory signaling becomes more precise rather than excessive. This improved immune communication allows the body to manage microbial populations without chronic activation. The immune system is no longer stuck reacting, it begins regulating again. Garlic's influence extends beyond microbial balance into detoxification. It supports liver pathways responsible for processing metabolic waste, environmental toxins, and microbial byproducts. When these pathways function efficiently, waste does not accumulate in tissues or recirculate through the bloodstream. Fermentation decreases, toxic load lightens. The internal environment becomes cleaner and less hospitable to opportunistic organisms. This support is especially important in fungal conditions, where waste products from yeast metabolism can burden the nervous system, the gut, and the immune response. By assisting the liver in clearing these byproducts, garlic removes a other layer of support that fungus relies upon. The terrain continues to shift, not through attack, but through elimination of advantage. Garlic's effects build slowly and rhythmically. Regular, moderate use aligns with the body's preference for consistency over intensity. One clove at a time, taken with awareness, becomes a steady signal rather than a dramatic intervention. Over days and weeks, digestion becomes more efficient, bloating softens, immune signaling steadies, energy stabilizes. The body begins to recognize this pattern as supportive rather than stressful. In this way, garlic functions on multiple levels at once. It acts directly against fungal overgrowth, supports the organs responsible for detoxification, and reinforces immune intelligence. It does not work in isolation, but in cooperation with the body's own systems. Each pathway it supports reduces the conditions that allow fungal imbalance to persist. As this second support settles into place, the body feels less burdened, less reactive. Microbial harmony improves, internal clarity increases, and with this clarity, the system becomes ready for the next layer of nourishment and defense, continuing the quiet progression toward balance without force or urgency. As the body settles into a steadier rhythm, digestion flowing, detoxification supported, microbial balance re-establishing, it becomes ready for nourishment that also protects. This is where coconut oil enters, not as a medicine in the traditional sense, but as a food that communicates clearly with the body's metabolic and immune systems. Its role is not aggressive. It is stabilizing, warming, and quietly corrective. Coconut oil brings a unique and multifaceted support to antifungal care through its structure and behavior inside the body. Rich in medium-chain fatty acids, it is absorbed and metabolized differently from most dietary fats. Rather than being stored and circulating as excess fuel, these fats are rapidly converted into usable energy at the cellular level. This provides a gentle, sustained boost to metabolism without stressing insulin pathways or encouraging fat accumulation. Cells receive what they need when they need it, and the internal environment becomes calmer and more efficient. Within this group of fats, Lauric acid and caprylic acid play a particularly important role. These compounds possess natural antifungal properties that work by gently disrupting fungal cell membranes. This disruption weakens fungal organisms without creating chaos in the gut microbiome. Beneficial bacteria remain largely unaffected, allowing microbial harmony to be preserved. This distinction matters. When balance is maintained, the body does not experience the rebound effects often seen with harsher interventions. Reduction happens without collapse. Replacing inflammatory seed oils with coconut oil in daily cooking deepens these effects. Many modern oils are unstable under heat and contribute to oxidative stress, inflammation, and subtle immune dysregulation. Over time, these stresses weaken the body's regulatory systems and create conditions in which fungal organisms thrive. Coconut oil, by contrast, remains stable at cooking temperatures. It supports blood sugar stability, reduces inflammatory signaling, and improves cellular communication. Tissues become less irritated. Immune responses become more measured. The internal antifungal environment strengthens simply by removing a source of ongoing disruption. As inflammation softens, the body becomes more receptive to repair. Energy is distributed evenly rather than spiking and crashing. Hormonal signaling becomes clearer. These shifts indirectly reduce fungal momentum by restoring the systems that naturally regulate microbial populations. Coconut oil, in this sense, does not just address fungus directly. It supports the architecture that keeps fungal balance intact long term. Oil pulling introduces coconut oil at the very beginning of digestion, where its influence quietly expands. The mouth is not separate from the gut. When fungal or bacterial populations are high in the oral cavity, the entire system downstream bears the burden. Swishing a tablespoon of coconut oil slowly in the mouth each morning allows its fats to bind with microbial residues, toxins, and biofilms that linger overnight. This practice does more than cleanse. It stimulates saliva production, which initiates digestion and supports enzyme activity. As the oral environment becomes cleaner and more balanced, fewer microbial challenges are introduced into the gut. The immune system experiences less constant provocation. Digestion begins smoothly rather than defensively. Over time, this reduction in oral microbial load creates a cascade of benefits. The gut experiences less stress. The liver processes fewer toxins. Inflammation continues to ease. Coconut oil pulling becomes a quiet ritual that reinforces the body's antifungal resilience from the very first moment of the day. Together, internal use and external oral care create a steady, supportive pattern. Coconut oil nourishes, stabilizes, and protects without urgency. It replaces what harms with what heals, and as the body recognizes this consistency, it continues to move toward balance, preparing naturally for the next layer of gentle correction and support. Baking soda operates primarily as an external antifungal ally. When used in baths or foot soaks, it gently shifts the skin's pH, moving it away from the slightly acidic environment that fungi favor. This simple adjustment creates a surface less hospitable to fungal organisms. toenail fungus, athlete's foot, and other superficial fungal conditions often mirror internal imbalances, but external support through pH modulation helps relieve the burden while deeper internal healing occurs. Feet and toes are particularly vulnerable because tight shoes, synthetic materials, and moisture create low oxygen, warm environments that fungi love. Baking soda soaks combined with time spent allowing feet to air out and dry create a transformation in terrain. Fungus cannot thrive when the environment is no longer cooperative. Over weeks, skin texture improves, nail beds strengthen, and odour diminishes, all reflecting both external care and internal metabolic shifts. As these foundational remedies begin to work, diet naturally adjusts. Blood sugar stabilizes from apple cider vinegar, coconut oil, and refined food reduction, and cravings for sugar and processed flour diminish without conscious effort. White flour, stripped of fiber and minerals, recedes from the diet, and processed foods, often laden with additives that disrupt gut flora, quietly leave the stage. The body, now less hospitable to fungal organisms, reinforces these dietary choices internally, making antifungal balance increasingly effortless over time. Baking soda baths and foot soaks then harmonize external conditions with these internal rhythms, supporting a holistic, integrated antifungal environment. As the body continues to respond to internal corrections, digestion strengthening, blood sugar calming, microbial balance re-establishing, it becomes clear that healing does not move in only one direction. What happens inside is reflected on the surface, and what happens on the surface can either support or burden what is happening within. This is where the fourth foundational support takes its place, completing the circle between internal terrain and external environment. Baking soda operates primarily as an external antifungal ally, working quietly through pH balance rather than chemical force. When dissolved into warm water for baths or foot soaks, it gently shifts the skin's surface chemistry away from the slightly acidic conditions that fungi prefer. This change may seem subtle, but biology responds powerfully to small environmental adjustments. Fungal organisms are highly sensitive to pH. When the surface no longer supports their growth, they weaken naturally, without resistance or rebound. Conditions such as toenail fungus, athlete's foot, and fungal skin irritation often appear isolated, but they rarely exist alone. They reflect internal chemistry, circulation, and immune signaling. External pH support does not replace internal healing, but it reduces the overall fungal load, allowing deeper systems to recover without constant pressure. The body is no longer fighting on multiple fronts at once. Feet and toes are particularly vulnerable zones. Enclosed in tight footwear, wrapped in synthetic fabrics, and exposed to moisture throughout the day, they become warm, low-oxygen environments, exactly what fungi seek. Baking soda foot soaks disrupt this cooperation. Warm water softens tissue and increases circulation. Baking soda neutralizes acidity. Time spent allowing the feet to fully dry and breathe restores oxygen to the skin. Terrain changes, and fungus loses its advantage. Over weeks of gentle consistency, visible changes emerge. Skin becomes smoother and less irritated. Nail beds strengthen and grow more evenly. Odor diminishes as microbial balance returns. These external improvements often mirror internal metabolic shifts. Better circulation, steadier blood sugar, improved detoxification, each reinforcing the other in a quiet feedback loop. As these four foundational remedies begin working together, something important happens without effort. The body starts making different choices on its own. Blood sugar stability from apple cider vinegar and coconut oil softens cravings. Garlic's metabolic and immune support reduces inflammatory signaling that often drives appetite for quick energy. Refined sugar begins to lose its grip, not through discipline, but through lack of demand. White flour, stripped of fiber and minerals, gradually recedes. Processed foods, heavy with additives that disrupt gut flora and burden detox pathways, quietly fall away. The body no longer seeks what destabilizes it. Instead, it signals for foods that support balance. Whole vegetables, steady fats, clean proteins, and mineral-rich hydration. Baking soda baths and foot soaks now work in harmony with these internal shifts. External conditions align with internal chemistry. The antifungal environment becomes integrated rather than fragmented. Nothing is forced, nothing is rushed. The body simply maintains what now feels natural. With this foundation in place, the focus gently widens. There are other foods, habits, and environmental factors that can either undermine this balance or strengthen it further. Some quietly feed inflammation and microbial imbalance without being obvious. Others reinforce healing, resilience, and longevity when used with awareness. Having removed the major supports that fungus relies upon, the body is now ready to refine, protect, and deepen this state of health, moving forward not in correction, but in preservation. In their place, whole foods arrive. Vegetables rich in fiber feed beneficial bacteria that compete with fungal organisms. Bitter greens stimulate bile flow, supporting liver detoxification and fat digestion. When bile flows properly, waste moves forward instead of fermenting in the gut. This shift starves fungal organisms while strengthening the body's natural defenses. The colon responds to this shift with relief. Rather than being forced or cleansed aggressively, it simply resumes its rhythm. Waste exits more efficiently. Reabsorption of toxins decreases. The immune system, which lines the gut, becomes less reactive and more responsive. Regular elimination reduces systemic inflammation and lightens the immune workload. Morning lemon water gently awakens digestion. Warmth signals safety to the nervous system, allowing digestive organs to function without tension. Lemon supports liver enzymes and encourages hydration after sleep, when the body is naturally dehydrated. Proper hydration alone significantly reduces fungal burden by improving circulation and waste removal. This simple ritual sets a calm, organized tone for the entire day. Herbal teas become companions rather than interventions. Paudarco offers antifungal compounds without aggression. Oregano, thyme, rosemary, clove, and cinnamon each bring unique phytochemicals that fungal organisms do not favor. These herbs work best when used consistently and calmly, not in excess. They are teachers, not weapons. Their gentle presence reinforces balance rather than triggering resistance. Turmeric paired with black pepper reduces systemic inflammation that weakens immune response. Ginger supports circulation and digestive warmth, preventing stagnation. Raw vegetables contribute living enzymes that reduce digestive workload and improve nutrient absorption. Together, these foods restore metabolic efficiency and cellular communication. At this stage, fermented foods are approached with care. While beneficial, they can feed yeast when overused or combined with high sugar intake. Moderation allows microbial diversity to return without tipping the balance. Fruit, though natural, is reduced temporarily to prevent excess sugar from fueling fungal growth. This is not permanent restriction, but strategic patience. Restraint here prevents setbacks later in the healing process. Sunlight becomes medicine. Vitamin D strengthens immune signaling and improves the body's ability to regulate microbial populations. Fresh air reduces indoor mold exposure. Humidity is controlled, and living spaces become allies rather than silent stressors. The environment begins supporting healing rather than competing with it. Skincare simplifies. Chemical soaps, fragrances, and harsh products are removed. Natural cleansers preserve skin pH and microbiome integrity. Loose, breathable clothing allows airflow. Feet are uncovered whenever possible. Toenails are trimmed cleanly, and scalp hygiene becomes gentle and regular. The skin, as an immune organ, regains its protective intelligence. Water intake increases gradually. Clean, mineral-rich water supports every detox pathway in the body. Magnesium calms the nervous system and supports bowel regularity. Zinc repairs immune tissue. Vitamin C from whole foods strengthens connective tissue and immune resilience. Adequate minerals prevent fatigue, often mistaken for detox reactions. Antibiotics are avoided unless truly necessary. When they are used, restoration follows intentionally. Gut flora is rebuilt through food, patience, and time. Diversity returns naturally when the environment supports it. This prevents the recurring cycles that often follow aggressive treatment. The liver works quietly throughout this process. Detoxification pathways open without overload. Lymphatic flow improves through gentle movement, walking, and deep breathing. Sweat releases stored waste gradually. Extremes are avoided. Consistency becomes the true medicine. Steady support allows detox to remain sustainable. Nighttime eating fades as digestion regains rhythm. Insulin lowers at night, allowing growth hormone and repair processes to activate. Sleep deepens naturally, not forced, not sedated. Cellular repair accelerates most efficiently during these quiet hours. Stress reduction is not an accessory here. It is foundational. Chronic stress suppresses immune function and alters gut permeability. As breathing deepens and the nervous system enters parasympathetic mode, healing accelerates without effort. Safety signals allow the body to redirect energy toward repair. Barbara O'Neill's philosophy weaves quietly through it all. The body is self-healing. Remove what harms, supply what is missing, allow time, trust design. This approach honors biology rather than attempting to overpower it. Healing does not happen overnight. Fungus retreats gradually as its environment becomes inhospitable. This is not a battle, it is a return to natural order. Progress becomes noticeable in subtle but reliable ways, and as these changes begin settling into place, the body continues adjusting beneath awareness, preparing to move deeper into restoration, deeper into balance, deeper into the quiet work that continues even as you rest. Integration happens silently, without conscious effort. As the body continues adjusting beneath awareness, something important begins to shift. This is the stage where the immune system stops reacting and starts remembering, not fighting wildly, not suppressing symptoms, but recalibrating its sense of what belongs and what does not. Immune intelligence replaces immune exhaustion. The immune system is not a single organ. It is a network woven through the gut, the skin, the lungs, the liver, and the blood. When fungal overgrowth has been present for a long time, the immune system often becomes tired rather than aggressive. It has been signaling quietly, repeatedly, waiting for the terrain to change so it can respond effectively. Once conditions improve, its responses become measured and precise. Now, with sugar reduced, digestion improving, and inflammation softening, immune cells regain clarity. White blood cells communicate more efficiently. The gut-associated lymph tissue, which makes up a large portion of immune activity, becomes less irritated and more discerning. The immune system begins responding with confidence instead of confusion. This is where gut flora restoration becomes central. Beneficial bacteria do not thrive in chaos. They prefer regularity, fiber, minerals, and calm digestion. High-fiber vegetables continue feeding these allies, creating short-chain fatty acids that strengthen the gut lining. As the gut wall repairs itself, permeability decreases, and fewer toxins leak into the bloodstream. A stronger gut barrier also improves nutrient absorption, accelerating overall recovery. When fewer toxins circulate, the immune system has less to manage. Its workload lightens. Energy that was once spent on constant low-grade defense can now be redirected toward repair and maintenance. This shift often brings clearer thinking and more stable energy throughout the day. The liver plays a quiet but decisive role here. It filters blood continuously, processing hormones, toxins, and metabolic waste. When fungal byproducts circulate, the liver works harder. As fungal load decreases, liver congestion eases. Bitter greens, lemon water, turmeric, and adequate hydration support bile flow, ensuring waste leaves the body rather than recirculating. Improved bile flow also enhances fat digestion and fat-soluble nutrient absorption. Supporting the liver also supports hormonal balance. Excess estrogen, often stored when detox pathways are sluggish, can weaken immune function and feed fungal conditions indirectly. As hormones normalize, energy stabilizes, mood improves, and inflammation continues to recede. This hormonal harmony reinforces long-term resilience against recurrence. The pancreas joins this conversation through blood sugar regulation. frequent insulin spikes create an environment fungi love. When meals become balanced and nighttime eating fades, insulin secretion smooths out. Blood sugar stabilizes, cravings soften, the pancreas rests. Metabolic calm makes antifungal balance far easier to maintain. This is why fasting, when approached gently, can be restorative. Not extreme fasting, not punishment, but natural pauses between meals. Overnight fasting extends naturally when late-night eating stops. Occasionally lengthening the space between meals allows insulin levels to fall and autophagy to activate. These pauses teach the body metabolic flexibility rather than stress. Autophagy is the body's internal recycling system. Old damaged cells are broken down and replaced. This process is deeply antifungal by nature, as it removes compromised tissue that fungi often exploit. Fasting gives the digestive system a break so repair can occur. Renewal at the cellular level strengthens tissue integrity across the body. Hydration becomes even more important during this phase. Clean water allows the kidneys to flush waste efficiently. Mineral-rich water supports nerve signaling and muscle relaxation. Sea salt in small amounts replenishes trace minerals lost through detoxification. Proper hydration prevents detox symptoms from becoming unnecessary stressors. Magnesium-rich foods calm the nervous system and improve sleep depth. Deeper sleep accelerates immune repair. Zinc supports tissue regeneration and helps immune cells mature properly. Vitamin C from whole foods supports collagen repair and antioxidant protection without overwhelming the system. Together, these nutrients rebuild resilience rather than forcing stimulation. External fungal care continues in parallel. Skin, scalp, and nails respond slowly, reflecting internal changes over time. Baking soda baths and foot soaks reduce surface acidity. Coconut oil soothes skin and creates an unfriendly environment for fungal organisms. Keeping skin dry, breathable, and clean reduces reinfection cycles. External care reinforces internal progress rather than replacing it. Toenail fungus, in particular, reflects circulation and internal chemistry. As blood flow improves through walking and gentle movement, nutrients reach extremities more effectively. Nail beds receive oxygen. Growth becomes healthier, though patience is required. Nails grow slowly and healing follows that pace. Visible improvement becomes a quiet marker of deeper systemic change. Scalp fungus responds to similar principles. Gentle cleansing, avoidance of harsh chemicals, and internal balance gradually restore equilibrium. Overwashing is avoided. Balance, not sterility, is the goal. As scalp oils normalize, itching and flaking often subside without the need for medicated products. Mold exposure is addressed thoughtfully. Living spaces are aired regularly. Humidity is controlled. Fresh air circulation becomes routine. Mold is not confronted aggressively, but its conditions are removed. Dryness, light, and airflow are antifungal by nature. This environmental shift reduces immune burden and supports respiratory and neurological clarity. Clothing choices support healing. Loose, natural fibers allow the skin to breathe. Tight, Synthetic materials that trap moisture are minimized. Feet are uncovered when possible. Footwear is rotated and aired. Improved airflow helps skin maintain its natural pH and microbial balance. As the physical environment becomes supportive, stress reduction deepens the internal shift. Chronic stress elevates cortisol, which suppresses immune function and destabilizes blood sugar. As breathing slows and daily walking becomes rhythmic, cortisol levels fall naturally. Lower cortisol allows immune cells to respond accurately rather than react defensively. Deep breathing activates the vagus nerve, signaling safety to the body. In this state, digestion improves, immune response strengthens, and repair accelerates. Healing is not forced, it is permitted. This parasympathetic dominance creates ideal conditions for long-term recovery. This is where the mind-body connection becomes evident. Thoughts soften, urgency fades. The body senses that it is no longer under constant threat. Repair systems activate automatically when stress subsides. Emotional calm often precedes physical improvement. Barbara O'Neill often emphasizes that modern illness is frequently a result of modern living. Artificial foods, artificial environments, artificial schedules. Returning to natural rhythms restores health more reliably than intervention alone. Simplicity becomes a therapeutic tool rather than a sacrifice. Simple meals at regular times, seasonal eating patterns, whole foods prepared gently. Avoidance of alcohol and excess caffeine reduces liver burden and stabilizes sleep. Clean water replaces sugary or fermented drinks that feed yeast. These choices reduce metabolic strain and support circadian alignment. Seed oils, unstable and inflammatory, continue to be replaced with stable fats like coconut oil and olive oil. Olive leaf extract quietly supports immune resilience, offering antimicrobial support without disrupting beneficial flora. This transition lowers systemic inflammation over time. Digestive enzymes from food and herbs improve nutrient absorption, reducing the need for overeating. Listening to hunger cues becomes easier when blood sugar stabilizes. Eating slows, chewing improves. Digestion becomes efficient rather than strained. Efficient digestion reduces fermentation and internal toxicity. Lymphatic flow continues improving through movement, dry brushing, and occasional sweating. The lymph system, often overlooked, plays a critical role in immune surveillance. As lymph flows freely, immune cells circulate efficiently, reducing localized fungal persistence. Gentle consistency keeps this system responsive. Avoiding chemical overload becomes a quiet priority. Synthetic fragrances, harsh cleaners, and unnecessary medications are minimized. The body has fewer toxins to process, freeing resources for repair. With less interference, innate healing intelligence expresses itself more clearly. Heavy metals, often stored in tissues, gradually release as detox pathways strengthen. Mineral balance supports safe elimination. This process is slow and gentle, not forced. Adequate minerals prevent reabsorption and protect the nervous system during release. As days and nights pass in this state, something subtle but profound occurs. The body begins trusting its environment again. systems communicate smoothly, feedback loops stabilize. This internal coherence allows regulation to replace compensation. This trust is essential for long-term healing. Fungus thrives where the body is overwhelmed or confused. Clarity, consistency, and patience remove that advantage. Order restores immune confidence and precision. Healing timelines vary. Some changes are felt quickly, others unfold over weeks and months. The goal is not speed, but permanence. Consistency over intensity becomes the guiding principle. Sustainable habits create results that hold. Gentle daily discipline replaces dramatic intervention. A walk each day, simple meals, clean water, regular sleep, natural light, breath. These small signals accumulate into powerful biological instructions. The body responds not with sudden change, but with steady improvement. Energy stabilizes, skin clears gradually, digestion smooths, immune resilience strengthens quietly. Progress becomes measurable in comfort rather than symptoms. And as this internal rebuilding continues, the body prepares to move into even deeper layers of balance, addressing inflammation, lymphatic cleansing, mineral restoration, and the subtle systems that support longevity and regeneration. Readiness replaces resistance, continuing gently without strain, without urgency into the next phase of restoration. The body leads and healing follows. And as the body moves into this deeper phase of restoration, inflammation begins to quiet in places you may not consciously notice. Inflammation is not always loud. Often it's subtle, woven into tissues, joints, skin, and nerves, quietly altering chemistry and communication. Fungus thrives where inflammation lingers, because inflamed tissue is easier to colonize and harder for the immune system to regulate. Reducing inflammation naturally is less about suppressing symptoms and more about restoring harmony. When inflammatory signals fade, oxygen delivery improves, circulation strengthens, and immune cells regain precision. This is where the body begins to feel lighter, clearer, less burdened. Mineral balance becomes especially important here. Modern soil depletion has left many foods lower in magnesium, zinc, and trace minerals than they once were. Without these minerals, enzymatic reactions slow, detox pathways falter, and immune responses weaken. Restoring minerals through whole foods, sea salt, leafy greens, and clean water allows thousands of chemical reactions to proceed efficiently again. Magnesium calms overactive nerves and relaxes smooth muscle, improving circulation and lymphatic flow. When lymph moves freely, waste products are carried away instead of stagnating. Zinc supports immune cell maturation and tissue repair, helping the body respond appropriately rather than excessively. Trace minerals act as quiet conductors, ensuring biochemical processes stay in rhythm. The lymphatic system, unlike the circulatory system, has no pump. It relies on movement, breath, and muscle contraction to flow. When movement is gentle and regular, lymph begins to circulate more freely. Daily walking, stretching, and deep breathing act like a slow massage from the inside, encouraging toxins, cellular debris, and microbial byproducts to leave the tissues. Dry brushing further supports this process. Gentle strokes toward the heart stimulate lymph vessels beneath the skin, improving detoxification and skin health. As lymphatic congestion clears, the immune system becomes more efficient and fungal persistence weakens. Sweating, when approached gently, offers another pathway for release. Through light exercise or warm baths, the body releases water-soluble toxins through the skin. This reduces the burden on the liver and kidneys, allowing them to focus on deeper metabolic tasks. Epsom salt baths combine warmth with magnesium absorption, relaxing muscles while supporting detoxification. Baking soda baths continue supporting skin alkalinity, making the external environment less welcoming to fungal organisms. These practices are not rushed. They are rituals of patience. Internal and external fungal issues are connected, but they express differently. Internal fungal imbalance often shows up as digestive discomfort, fatigue, cravings, and immune sensitivity. External manifestations, skin, scalp, nails, reflect internal terrain over time. As internal balance improves, external symptoms follow, though often with delay. The visible changes simply mirror the deeper, ongoing shifts beneath the surface. Skin pH plays a critical role here. Healthy skin maintains a slightly acidic mantle that protects against pathogenic organisms while supporting beneficial microbes. Harsh soaps, fragrances, and chemical products disrupt this balance, creating openings for fungal overgrowth. Gentle, natural cleansing preserves the skin's protective layer, allowing microbial communities to re-establish themselves naturally. Avoiding scented products becomes an act of healing rather than deprivation. The skin breathes, the microbiome stabilizes. Natural oils like coconut oil soothe and protect without suffocating the skin. Over time, the skin regains elasticity and resilience, reflecting internal harmony as much as external care. Circulation continues improving as inflammation fades. Blood carries oxygen, nutrients, and immune cells more efficiently to peripheral tissues. Feet and hands warm. Nail beds receive nourishment. Healing accelerates quietly. Improved circulation also enhances detoxification, allowing waste and fungal byproducts to move away from vulnerable tissues. Herbal antifungals deepen their work during this phase. Oregano oil, used sparingly, disrupts fungal cell walls while stimulating immune response. Thyme tea offers gentle antimicrobial support without overwhelming digestion. Rosemary infusion supports circulation and liver function simultaneously. Their effects are cumulative, subtly reinforcing the terrain that fungi cannot dominate. Neem enters carefully, respected for its potency. Used in small amounts, neem discourages fungal growth and supports skin healing. Clove and cinnamon continue reducing microbial overgrowth while improving blood sugar stability. Together, these botanicals work synergistically to maintain balance across multiple systems. Olive leaf extract provides immune modulation rather than blunt force. It supports the body's natural defenses without disrupting beneficial flora. This distinction matters. Balance is preserved, and the immune system learns to respond with precision rather than overreaction. Reducing inflammation also involves removing irritants. Alcohol fades away, reducing liver burden and sugar intake simultaneously. Caffeine is reduced, allowing adrenal recovery and better sleep depth. Clean water replaces stimulating beverages. These simple environmental shifts complement internal strategies, making antifungal progress effortless. Blood sugar stabilization continues as a central theme. Insulin spikes feed fungal organisms and drive inflammation. Balanced meals, fiber-rich vegetables, healthy fats, and adequate protein keep glucose levels steady. The pancreas responds with relief rather than strain. Consistency in timing and composition of meals reinforces metabolic calm. The digestive rhythm stabilizes further. Enzymatic activity improves. Food is broken down thoroughly, reducing fermentation. Gas, bloating, and discomfort soften. Nutrients are absorbed rather than wasted. Digestive efficiency frees energy for repair rather than constant processing. Listening to hunger cues becomes easier as metabolic chaos subsides. The body asks for nourishment when needed and signals satisfaction clearly. Eating slows naturally. Overeating fades without effort. Mindful attention to the body strengthens internal communication pathways. Seasonal eating patterns return. Heavier foods support colder months. Lighter foods suit warmer days. This rhythm aligns digestion with environmental cues, reducing stress on metabolic systems. Eating in tune with nature enhances enzymatic efficiency and nutrient utilization. The mind-body connection deepens. Thoughts influence physiology, and physiology influences thoughts. As inflammation fades and blood sugar stabilizes, mental clarity improves. Anxiety softens. Sleep becomes deeper and more restorative. Emotional calm further supports fungal balance. Stress reduction practices integrate seamlessly now. Breathing becomes slower and deeper. Muscles release tension held unconsciously. The nervous system spends more time in parasympathetic mode, where repair and regeneration occur. Relaxed physiology allows internal antifungal mechanisms to operate efficiently. Restorative sleep patterns strengthen immune memory. During deep sleep, immune cells communicate, hormones rebalance, and tissue repair accelerates. Fungus finds little opportunity in a body that sleeps well. Sleep itself becomes a natural antifungal ally. Sunlight exposure continues supporting circadian rhythm. Morning light anchors the sleep-wake cycle, improving nighttime melatonin production. Melatonin itself supports immune function and antioxidant activity. The body's internal clock synchronizes with external cues, enhancing overall resilience. Avoiding nighttime eating protects this rhythm. Digestion rests, repair hormones rise. The body focuses inward rather than outward. Metabolic clarity strengthens, leaving little opportunity for fungal persistence. Environmental toxins are reduced gradually. Cleaning products become simpler. Air quality improves. Heavy metals and chemical residues slowly leave tissues as detox pathways strengthen. This process is patient and layered. Detox becomes integrated rather than burdensome. The liver and kidneys continue their steady work. Supporting them with hydration, minerals, and gentle herbs prevents overload. Detoxification becomes a background function rather than a crisis response. Organ systems cooperate smoothly, reinforcing antifungal balance. Barbara O'Neill's influence remains present here. Healing is not dramatic. It is cumulative. Small daily choices reshape the terrain more effectively than intense interventions. This philosophy turns consistency into the primary agent of change. Consistency becomes the quiet hero. Gentle daily discipline replaces urgency. A walk each day, clean food, breath, light, water, rest. These simple acts accumulate into profound biological guidance. The immune system responds to this consistency with resilience. It no longer needs to overreact. It responds appropriately, efficiently, calmly. Precision replaces exhaustion. Fungus loses its advantage when the body is regulated rather than reactive. Without sugar surges, acidity, stagnation, and inflammation, fungal organisms simply cannot maintain dominance. The internal environment itself becomes the antifungal mechanism. The body remembers its design. Self-healing pathways activate without instruction. Regeneration unfolds according to biological timing. Systems communicate and coordinate effortlessly. As this phase settles in, deeper longevity mechanisms begin to activate. Cellular repair improves. Mitochondrial function strengthens. Energy production becomes efficient rather than strained. Metabolic and immune resilience build quietly. The body prepares to move into the final layers of integration, where lifestyle becomes effortless. Healing stabilizes long-term, and balance sustains itself without constant attention. Internal systems now cooperate, maintaining antifungal balance automatically. And as you rest here, floating gently within these rhythms, the work continues quietly, steadily, without urgency, without effort, carrying you naturally into the next phase of restoration. Each cell participates in the ongoing harmony of repair and balance. And as the body settles further into repair, long-term rhythms begin to establish themselves. Daily habits, repeated gently and consistently, become the scaffolding for natural immunity. The immune system no longer operates in reactive bursts. It operates in quiet confidence, sensing each cell, each tissue, each organ, coordinating repair and defense with precision. Consistency becomes medicine. Gentle daily walks, slow breathing, hydration, and whole foods reinforce the environment the body prefers. Movement, even at a calm pace, stimulates circulation, sending oxygen, nutrients, and immune cells to extremities where fungal growth often lingers. Toenails, nail beds, and scalp follicles, long deprived of optimal support, begin to feel the subtle shift. Healing is slow, but deep and enduring. Skin care reflects internal balance. When the skin is allowed to breathe, bathed in gentle warmth, and cleansed without harsh chemicals, fungal organisms lose their foothold. Natural soaps, mild washes, and occasional coconut oil applications preserve the acid mantle and microbiome, creating a surface environment inhospitable to fungal growth. Tight clothing, synthetic fabrics, and trapped moisture are minimized, allowing skin and extremities to maintain natural temperature and oxygenation. Internal and external fungal issues are connected, but they express differently. Internal fungal imbalance often shows up as digestive discomfort, fatigue, cravings, and immune sensitivity. External manifestations, skin, scalp, nails, reflect internal terrain over time. As internal balance improves, external symptoms follow, though often with delay. The visible changes simply mirror the deeper, ongoing shifts beneath the surface, quietly reflecting internal health and balance. Skin pH plays a critical role here. Healthy skin maintains a slightly acidic mantle that protects against pathogenic organisms while supporting beneficial microbes. Harsh soaps, fragrances, and chemical products disrupt this balance, creating openings for fungal overgrowth. Gentle, natural cleansing preserves the skin's protective layer, allowing microbial communities to re-establish themselves naturally and maintaining moisture and elasticity that further discourage fungal colonization. Avoiding scented products becomes an act of healing rather than deprivation. The skin breathes, the microbiome stabilizes. Natural oils like coconut oil soothe and protect without suffocating the skin. Over time, the skin regains elasticity and resilience, reflecting internal harmony as much as external care, while supporting a protective microbial community that adapts to environmental challenges. Circulation continues improving as inflammation fades. Blood carries oxygen, nutrients, and immune cells more efficiently to peripheral tissues. Feet and hands warm. Nail beds receive nourishment. Healing accelerates quietly. Improved circulation also enhances detoxification, allowing waste and fungal byproducts to move away from vulnerable tissues, strengthening skin and nail resilience over time. Herbal antifungals deepen their work during this phase. Oregano oil, used sparingly, disrupts fungal cell walls while stimulating immune response. Thyme tea offers gentle antimicrobial support without overwhelming digestion. Rosemary infusion supports circulation and liver function simultaneously. Their effects are cumulative, subtly reinforcing the terrain that fungi cannot dominate, and providing antioxidants that nourish cells while preventing microbial overgrowth. Neem enters carefully, respected for its potency. Used in small amounts, neem discourages fungal growth and supports skin healing. Clove and cinnamon continue reducing microbial overgrowth while improving blood sugar stability. Together, these botanicals work synergistically to maintain balance across multiple systems, while also reducing inflammation and oxidative stress. Olive leaf extract provides immune modulation rather than blunt force. It supports the body's natural defenses without disrupting beneficial flora. This distinction matters. Balance is preserved, and the immune system learns to respond with precision rather than overreaction, promoting sustainable microbial harmony. Reducing inflammation also involves removing irritants. Alcohol fades away, reducing liver burden and sugar intake simultaneously. Caffeine is reduced, allowing adrenal recovery and better sleep depth. Clean water replaces stimulating beverages. These simple environmental shifts complement internal strategies, making antifungal progress effortless while supporting overall metabolic and cardiovascular health. Blood sugar stabilization continues as a central theme. Insulin spikes feed fungal organisms and drive inflammation. Balanced meals, fiber-rich vegetables, healthy fats, and adequate protein keep glucose levels steady. The pancreas responds with relief rather than strain. Consistency in timing and composition of meals reinforces metabolic calm, encouraging cravings to normalize naturally. The digestive rhythm stabilizes further. Enzymatic activity improves. Food is broken down thoroughly, reducing fermentation. Gas, bloating, and discomfort soften. Nutrients are absorbed rather than wasted. Digestive efficiency frees energy for repair rather than constant processing, and the gut lining is reinforced against microbial imbalance. Listening to hunger cues becomes easier as metabolic chaos subsides. The body asks for nourishment when needed and signals satisfaction clearly. Eating slows naturally. Overeating fades without effort. Mindful attention to the body strengthens internal communication pathways, supporting digestive efficiency and metabolic balance simultaneously. Seasonal eating patterns return. Heavier foods support colder months. Lighter foods suit warmer days. This rhythm aligns digestion with environmental cues, reducing stress on metabolic systems. Eating in tune with nature enhances enzymatic efficiency and nutrient utilization, while providing essential phytonutrients that support antifungal defenses. The mind-body connection deepens. Thoughts influence physiology, and physiology influences thoughts. As inflammation fades and blood sugar stabilizes, mental clarity improves, anxiety softens, sleep becomes deeper and more restorative. Emotional calm further supports fungal balance and encourages internal hormonal equilibrium. Stress reduction practices integrate seamlessly now. Breathing becomes slower and deeper. Muscles release tension held unconsciously. The nervous system spends more time in parasympathetic mode, where repair and regeneration occur. Relaxed physiology allows internal antifungal mechanisms to operate efficiently, supporting detoxification and immune signaling. Restorative sleep patterns strengthen immune memory. During deep sleep, immune cells communicate. Hormones rebalance and tissue repair accelerates. Fungus finds little opportunity in a body that sleeps well. Sleep itself becomes a natural antifungal ally, enhancing cellular repair and immune surveillance. Sunlight exposure continues supporting circadian rhythm. Morning light anchors the sleep-wake cycle, improving nighttime melatonin production. Melatonin itself supports immune function and antioxidant activity. The body's internal clock synchronizes with external cues, enhancing overall resilience and hormonal balance. Avoiding nighttime eating protects this rhythm. Digestion rests. Repair hormones rise. The body focuses inward rather than outward. Metabolic clarity strengthens, leaving little opportunity for fungal persistence and allowing growth and repair processes to dominate. Environmental toxins are reduced gradually. Cleaning products become simpler. Air quality improves. Heavy metals and chemical residues slowly leave tissues as detox pathways strengthen. This process is patient and layered. Detox becomes integrated rather than burdensome, allowing the immune system to operate efficiently without unnecessary stress. The liver and kidneys continue their steady work, supporting them with hydration, minerals, and gentle herbs prevents overload. Detoxification becomes a background function rather than a crisis response. Organ systems cooperate smoothly, reinforcing antifungal balance while maintaining overall metabolic and hormonal health. Barbara O'Neill's influence remains present here. Healing is not dramatic. It is cumulative. Small daily choices reshape the terrain more effectively than the intense interventions. This philosophy turns consistency into the primary agent of change, emphasizing rhythm over force. Consistency becomes the quiet hero. Gentle daily discipline replaces urgency. A walk each day, clean food, breath, light, water, rest. These simple acts accumulate into profound biological guidance, restoring harmony throughout the body and microbial ecosystems. The immune system responds to this consistency with resilience. It no longer needs to overreact. It responds appropriately, efficiently, calmly. Precision replaces exhaustion, and immune memory strengthens naturally over time. Fungus loses its advantage when the body is regulated rather than reactive. Without sugar surges, acidity, stagnation, and inflammation, fungal organisms simply cannot maintain dominance. The internal environment itself becomes the antifungal mechanism, sustained through balance and rhythm. The body remembers its design. Self-healing pathways activate without instruction. Regeneration unfolds according to biological timing. Systems communicate and coordinate effortlessly, optimizing energy and defense simultaneously. As this phase settles in, deeper longevity mechanisms begin to activate. Cellular repair improves, mitochondrial function strengthens, energy production becomes efficient rather than strained. Metabolic and immune resilience build quietly, preparing the body for sustained antifungal balance. The body prepares to move into the final layers of integration, where lifestyle becomes effortless. Healing stabilizes long-term and balance sustains itself without constant attention. Internal systems now cooperate, maintaining antifungal balance automatically while supporting overall vitality. And as you rest here, floating gently within these rhythms, the work continues quietly, steadily, without urgency, without effort, carrying you naturally into the next phase of restoration. Each cell participates in the ongoing harmony of repair, detoxification, and balance. And as the body continues to find balance, there are subtle practices that enhance antifungal resilience and deepen long-term restoration. Dairy products, often hidden in sauces, beverages, and snacks, can be challenging for digestion and subtly feed fungal activity. Avoiding them gently, without stress or rigidity, allows the digestive system to function without irritation. The body responds with calmer bile flow, smoother gut motility, and less inflammation in the gastrointestinal tract. This quiet adjustment strengthens the environment where beneficial bacteria thrive, and fungal organisms have fewer opportunities to proliferate. Yeast-containing foods such as breads, pastries, and certain fermented snacks are another area to consider with intention. Even when sugar is reduced, these foods introduce additional live yeast into the digestive system. By avoiding them, the internal terrain becomes more balanced. The gut microbiome stabilizes. Candida-friendly eating is reinforced naturally. Meals based on whole vegetables, root foods, and moderate protein create a rhythm that supports microbial diversity while limiting opportunistic fungi. The body gradually learns to favor foods that restore internal harmony over those that temporarily excite cravings. External care continues to support this internal restoration. Apple cider vinegar foot soaks are a gentle, accessible method for discouraging fungal growth on the feet and nails. Warm water combined with a small amount of apple cider vinegar allows the feet to relax while slightly lowering surface pH, making it harder for fungus to thrive. 10 to 15 minutes several times per week encourages circulation, softens nail beds, and supports natural antifungal balance. The ritual of soaking also signals the nervous system to relax, reinforcing the body's repair state. Coconut oil pulling is another practice that subtly integrates oral health with internal antifungal support. Swishing a tablespoon of high-quality coconut oil in the mouth for 10 to 20 minutes, preferably on an empty stomach in the morning, draws bacterial and fungal residues from the oral cavity. This practice supports saliva production, balances the oral microbiome, and primes digestion for the day ahead. Following the rinse, gentle hydration and natural breakfast foods continue the cycle of cleansing and nourishment. Over time, the body's internal environment becomes less hospitable to opportunistic fungi while supporting oral and digestive harmony. Colon health is foundational to long-term antifungal balance. Fiber-rich vegetables, root foods, and gentle hydration work together to maintain smooth transit and promote the elimination of metabolic byproducts. Occasional supportive practices, such as warm lemon water in the morning or gentle herbal teas for cleansing, help the colon move efficiently. These routines support regularity without harsh intervention. As waste is removed effectively, the liver, kidneys, and lymphatic system face less strain, circulation improves, and the gut microbiome stabilizes. The colon becomes a partner in antifungal maintenance, rather than a hidden source of stagnation or imbalance. Fermented sugar drinks, such as kombucha with added sugars, sweetened kefir or soda-like beverages, introduce both sugar and additional yeast into the digestive system. Avoiding these drinks preserves stable blood sugar and reduces fungal nourishment. The body responds with calmer insulin rhythms, steadier energy, and less inflammation. Replacing these beverages with clean water, herbal infusions, or lightly flavored mineral water supports hydration, detoxification, and microbial stability. Sweating remains an essential part of detoxification, and saunas offer a gentle, profound extension of this natural process. Warmth from a sauna encourages vasodilation, stimulates lymphatic flow, and supports the excretion of water-soluble toxins through the skin. Even brief sessions, when approached safely and consistently, complement movement and hydration, enhancing the body's antifungal defenses and promoting systemic balance. The skin becomes a responsive organ for release, not merely a barrier. Footwear choices reinforce this environment externally. Tight shoes or synthetic materials trap moisture and heat, creating a favorable niche for fungal growth. Loose, breathable, natural fiber footwear allows air circulation, temperature regulation, and gentle support. Over time, extremities respond with reduced fungal activity, improved nail and skin health, and enhanced comfort. Even minor adjustments in clothing and footwear contribute to long-term systemic stability. Underlying all of these practices is a quiet philosophy that harmonizes with natural law and human physiology. Biblical health principles reflected in Barbara O'Neill's teachings emphasize the wisdom of simplicity, patience, and alignment with nature's rhythms. Eating whole foods, resting sufficiently, moving gently, avoiding toxins, and trusting this body's innate intelligence reflect these principles in daily life. Healing is not rushed. It is cumulative, measured, and resilient. Daily discipline, rooted in consistency rather than intensity, reinforces antifungal maintenance while supporting longevity and overall vitality. The body, now supported internally and externally, continues its regenerative rhythm. Immune resilience is strengthened. Circulation reaches every tissue. Detoxification pathways operate efficiently. Microbial balance is stabilized. Sleep is restorative. Hormonal rhythms normalize. Inflammation diminishes. Energy flows smoothly through every organ, every system, every cell. Fungal organisms cannot thrive in this carefully orchestrated environment. Every gentle habit, every mindful choice, every natural rhythm reinforces this antifungal state. And as this phase settles deeply, the body prepares to carry these rhythms forward into effortless long-term balance. The antifungal environment becomes self-sustaining. Healing continues quietly, persistently, and naturally. The body learns to maintain this balance autonomously. Circulation, sleep, diet, movement, hydration, and herbal support continue in a seamless, integrated pattern. External and internal fungal pressures diminish. The body's self-healing intelligence guides every process. Harmony is maintained. Resilience is strengthened. And as the body drifts deeper into its natural rhythms, antifungal maintenance becomes effortless. This is no longer a series of interventions or reminders. It is a quiet, continuous orchestration. The body now functions in an environment where fungal organisms cannot gain traction. Internal chemistry is balanced, blood sugar is steady, digestion flows, and the immune system is both vigilant and calm. Every heartbeat, breath, and movement contributes to a system that is resilient, self-correcting, and inherently antifungal. The body no longer waits for external commands to restore itself. It anticipates, adjusts, and sustains equilibrium naturally. Every day, simple natural patterns reinforce this antifungal terrain. Nutrient-rich meals provide minerals, antioxidants, and fiber without overloading the digestive system. Alkaline vegetables, bitter greens, root vegetables, squash, and moderate fermented foods maintain microbial diversity while discouraging yeast overgrowth. These foods also provide polyphenols, phytonutrients, and prebiotic fibers that nourish beneficial bacteria, which in turn strengthen the gut barrier and reduce inflammatory signaling. Processed foods, refined sugar, white flour, and seed oils are naturally avoided, not through deprivation, but through the body's own preference for balance. Over time, the digestive system recognizes what supports internal stability and what does not, creating a self-reinforcing pattern of selection toward nourishment and away from imbalance. Hydration continues to be central. Mineral-rich water nourishes every cell, supporting enzymatic reactions, detox pathways, and immune precision. Small amounts of sea salt provide trace minerals, reinforcing balance at the cellular level and helping maintain electrolyte equilibrium critical for nerve, muscle, and circulatory function. Warm lemon water in the morning gently stimulates the liver, encouraging bile flow and supporting the smooth removal of waste products. These gentle rituals become internalized, effortless, and restorative, aligning metabolism, detoxification, and digestion seamlessly. Proper hydration alone improves circulation, strengthens kidney function, and enhances cellular oxygenation, indirectly making fungal environments less favorable. Sleep patterns deepen naturally. The body moves through its restorative cycles without interruption. Growth hormone peaks during deep sleep, supporting tissue repair, liver regeneration, and immune training. As rest consolidates, inflammatory processes diminish, digestion recalibrates, and cellular repair occurs without conscious effort. Nighttime insulin levels remain stable, allowing repair hormones to work unhindered. Sleep itself becomes antifungal, a natural reset that prevents opportunistic organisms from thriving while enhancing mitochondrial energy production, balancing neurotransmitters, and stabilizing hormone rhythms. Circulation and lymphatic flow continue to strengthen through gentle movement, stretching, and deep breathing. The lymphatic system carries immune cells, metabolic byproducts, and residual toxins, moving them toward elimination. Dry brushing and mild sweating enhance this circulation, ensuring peripheral tissues, nails, skin, and scalp receive nourishment and oxygen. Fungus finds no environment conducive to overgrowth in a body that circulates freely, breathes deeply, and rests fully. Consistent movement further supports venous return and lymph propulsion, reinforcing detoxification and ensuring that nutrients reach every extremity efficiently. External fungal care is now subtle, seamless, integrated into daily living rather than deliberate intervention. Feet and nails remain dry, clean, and trimmed. Coconut oil maintains skin integrity while supporting natural microbial balance. Baking soda soaks continue to gently optimize pH without harshness. Hair and scalp care remains simple, avoiding chemical products, fragrances, and overwashing. Loose natural clothing supports airflow and temperature regulation. These practices reinforce internal stability and provide a consistent environment that discourages fungal recurrence, allowing the immune system to operate without distraction. Herbs maintain their quiet presence in daily routines. Oregano oil is used sparingly, supporting internal microbial balance. Pau d'arco tea, rosemary, thyme, cinnamon, clove, and neem continue subtle antifungal and circulatory support. Olive leaf extract modulates immunity without disrupting gut flora. Turmeric, paired with black pepper, reduces residual inflammation, while ginger encourages circulation and digestive warmth. These plant allies work cumulatively, without urgency, strengthening the body's natural defenses while harmonizing with daily rhythms. Their phytochemicals support antioxidant activity, improve vascular health, and modulate inflammatory pathways that otherwise encourage fungal persistence. Minerals continue to support every process. Magnesium calms nervous system activity, relaxes muscles, and improves circulation. Zinc supports tissue repair and immune cell maturation. Trace minerals facilitate enzymatic reactions and energy production. These nutrients, delivered consistently through whole foods, water, and occasional sea salt, maintain internal balance and prevent fungal resurgence. The body's intelligence continues orchestrating these systems quietly, restoring itself without conscious direction, while ensuring that peripheral tissues, nails, and skin receive ongoing protection against opportunistic fungi. The pancreas, liver, and kidneys remain central to this long-term antifungal state. Blood sugar is stable, insulin response is regulated, and waste is filtered efficiently. Detoxification occurs naturally, gradually without force. Heavy metals, residual toxins, and metabolic byproducts are eliminated steadily. Hormones normalize. Energy stabilizes. Internal communication between systems improves, and tissue repair accelerates subtly but persistently. Hormonal regulation, including adrenal and thyroid function, supports ongoing metabolic balance that discourages fungal colonization at the cellular level. Digestive efficiency remains a cornerstone. Meals are nutrient-dense, balanced, and consistent. Fiber supports gut flora, feeding beneficial bacteria and maintaining a competitive environment against fungi. Digestive enzymes from whole foods enhance nutrient absorption. Hunger cues become clear, eating slows naturally, and overeating fades. This rhythm allows the gastrointestinal tract to rest, autophagy to occur, and repair to continue uninterrupted. Internal fungal conditions are naturally discouraged by this consistent, nourishing environment. Regular fiber intake also supports short-chain fatty acid production, strengthening gut barrier integrity and reducing systemic inflammation that can otherwise favor fungal overgrowth. The mind-body connection deepens further. Calm mental rhythms support physiological balance. Stress responses are minimal. The autonomic nervous system remains predominantly parasympathetic. Cortisol and other stress hormones are reduced naturally. The immune system communicates efficiently. Repair occurs without strain. Fungus cannot flourish when the body operates in this state of calm, consistent rhythm. Mental clarity, emotional balance, and physical health become intertwined, creating a resilient internal landscape that resists opportunistic organisms. Sunlight, air, and environmental awareness reinforce this antifungal stability. Morning light maintains circadian rhythm, enhances vitamin D synthesis, and supports sleep-wake cycles. Fresh air reduces indoor mold exposure and optimizes respiratory function. Humidity is managed carefully, ensuring that living spaces are inhospitable to fungal growth. Environmental harmony becomes a natural extension of internal balance, encouraging ongoing microbial and immune equilibrium. Consistency in these practices becomes effortless over time. Walking, breathing, hydration, nutrient-rich meals, gentle herbal support, sunlight, sleep, and mindful rest are integrated seamlessly into daily life. Healing is no longer an effortful series of interventions. It is an ongoing, cumulative rhythm that the body understands and sustains naturally. Fungus cannot establish dominance because the terrain no longer supports it. This consistency trains the body's regulatory systems to operate efficiently, reducing reactive inflammation, maintaining metabolic stability, and sustaining immune vigilance. As you move into this phase of integration, the body begins to manifest long-term regeneration. Cellular repair is optimized. Tissue integrity strengthens. Organ systems communicate with clarity. Circulation reaches even the most peripheral tissues. Sleep consolidates repair. Hormones normalize. Inflammation remains low. Immune memory is refined. The body has returned to its natural state of balance, antifungal and resilient. This integration extends to daily routines. Seasonal eating supports metabolic needs. Gentle movement sustains circulation and lymphatic flow. Breathing exercises reinforce parasympathetic dominance. External fungal care is subtle and consistent. Nutrient intake supports repair and longevity. Hydration and trace minerals maintain cellular function. Sleep cycles consolidate repair. Every choice, every rhythm reinforces this antifungal regenerative environment. Lifestyle becomes inherently protective and health-promoting without conscious effort. The wisdom of Barbara O'Neill continues to resonate here. Healing is cumulative, subtle, and patient. The body restores itself through consistent patterns rather than forceful interventions. Symptoms guide adjustments. Habits reinforce repair. Time allows regeneration. Fungus finds no foothold in a body that is balanced, hydrated, well-nourished, rested, and unstressed. Longevity and resilience emerge naturally. The body has learned its own rhythm, responding effectively to challenges without panic. Immune cells circulate efficiently. Circulation nourishes peripheral tissues. Detoxification occurs continuously. Nutrients reach every cell. Sleep consolidates repair. Healing unfolds quietly, deeply, and sustainably. The nervous system remains in parasympathetic predominance, supporting continual repair and metabolic efficiency. And now, as these systems harmonize fully, the body begins to drift into its natural rhythm of antifungal stability, regeneration, and effortless balance. Healing is not forced, it is permitted, it is integrated, it is enduring. The body moves through this state with ease, confidence, and clarity. The body continues to heal. Fungus natural remedies restore inner balance and will keep floating, moving together through the body. Every breath supports repair. Every heartbeat sustains rhythm. Every gentle movement circulates lymph, nutrients, and immune signals. Every conscious choice or effortless habit reinforces the environment the body prefers. Fungal organisms no longer find traction. Internal balance is restored. External surfaces reflect this harmony. Sleep deepens, energy stabilizes, circulation continues, the lymphatic system flows. Detoxification occurs naturally. Nutrients are absorbed efficiently. Immune cells respond appropriately. Hormones balance. Inflammation remains minimal. Cellular repair proceeds uninterrupted. This state is self-perpetuating. Consistency is the quiet key. Gentle daily rhythms reinforce the antifungal terrain. Habits, environmental harmony, nutrient intake, circulation, and sleep merge seamlessly. The body learns and remembers. Healing becomes effortless. Regeneration continues quietly and persistently. Mental clarity and emotional resilience enhance adherence naturally, reinforcing physical restoration. And as you float deeper into this restorative antifungal state, the body carries on autonomously, restoring inner balance and health. Every system functions with precision. Every rhythm is synchronized. Every cell receives what it needs. Fungus cannot thrive. Balance is natural. Healing is complete in its ongoing flow. Every day, cellular repair, immune regulation, detoxification, and metabolic efficiency reinforce one another, creating a resilient internal environment for life. The body continues to heal. Fungus natural remedies restore inner balance and will keep floating, moving together through the body. The rhythm persists. The terrain remains inhospitable to fungus. Internal and external systems are aligned. Sleep, movement, hydration, nutrition, sunlight, and air harmonize. The body operates with quiet intelligence. Immune resilience is robust. Circulation, lymphatic flow, and detox pathways function effortlessly. Regeneration unfolds continuously. Healing is patient, subtle, and enduring. Each day adds layers of strength, metabolic clarity, and microbial balance, creating a lasting antifungal environment. The body continues to heal. Fungus natural remedies restore inner balance and will keep floating, moving together through the body. Habits and rhythms now sustain health without conscious effort. Internal and external systems communicate seamlessly. Every organ, tissue, and cell participates in antifungal defense. Energy is stable, repair is ongoing, and balance is effortless. The body continues to heal. Fungus natural remedies restore inner balance and will keep floating, moving together through the body. Internal balance has become the new default. External manifestations align naturally. Metabolic and immune systems function in synchrony. Circulation, hydration, nutrition, and sleep converge into a resilient antifungal framework. restoration continues quietly, persistently, and holistically. Diet-specific attention enhances long-term antifungal resilience. Meals emphasize whole, minimally processed foods that support the gut microbiome and discourage opportunistic yeast. Vegetables are prioritized for their fiber, micronutrients, and polyphenols, which nourish beneficial bacteria and reduce inflammation. Moderate protein sources, including legumes, eggs, and sustainably raised meats, provide amino acids necessary for repair and immune signaling without feeding fungal overgrowth. Healthy fats from olive oil, coconut oil, and avocado stabilize blood sugar, support cellular integrity, and promote anti-inflammatory signaling. Occasional fermented foods, sauerkraut, kimchi, or kefir, are included strategically, providing probiotics without overwhelming the gut or fueling yeast. The body naturally gravitates toward these foods as internal equilibrium strengthens, creating a self-reinforcing nutritional pattern that maintains antifungal balance. Environmental hygiene further supports internal restoration. Living spaces are maintained to reduce fungal exposure and optimize airflow. Regular cleaning emphasizes non-toxic, natural products to avoid unnecessary chemical stress on the body. High humidity areas, such as bathrooms and basements, are ventilated consistently, preventing mold from establishing. Bedding, towels, and clothing are rotated and laundered with gentle detergents, minimizing fungal reservoirs. Air quality is monitored and improved through open windows, fans, or air filtration when necessary. By aligning the external environment with internal balance, the body faces fewer challenges, allowing immune and detoxification systems to focus on repair rather than constant defense. Herbal rotations introduce subtle antifungal support while preventing microbial adaptation. Oregano oil, thyme, rosemary, clove, cinnamon, neem, and olive leaf extract are used thoughtfully, in rotation, and often in combination with supportive teas or capsules. Each herb brings a unique spectrum of antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, or circulatory support, allowing the body to benefit without overwhelming microbial populations or digestive function. Rotations help the body maintain sensitivity to these compounds while reinforcing long-term antifungal terrain. Herbs can be integrated into teas, meals, or topical applications, providing cumulative benefits that enhance internal balance, support detox pathways, and maintain immune vigilance. In combination, these practices create a layered, resilient approach. Diet, environment, and herbal support act synergistically, reinforcing the antifungal framework established through internal balance, sleep, circulation, and gentle daily habits. Each element complements the other, reducing the likelihood of fungal resurgence, supporting energy, and promoting consistent repair. Over time, the body learns this rhythm, naturally selecting foods, environments, and routines that sustain health and discourage microbial imbalance. Healing becomes embedded in daily life rather than a series of interventions, allowing the antifungal state to persist effortlessly. In addition to diet, herbs, and environmental care, daily lifestyle rhythms quietly reinforce antifungal balance. Gentle movement, like walking, stretching, or slow yoga, encourages circulation without stressing the nervous system. Movement stimulates lymphatic flow, helping to transport immune cells and remove metabolic waste, including fungal byproducts. Over time, these routines shift from conscious effort to intuitive practice, integrated naturally into each day. Even small amounts of motion, reaching for shelves, tending a garden, or brief walks outdoors, accumulate into meaningful support for internal cleansing and tissue nourishment. Seasonal alignment enhances this approach. In colder months, the body benefits from warm, nutrient-rich meals, slow digestion, and indoor activity that maintains circulation and warmth. In warmer seasons, lighter foods, increased hydration, and outdoor exposure to sunlight and fresh air optimize immune function and metabolic efficiency. Paying attention to natural rhythms also supports circadian cycles, reinforcing restorative sleep, hormone balance, and digestion. These subtle adjustments help the body anticipate and respond to environmental changes rather than reacting with stress or imbalance. Mindful breathing is another cornerstone of this phase. Deep, slow breaths activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which encourages repair, reduces inflammation, and improves oxygenation to tissues. Breathing practices support mental clarity and emotional calm, which in turn stabilizes blood sugar and lowers systemic stress. Two conditions fungi exploit when the body is reactive. Over time, the rhythm of the breath becomes automatic, an ongoing internal signal that the body is safe, supported, and aligned for healing. Hydration and mineral balance continue to underpin these routines. Water is taken regularly, not excessively, and mineral content is emphasized to support enzyme function, cellular communication, and detox pathways. Trace minerals like magnesium, potassium, and sodium, obtained from foods or small amounts of sea salt, support smooth muscle function, circulation, and electrolyte balance. Proper hydration also ensures that lymph, blood, and cellular fluids carry nutrients and immune signals efficiently, maintaining a systemic environment where fungal overgrowth cannot take hold. Finally, attention to sleep timing and light exposure integrates with all other practices. Early waking with natural light, brief periods outdoors, and minimizing artificial light at night strengthens circadian rhythm. Deep, uninterrupted sleep allows growth hormone to peak, tissue repair to occur, and immune cells to calibrate. This creates an internal terrain where fungal organisms encounter multiple layers of resistance. Stable blood sugar, supportive immune function, gentle circulation, proper hydration, and restful recovery. Healing becomes self-sustaining, and the body gradually learns to maintain antifungal conditions autonomously. The body continues to heal. Fungus natural remedies restore inner balance and will keep floating, moving together through the body. This is the state of true integration, where antifungal maintenance, regeneration, and optimal function coexist effortlessly, allowing the body to thrive indefinitely in harmony with its natural design.